Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Hungry for Her Demon Wolves by Tara West, narrated by Stephanie Rose. Chapter 1. The Beginning of the Amaraki. Germania, 8 A.D. Jezebeth paced her tent, anxiously awaiting the 4 handsome wolfbane brothers. Amarok, the oldest, was the chieftain of their tribe. She'd looked forward to their nightly visits ever since they found her a fortnight ago. They were always attentive lovers, especially Amarok, so tall and handsome, with his broad back and muscular physique, sparkling blue eyes, alabaster skin, and hair as dark as a raven's wing. That dimple in his chin when he smiled was her weakness. As a djinn who wasn't tethered to a lamp, she'd do anything for him, even grant him more wishes, as long as he kept smiling. His brothers were all so very handsome, too, with similar complexions and thick cocks, though they had strikingly different personalities. Luther, the second oldest, could have been Amarok's twin, except for a lethal gleam in his eyes. Where Amarok was strong and noble, Luther was cunning and wicked. He'd proved that with his tongue each night. Day, the middle brother, was leaner and almost a head shorter than his older brothers, but he was the best hunter. Known for his feral instincts, he easily cornered his prey. Fenrir, the youngest brother, was certainly the sweetest, with a boyish smile and cheeks that turned flame red whenever she batted her eyes. She enjoyed corrupting him the most. She rode him like a stallion, relishing the mixture of pain and pleasure that crossed his features when she milked his seed. To think her mother had warned her to keep her guard up around mortal men, but she'd found heaven in their arms, and she couldn't wait to bond them to her, making them hers for an eternity. She'd used every spell in her arsenal to make sure tonight would be perfect, from the delicious feast she'd prepared for them to the alluring jasmine perfume that filled the tent. The soft glow of flickering candles had been placed strategically by the bed so they could watch each other fill her tight sheath and warm, welcoming mouth. When she saw 4 big shadows outside her tent, she quickly sat at the edge of a cushioned stool, tossed her thick black braid behind her shoulder, and stuck out her generous cleavage. "There you are," she said coyly, while batting her long lashes. "I was beginning to think you weren't coming."
"Did you think we'd break our word?"
Amarok said with a deep rumble and strode over to the long table. His brothers wordlessly followed, their eyes not on her, but on the spread laid out before them. She'd prepared a feast of fruit, bread, meat, and cheese, along with 4 kinds of spiced wine. Because they were forced to give more than half their harvests to their Roman occupiers, this bounty was probably more than they saw in a week. Resting their hunting axes against the bench, they dug into the food, grumbling their approval while eating like ravenous wolves. They were far less refined than her previous Roman lovers, crumbs falling from their mouths and landing on the table while they shoveled food into their faces. She would have been repulsed if she hadn't already taken them as lovers. All that mattered was that they devoured her pussy with the same fervor. She turned away, giving them privacy while they grunted like pigs at a trough. When they'd finished, her beautifully laid table looked like it had been pillaged by marauders. Olives had rolled onto the floor, crumbs floated in the spilled wine, and every bone had been picked clean. Clutching goblets of wine, the brothers sprawled on the pillows, wiping their greasy fingers on the fine Persian silks that had been gifts from her mother. A little magic would clean that up, but she was still perturbed at their lack of manners. Heaving a slow breath, she regained her composure, reminding herself they were barbarians. They slept with animals and rarely washed the grime from their nails and faces. She couldn't expect them to turn refined overnight, but she would work on them. They would be together for an eternity, after all. She could teach them to bathe and eat with their mouths closed. But after taking on many tepid Roman lovers, she knew she couldn't train these men to be better in bed. That was an innate skill that came as naturally to her barbarians as breathing. When Amarok arched a thick, black brow, giving her an expectant look, she pushed off from her stool and sat on the cushions beside him, her insides turning to liquid fire. How desperately she wanted to fuck him. "I knew you'd come." She traced the taut veins protruding down his neck. He smelled like a goat. She recited a cleansing spell under her breath, pleased when his stink was replaced with a strong, woodsy scent.
"Why's that?"
He looked her over as if he was assessing her worth. His scrutiny always made her feel small, but she gravitated toward him like a woman bewitched. She leered up at him from under her lashes. "No man can resist me." He laughed, then let out a rancid belch. She arched away from him, scowling, and fanned her face.
"Villagers call you a demon."
He looked at her with a sneer as if she was cursed with the plague. Her heart caught in her throat when his brothers snarled at her like rabid wolves. Would they despise her if they learned of her demon blood? "Do they?"
"Are you?"
Luther asked, giving her an accusatory look. She turned up her nose. "I've already told you who I am." She avoided his gaze, not to hide her lie, but because he was the most terrifying of the brothers. He also made her the wettest when he drove into her like a battering ram. Without waiting for her permission, Luther dug his thick fingers into her waist and jerked her onto his lap. When she tried to pull away, he latched onto her breast, rolling the nipple between his fingers.
"If you are the daughter of a goddess, why do you toy with us mere mortals when you can have gods kneeling at your feet?"
"Why do you question me after all I've done for you?" She whimpered, knowing it drove him wild when she played the weak mortal. "Have I not already granted 2 of your wishes?" Though she wasn't trapped in a rusty lamp, like her mother, she had djinn powers to grant as many wishes as she wanted. She'd told them she could only grant 3 between them. A lie, but a necessary one. One of the sage pieces of advice from her mother. Humans needed limits, as they were prone to greed. Besides, after the 3rd wish was granted, if they stayed with her, it was the only way to tell if they truly loved her. Some part of her didn't want to know that answer, though. She chose to believe they'd love her forever, even if they wouldn't. She regretted that she'd given them their first 2 wishes so quickly. But at the time, she hadn't wanted to keep them. Then Luther had done that thing with his tongue. Would they discard her after she granted their 3rd wish? She prayed they were just as addicted to her as she was to them.
"You have,"
he whispered hotly, nibbling her neck.
"Our cousin has recovered from the deformity that left her lame, and our crops are producing more than enough to feed the village and offer tribute to the Romans."
She tipped back her head, giving him easier access. "Would a demon do such things for you?" He laughed and reached between her legs.
"She would, if she wanted something in return."
No use denying it. They would find out soon enough. Besides, a djinn wasn't quite a demon. They'd no reason to fear her or think her vile. Falling back against the silks, she spread her legs. "And you know what I want, don't you?" When he looked down at her, the battle scars on his cheeks standing out beneath the glow of the flickering candlelight. She felt like a hare caught in a wolf's jowls. A wicked gleam flashed in his eyes.
"We do."
"Then love me," she pleaded, pleased when his brothers stripped out of their clothes, their magnificent cocks springing free. She inwardly smiled, knowing her barbarians would fuck her raw. Jezebeth laid in Day and Fenrir's arms. She was more sated than she'd been in her life after being thoroughly loved by her barbarians. Amarok and Luther had left them in bed and gone to the table, their backs to her, their heads bent toward each other while they poured the last of the wine. The two eldest brothers were always aloof and reserved, but they were even more so now. Something was weighing heavily on their minds. When Amarok turned to her, shadows cast over his features. She knew he had decided on his final wish. She feared they'd discard her after she gave them what they wanted. But why would they? She was far more beautiful than any of the pale, filthy women of their village, whose hands and feet were always coated with grime, and whose teeth were dark with decay. Untangling herself from the younger brothers, she sat up when Amarok cleared his throat, piercing her with a look that tied her stomach in knots.
"We've decided on our final wish,"
he said, sharing a secretive look with Luther. She had to work hard to push out her words through a throat that was rougher than frozen tree bark. "What is it?"
"Give us the power to protect our tribe and drive all Romans back across the sea."
The determined look in his eyes and the hard set of his jaw told her he wouldn't accept her refusal. She scooted to the edge of the bed. "You're asking too much." It was hard to maintain eye contact when he looked at her like a lion about to devour its prey. He snorted, sharing a derisive look with Luther.
"I thought you could grant any wish." "That is what you said,"
Luther sneered. She cursed herself a fool for making them such promises. I can, but this wish will take dark magic."
"I don't give a damn,"
Amarok roared, pounding the table.
"We'll all be dead soon if we can't defeat them."
His ferocity made her insides churn. "Exactly what kind of power do you want?" She tensed, fearing his answer. Clenching his hands into fists, he glared down at her.
"Give us the power to transform into frightening beasts that will make our enemies run away like squawking hens."
He was asking her to make him a god. She should have never told them the story of the Dark Ones, the frightening demon beasts who ruled all of hell. The only way to grant such a wish was to steal powers from the Dark Ones themselves. Practicing such spells was forbidden and carried a sentence worse than death if she were caught. When Amarok knelt beside her and looked into her eyes with burning intensity, her resolve to refuse him weakened, and she felt compelled to look away.
"Jezebeth,"
he whispered, her name sliding off his tongue like warm honey. He cupped her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze, and the last of her resolve melted away.
"If you love us, you won't deny us."
"Very well, I'll do it," she said on a rush of air, regretting the words the moment they spilled from her mouth. But there was no turning back now. She was too in love with them to deny them anything. Turning up her chin, she looked into his eyes. The least the brothers could do in return was promise their undying love. "But you must do something for me."
"That's not how you said these wishes worked."
Amarok abruptly stood, his mouth hitched in a triumphant grin.
"We've already surrendered our bodies to you,"
Luther said, the venom in his tone sounding almost as if he'd despised sleeping with her.
"Is that not enough?"
She was momentarily dumbstruck. They enjoyed betting her. Their hard cocks and satisfied groans were proof enough that they weren't being coerced. Yet he acted as if rutting with her had been a chore. Her expression hardened. She wouldn't let him see how badly he'd hurt her. "It's never enough," she finally said.
"Are you going to grant our wish or not?"
Amarok crossed his arms. "So impatient," she snapped, anger overshadowing her pain. His dark look sliced a hole through her heart, and she wondered if he and his brothers had ever cared for her.
We have no choice.
Luther stood beside his brother.
War is imminent.
Very well, she said and sighed, hating herself for capitulating so easily. Come back tomorrow. The moon will be full. It's the best time to do the ritual. She tried to think of a way to give them powers without stealing from demons, and a thought occurred to her. Perhaps she could placate them by giving them wolf powers. But first, you must kill a wolf and bring its body to me. Can you do that?
We're hunters.
Day laughed.
Of course we can.
He glared at her intently with that same look of scorn his older brothers were giving her. She told herself this was the natural behavior of barbarians, that they were gruff with everyone, unlike her last lovers. The Roman soldiers had hung on her every word and practically tripped over their shields to do her bidding. She hadn't granted them any wishes. She hadn't needed to do anything to win their affection, other than spread her legs. Perhaps she should return to them, instead of wasting her time on these barbaric beasts. Giving the brothers a cool look, she bottled up her emotions, trying hard to ignore the stirrings in her heart of longing and regret. Turning her back to her lovers, she slipped into her robe and drank the remaining wine in her goblet. She resolved to tell them to leave her tent and never come back. She sucked in a breath when strong hands encircled her waist.
We will see you tomorrow, goddess.
Luther whispered against her heated skin while dragging his teeth down her neck. She turned to putty in his arms when he kneaded her breasts and pressed his hard cock between her buttocks. She pulled up her robe, giving him full access to her weeping cunt, and then let out a groan of disappointment when he released her, following his brothers out without a backward glance. Their laughter echoed through the forest and reverberated inside her skull. They were ruthless and cruel, but their indifference only made her want them more.
Brother,
Luther whispered to Amarok. They were crouched behind a bush, waiting for Day to strike his target, a young buck with horns that would look nice hanging over their hearth. The meat and skin would feed and clothe his people, after they used it to lure in the wolf.
That temptress is no goddess.
Amarok held up a silencing hand when the buck looked up. Day's arrow sliced through the air, hitting the beast in the lungs with a thwump. The animal fell over, and the does around him scattered.
Good shot,
Amarok said to Day. His brother stood, slinging his bow over his shoulder while giving Luther a dark look.
I almost missed when you spooked him.
Luther shrugged an apology as the four of them went over to the stag. Amarok let out a low whistle. The red buck had 6 beautiful points on either side. He wondered if he and his brothers would have horns after Jezebeth turned them into beasts. He would like long, curled horns that protruded from the tops of their skulls, and tusks descending from their gums to match, just like the dark ones Jezebeth had described.
Why do we submit to her?
Luther asked as he unsheathed his boning knife. Amarok scowled at him.
You didn't protest when you were spilling your seed into her warm cunt.
Luther's pale skin colored, and he dropped his gaze to the blood that spilled from the stag's chest.
I feel entranced when we're with her. She puts me under a spell. Me too,
Fenrir said, flushing crimson. He knelt beside Amarok. Amarok always had a strange, dreamlike feeling when they were with her, but her power over him was subsiding.
She's a powerful sorceress.
They dragged the carcass through the forest to a nearby clearing, its blood painting a path in the dry earth. Luther wiped sweat from his brow.
But not a goddess. No.
Amarok helped cut out the stag's entrails.
A witch at best. A demon at worst. Then why do we continue to visit her?
Luther asked. Amarok sliced open its neck, letting its blood gush onto his hands as it dripped from its severed cavity.
Do you wish to defeat the Romans, or not? I do,
Luther said while they finished helping Day gut the stag.
But at what price?
Amarok wiped blood from his hands.
We've not made her any promises yet.
Luther waved his bloody blade at him.
Not yet, but what if she turns us into these beasts, and we can't transform back? We'll be cast out by the village.
Amarok puffed up his chest, summoning a confidence he didn't feel.
If she curses us, we'll find another witch to help us undo the spell.
At least, he prayed they would. Their demon lover might sink her claws too deep, enslaving them and forcing them to do her bidding. Still, he could think of worse masters than a beautiful, sex-starved demon. Holding the stag's guts in one hand and the blade in the other, Luther had a maddening, desperate look in his eyes as he gave Amarok a hard stare.
And if we can't?
Fenrir and Day flanked Luther, looking at Amarok as if their souls depended on his answer. Then again, perhaps they did.
We have no choice,
he finally answered.
There will be nothing left of our tribe if we can't defend ourselves against the Romans.
Chapter 2. Jezebeth swallowed her unease when 4 familiar hulking shadows appeared outside her tent. They didn't wait for her permission as they pushed their way inside. Amarok carried the body of a large gray wolf across his shoulders. She motioned toward the pentagram salt circle in the center. "Put the beast there." After Amarok dumped the carcass on the floor, the brothers wordlessly went to the table, which was laden with an even bigger feast and extra jugs of wine. She hoped to get them good and drunk, and not only so she could take advantage of them. In that condition, they'd be more willing to accept her compromise. She couldn't possibly give them demon powers without stealing from other demons. And not just their magic, but their souls, too. Such a spell was forbidden, and she had no wish to anger the Vindictus, the demon council that ruled the underworld. Her lovers would simply have to settle for wolf powers. Wolves were strong and brave. They had no reason to object. Her lovers ate their fill and drank all the wine, but their eyes were still sharp, their movements precise. These barbarians had constitutions of iron. When she motioned toward the bed, Amarok shook his head.
We can rut later. Fulfill your final wish,
he said firmly. Batting her lashes, she protruded her generous cleavage. She might be a djinn, but she had the libido of a siren. "Are you sure I can't offer you a diversion first?"
No.
He shook her off with a grunt. The rejection stung. Amarok didn't love her, and never would. He would leave her soon, and his brothers would go with him. If djinns were able to make wishes for themselves, she'd force her barbarians to love her. She could still place a condition on their wish, that they serve as her lovers for eternity. But would she want to take unwilling lovers to her bed? She instructed them to each take a point of the pentagram, with her taking the 5th one. The wolf's body lay in the center. He was big, with long fangs, and she sensed his spirit nearby, the heavy dark paw of an alpha wolf cut down in his prime. Animal spirits usually took days to leave their bodies. Predators took even longer. Closing her eyes, she called to the wolf, pulling his energy toward her. When she felt the spirit's breath on her nape, she asked for his forgiveness before murmuring the spell that split his spirit with a violent crack. His howl of agony made her head hurt, and then his voice was silenced, replaced with 4 distinct whimpers. Opening her eyes, she stared at 4 flickering orbs of light, not much bigger than candle flames. Holding out her hands, she pulled the orbs close to her heart, murmuring words of comfort to the confused wolf spirits. She went first to Amarok. Repeat after me. I receive this spirit with an open mind and willing heart." Another arrow lodged in her heart at the lack of trust in his eyes, but he finally repeated the words. "Now open your mouth," she said, then held her breath while waiting for him to comply. She saw none of the tenderness in his eyes that he'd shown during their lovemaking. Odd how, at this moment, when he was most vulnerable, she could read him so easily. What she saw nearly stole the breath from her lungs. His eyes burned with longing and determination, but the flame of fear burned brightly like 1,000 suns. He was terrified, not of her or the spell, but of failing his people. His need to drive out the Romans was more powerful than any feelings he'd ever felt for her. As long as the invaders plagued them, he'd never be free to love her. Her wolf spell might not be enough to help them conquer their enemies. She held an orb to his lips, and it slid down his throat. His irises slowly turned silver, revealing the wolf soul inside him. She repeated the ritual with his brothers, then clasped her hands together and whispered an incantation over the wolf's body, saddened when his corpse turned to ash. Spinning a slow circle, she looked at them. "Now, channel your beasts." She clenched her hands until nails broke skin, terrified that Amarok would be displeased with her gift. Amarok and his brothers threw back their heads and howled as fur sprouted on their faces and arms. Amarok's eyes glowed blinding white before he turned to her with a snarl.
"This is not what I asked for. I wanted you to make us like the Dark Ones from your stories. The demons who can slay dragons with wind and fire and shatter bones with their roars." He advanced toward her with a menacing look. She nearly tripped over her own feet as she backed up, scattering salt. "You wanted to become frightening beasts, and you are." The lie that spilled from her lips burned the back of her throat. But at the moment, she only cared about escaping his wrath. "This won't frighten Romans,"
he pounded his broad chest.
"A few arrows, and we'll all be dead."
Luther stepped between them, looking as if he might defend her, but then he turned on her, too.
"There is more to this spell."
She sucked in a breath, fearing what he'd ask her next. "There isn't." Nostrils flaring, a low growl erupted from his throat.
"My instinct tells me you're lying."
He and his brothers growled at her. What had she done? In giving them wolf spirits, she'd also given them wolf instincts. There was no lying to them now. She left the broken salt circle and lowered herself onto a bench, dismayed when they followed her. She downed what was left of a goblet of wine, exhaled shakily, and slowly stood. "You're asking me to turn you into demons."
"No,"
Amarok hollered, pounding the table.
"I'm telling you."
She clasped her hands in a prayer pose, while hoping she could sway him with her feminine charms. "I don't think you understand the repercussions of such a spell." He let out a roar, shaking a fist in her face.
"I don't care."
Her shoulders slumped, resigned. "Very well." She cursed herself for ever making these barbarians such a foolish promise. But there was no turning back now. She only hoped she'd survive the consequences. She returned to the salt circle, fixed the part she'd sent awry, and sat beside the ashes of the dead wolf. Closing her eyes, she envisioned herself as a black serpent and chanted the spell that would take her soul on a dangerous journey to hell. Dragomir stirred the embers of the hearth and returned to his brother and their mate on the fur rug. After battling Hellfire's flames, they'd come home from a successful hunt, having retrieved enough souls to satisfy the beast and keep them well fed for many weeks. His two youngest brothers kept watch at the mouth of the cave for any signs of the Vindictus spies that had trailed them on their hunt They would have to try harder if they thought to steal Deiva. She belonged to the Fangborns now. No demon was a match for Dragomir or his brothers. Those foolish enough to cross them ended up as more fuel for the beast. After ruling Hell for several centuries, the Dark Ones had established themselves as the Alpha Demons. They who fed the beast ruled all of Hell. Deiva spread out before Horatu in all her naked glory. Her long dark hair fanned out around her dusky skin. Her round breasts hardened to firm peaks, and her golden eyes glowing, while his older brother lazily fingered her dripping cunt. She growled her approval as he stroked her until she thrashed against the furs. Dragomir knelt in front of his goddess, delving into her honeypot with his tongue, drinking in her essence as he swirled around her swollen pearl. She lifted her legs higher and ran her fingers through his thick hair, stroking his horns and driving him mad with lust, for his horns were almost as sensitive as his cock. When she flooded his mouth, her clit twitching with each stroke, he climbed up her and slid into her slick heat, fucking her rough and hard, just the way she liked it. Eyes rolling into the back of his head, a groan tore from his throat as her tight sheath milked his seed. He collapsed on top of her, their sweat mingling as she rolled him over, kissing him hard. She stroked the stubble on his jaw. "Ready me, please?" she said with a hiss. He pulled out and dragged the moisture from her dripping sex toward her anus, rubbing it inside her puckered hole until she was ready. Horatu flipped her onto her stomach, his fangs extending, and slowly stretched, then filled her tight hole. Dragomir sat in front of her, grasped the back of her head, and shoved her mouth onto his cock, forcing her to swallow him whole. Their goddess loved it when they were rough with her, and she was rough in return, scratching their thighs and backs with her long, sharp nails until their shimmering skin was streaked with blood. She slurped up and down his cock like she was trying to suck marrow from a bone. It didn't take him long to explode. She swallowed every drop while Horatu fucked her harder, jarring her forward with each thrust. He came with a roar, digging his claws into her round bottom as he jerked against her. He flipped her on her back, driving into her cunt while sinking his fangs into her breast. They rutted like possessed animals, blood from the wounds on her breast streaking her sides. After they collapsed with satisfied noises, Horatu licked the wounds on her breast until the blood crusted and healed. Watching them fuck had made Dragomir harder than an iron blade. He was ready to impale his goddess once more. After his brother rolled off her, he grabbed her slender ankle in a bruising grip, then paused when a strange black smoke filled the chamber, twisting and turning like the body of a serpent. "Horatu," he whispered urgently to his brother, who was resting on his back, eyes closed. Horatu's eyes shot open. He looked at the smoke and then reached for his blade, which had been demon-cursed and forged in fire. Dragomir pushed Deiva down, pressing his finger to his lips while reaching for his blade. She scooted back, magic sparking off her fingers as Dragomir and Horatu circled the smoky serpent that wound its way toward them, its tail disappearing behind the charcoal rocks above them, like an apparition poking through a wall. Dragomir knew this was no apparition. The creature smelled like dark magic. What was it doing here? And what did it want with them? When its inky tongue flicked from its jowls, Dragomir raised his sword and let out a roar. The serpent, moving fast, struck Horatu, who fell on his knees with a keening cry. The snake dug its fangs into his shoulder. Dragomir ran to his brother, then spun on his heel when the snake suddenly let go and lunged for Deiva. She cried out when it struck, a hopeless wail shattering his black heart. the snake reared back and disappeared in an explosion of thick, acrid smoke. Horetu and Deiva burst like exploding stars, a cataclysm of light and dust that filled their cavern, burning Dragomir's lungs and stinging his eyes. Survival instinct kicked in, and he ran, his legs weighted with stone and his heartbeat slowing to a dull thud as he trudged to the mouth of the cavern. His vision blurred, and his younger brothers morphed into two long shadows against the backdrop of hell's crimson fires. He thought he heard them cry and run to him. He prayed they'd leave him to choke on the darkness that permeated his soul, for he knew without a doubt that Horetu and Deiva were lost to him. Jezebeth opened her eyes and looked across the pentagram circle at Amarok after her foray into hell. She regretted stealing the souls of the demons. Though she'd tried to capture all three, one had escaped. No, that wasn't true. She'd let him escape after being frightened by the malice in his eyes. There was no doubt he'd call for vengeance. Her only saving grace was that she'd disguised herself as a snake. The Vindictus would not know it was her. She wrestled with the two souls that flamed and flickered and burned her hands. They were far more volatile than the wolf, and she wondered if she'd be able to split them. When one soul snapped away from her with a violent clap and raced up her arm, she knew she was out of time. Hissing, she ran to Amarok. "Say the words," she cried, wrestling with the angry spirits. Blisters were already forming on her burned hands. "I receive these spirits with an open mind and willing heart." When he repeated the words and opened his mouth, she shoved both souls at him. He swallowed both orbs. When he crumpled to the floor in a lifeless heap, his brothers dropped beside him, shaking his shoulders.
"What did you do to him?"
Luther asked accusingly, his eyes shining like twin moons. I... Clutching her throat, she stepped back. "I had no choice. I had to put both demons inside him."
"Two demons?"
Luther hollered. She sucked in a sharp breath when Amarok flopped around on the floor like a fish out of water, foam bubbling around his mouth. There was no way a mortal man could survive long with two demons inside him. She looked at her blackened hands. Her fingers throbbed, but none of the brothers asked if she was okay, as they called Amarok's name. When Amarok stopped shaking and went eerily still, she wondered if she'd pass out from fright. His arms and legs sprouted like massive tree trunks covered with fur, and his head swelled to 3 times normal size. Large horns curled from his head, and massive tusks hung down from his mouth. He sat up, pounding his chest like an ape, and let out a roar that rattled her bones. When he stood, his head ripped through the top of the tent. She screamed when the tent collapsed around them. Suddenly, she was standing in open air, watching helplessly while Amarok shredded the tent and snapped the poles like twigs. His brothers had shifted into gray wolves and howled at the full moon. Amarok stomped over the debris, each step shifting the ground like earthquake tremors, causing her to fall to her knees. Amarok ran into the forest, knocking down trees as if they were no heavier than blades of grass, his wolf brothers following in his wake. By the gods, what had she done? Chapter 3. Luther and his brothers ran behind Amarok, shredding Romans with their sharp teeth, while Amarok tore down their tents, broke their spears in half, and tossed soldiers around like they were mere stones. The brothers discovered quickly their sudden power to communicate through thought, as a shower of arrows rained down on them.
"Look out!"
Day yelled, his thought ricocheting through their heads moments before the projectiles hit. Luther and his wolf brothers were able to jump out of the line of fire, but Amarok didn't move fast enough. He was struck twice in the back and 3 times in the legs. He ripped out the arrows, which looked like needles compared to his massive body. Amarok's rampage continued until he reached the tent that contained an older soldier, a general, judging by the gold embroidery on his tunic and the plumes on his helmet. He popped off the man's head and arms like a human, ripping the extremities and wings off a bug, discarded the body parts, and stalked over to a raven-haired girl, hiding behind a jumble of furs. Before Luther could stop Amarok, he scooped the girl into his arms, tossed her over his shoulder, and lumbered past piles of Roman corpses on the way out of camp. She pounded his back to no avail. "Put me down! Put me down!" Luther followed at his heels, speaking to him through thought.
"Brother, put the girl down."
Amarok refused to release her and sprinted through the forest as if the hounds of hell were on his heels. They went deeper into the woods, the Romans' screams just a memory, drowned out by the pounding of Luther's heart. The girl had gone limp, and her black hair hung down Amarok's back like a curtain of ink. Luther thought she might be injured from the rough way she'd been handled. By the time they reached a clearing in the heart of the dark forest, Luther was nearly out of breath, his tail hanging limply between his legs. He summoned the power to shift into human form, his bones breaking and his skin burning for less than a heartbeat. He was amazed at how fast the transition had been. Amarok was still a hairy, horned beast, towering above them like a pine.
"Shift back into a human,"
he projected to his brother. Amarok frowned.
"Can't, human."
That wasn't good. Would Amarok remain a beast forever? After he lowered the girl to the mossy ground, Luther went to her and checked her pulse, relieved to see she was still alive. She groaned and rolled onto her side. Luther jumped back when she heaved. He frowned at his brother.
"See what you've done?"
Amarok pointed at her, his heavy brow drawn so low it almost hung over his eyes.
"Mate."
Luther blinked up at him.
"What?"
Amarok thumbed his chest.
"Mate, Amarok. You can't mate with her?"
Luther snapped.
"You'd crush her."
Had this curse also robbed Amarok of his human intelligence? Luther wouldn't put it past the witch to have cursed him with a simple mind, a dangerous combination when paired with his current size and strength. Still in wolf form, Luther's brothers circled the girl, whimpering. Fenrir licked her face. She sat up and wrapped her arms around his neck, groaning into his fur. "Thank you," she whispered. Luther knelt beside the girl.
"Are you all right?"
She looked at him through her dark curtain of hair, and he was surprised by beautiful violet eyes set against smooth alabaster skin. "I will be in a moment. Thank you." She wore a simple tunic, and mystical tattoos on her exposed arms indicated she was a healer from a local tribe, possibly even a witch. He wondered if she knew a spell to help Amarok shift back into his mortal skin. He felt a strong pull toward the girl and fought the urge to stroke her smooth skin as one word projected into his mind. Mate. Were they all going mad, or had she bewitched them? Fenrir sat beside her, letting her lean against his side.
"Do you feel the pull toward her too, brother?"
he asked him.
"Yes." "We're sorry about our brother,"
Luther said to her. "He's your brother?" She pushed her hair back, revealing beautiful, full lips and rosy cheeks. She had the face of a goddess. No wonder Amarok had been smitten with her. Luther cursed himself for gaping at her too long.
He was cursed by a witch."
She grimaced at the beast, narrowing her eyes when he flashed a wide, fanged smile. "No witch has the power to create demons."
"This one does,"
Fenrir answered, after shifting to a human. She yelped and scooted away. "By the goddess!" she cried, her hand flying to her chest, then yelped again when Day shifted too. "Only a demon can make other demons. Did the demon curse all of you?" Luther swallowed back a knot of apprehension. Somehow, he knew this girl spoke the truth. Jezebeth was a demon, which explained the power she had over them. She was beautiful, But when they were near her, their dicks hardened to painful proportions until thoughts of rutting consumed them. No human woman could cast such a spell over them.
We asked her to change us, but we didn't expect Amarok to come out so—
He paused, trying to find the right words. So beastly? She added.
Uncontrollable,
He answered.
and he can't shift back into a human like we can.
Amarok whimpered and sat with a thud, making the earth shake. She bit her bottom lip, which was full and red, like a rose in bloom. Don't any of you have clothes? Heat crept into Luther's cheeks as he looked down. He and his brothers were never ashamed to parade before Jezebeth with their cocks swinging between their legs. But with this girl, he was oddly self-conscious.
We tore them when we changed. Was that Roman soldier your lover?
Fenrir blurted, cheeks coloring. No, she said, smoothing wrinkles out of her tunic. He was my captor.
So my brother freed you?
Luther asked. She rolled her eyes up at Amarok. If you want to call it that. Fenrir moved close to her, nostrils flaring as he sniffed her hair. Fenrir was acting like a dog. Luther scratched the back of his head, growling when he felt the sting of a flea bite.
What's your name?
Fenrir asked her. She gave him a questioning look. Amara? Amarok slapped the ground.
Amarok! Amara! Mates!
She vehemently shook her head. I don't think so. Luther thought it odd that her name was so similar to his brother's. Was it coincidence or fate?
You're not mating with anyone, brother, until we can figure out how to reverse your transformation.
He smiled at the girl.
I'm Luther.
He pointed to his younger brothers.
These are Day and Fenrir. You've already met Amarok. Mates,
Amarok said again. Amara gave him a wary look. A chill wind blew through the trees, a welcome sensation on Luther's heated skin. When Amara's teeth began to chatter, Amarok draped a hairy arm around her shoulders.
Keep mate warm,
he said, flashing a fanged grin. She gasped when he pulled her into his lap, but didn't fight him.
Be gentle with her,
Luther warned his brother. Amarok patted her hair like he was petting a dog.
Amarok, keep mate safe. How did you come to be captive to the Romans?
Luther asked her. A sickness struck the camp, she said, slapping Amarok's hand away when he touched her face. They needed a healer.
Are you a good healer?
He asked, hope springing in his chest. She narrowed her eyes. What is it you want, Luther? Her tone was surprisingly defiant for someone who was currently hostage to a beast and 3 wolves. He gestured to Amarok.
Can you get the demons out of our brother? No.
Amarok frowned.
Demons stay. Are you mad, brother?
He snapped.
Did you see what he did to those Romans?
Day asked him.
This is what we wanted, the power to defeat our enemies. But the demons have completely taken over our brother.
Luther waved at Amarok as if he was talking about a lame horse. What you need is a way to bind them, Amara said. He gave her a pointed look.
Bind them?
She looked up at Amarok and scowled when he gave her a big, goofy grin. Give your brother the power to control his inner demons.
Can you do this?
Luther asked. I don't know. She twisted her corded belt around her finger. This kind of magic requires a powerful witch. Gwendian lives nearby.
No,
Luther said forcefully.
That witch is Jezebeth's minion.
Ah, she tapped her chin. So it was Jezebeth who cursed you. That explains so much. Gwendian is not Jezebeth's minion, she answered, with a surprisingly straight face. She obeys Abera, Jezebeth's mother. Luther balled his hands into fists. Jezebeth had a mother? It didn't bode well for them if there were more demons like her.
How do you know this?
She shrugged. Gwendian is my grandmother. Luther shot to his feet. Day and Fenrir growled beside him, hair sprouting on their arms and faces. Amarok wrapped his arms protectively around her and snarled at them.
"Are you a demon too?"
he asked the girl. "No," she tossed back her head, laughing. "I'm a witch. Jezebeth was once like a sister to me. After my mother died, grandmother raised both of us. She taught me all I know about being a witch." More laughter bubbled from her throat. "Jezebeth only cared about seducing men. After I returned to live with my father's people, I saw things more clearly. I don't think Jezebeth is evil, but I fear her demon blood will lead her down a dark path."
"She's already traveling that path,"
Luther grumbled.
"Look at what she did to our brother."
Amarok whimpered and hung his head. Amara patted his hand like a mother soothing a child. "What she did to your brother is nothing compared to the evil a djinn can unleash on the world." Luther arched a brow.
"A djinn?"
"A powerful demon who can grant wishes. Djinns are also tricky. Their wishes are usually not granted without someone paying a heavy price." Luther's shoulders fell, and he felt as if the world would open up beneath him and swallow him whole. Why had he and his brothers been so foolish?
"So we've found out."
She turned in Amarok's lap, grasping his big face in her small hands. "I sensed the two demons inside him, a protector and his mate." Amarok gazed at her as if she was the moon, sun, and all the stars. Maybe she was, but after being burned by Jezebeth, he was hesitant to fall for another pretty face.
"A protector?"
"Large, frightening demons with the strength of a god." He swallowed.
"Can you help him?"
"I will try," she said, "but I can't make any promises." Luther knew they'd have to, once again, trust their fates to a bewitching female. What if she put an even worse curse on them? He swore under his breath, knowing they had no choice. Heart pounding, mind racing, Dragomir paced the hard floor, light from the overhead sconces bathing the dark chamber in a soft yellow glow. His eyes burned, and his chest ached as he longingly looked at the piles of ash that had once been his brother and mate.
"Who would have the power to do this?"
Lucian asked, his voice raw and rough with emotion. He glared at his brother. The smallest of his pack, and armed with an enchanted sense of smell, Lucian had the ability to creep into small spaces and sniff out souls. He had inherited powerful wind magic from Deiva after their blood bond. If he'd been here during the attack, he could have blown back that demon snake. He also had the keenest instincts and knew the answer to his own question.
"A djinn,"
he said. Cyrus, their youngest brother, shot to his feet, black fur sprouting across his gray skin.
"That magic is forbidden!"
Dragomir grimaced.
"I know."
Cyrus threw up his hands, looking like a lost lamb with wide, frightened eyes.
"What do we do?"
Dragomir knew exactly why his brother was frightened. Like him, Hordetu had the power to shift not only into a demon wolf, but also into a protector, a giant, hairy demon with the power of a god. With Hordetu gone, their pack had only one protector left. Deiva was also a skilled witch who could blast their adversaries with balls of flame and bolts of energy. Lucian and Cyrus were useful pack members and had magical abilities of their own, but their pack was vulnerable now. Not that it mattered if they perished. Without Deiva and Hordetu, Dragomir had no desire to survive. What difference did it make if the beast swallowed them? His existence would be mired in misery either way. But for the sake of his brothers, and to avenge the deaths of his brother and mate, he would have to delay his end until the djinn who did this was punished. And by punished, he meant burning out her eyes and shredding her flesh before feeding her to the beast.
"We go to the Vindictus,"
he finally said. As much as he loathed the Demon Council, they were the only ones who could locate the djinn responsible. Cyrus's eyes flashed red.
"Those witches are useless, not to mention they harbor a grudge against us."
Dragomir flexed his fingers, his claws extending to fine points.
"If they do nothing, I will destroy them. Then I will rip every last djinn to shreds until we find the one who took our mate and brother."
Luther sat in the charred remains of what had once been Amara's hut and watched with interest as she crushed herbs against a stone while chanting under her breath. He had no idea why he and his brothers had put so much trust in this witch, but his instincts were sharper now. He couldn't explain how he knew to trust a witch who'd been raised among demons, but he did. The healing poultice she'd put on Amarok's arrow wounds had worked amazingly fast, and they were already scabbed over. She'd put Day and Fenrir to work creating a pentagram circle big enough to encompass all 5 of them using a bag of salt that she'd kept hidden in a chest underground, along with many herbs and candles. He was surprised to see that the witch had so much salt. A bag of such size would have been worth an entire herd of goats. The salt was for their safety, Amara said. It kept the demons from escaping the circle and unleashing havoc on the world. His brothers had drawn the circle around Amarok, who sat in the center with a furrowed brow. Amarok's condition was worsening. He no longer talked to them with words. He could only grunt and shrug, a hopeless look in his eyes.
"What's wrong with him?"
he asked her as he leaned closer, but he already knew the answer. The demons were taking over. "The demons are too strong for his mortal body," she said. "I'm not sure binding them will work." A knot of fear soured in his gut.
"Then what will?"
When she looked at him, he wasn't reassured by the pity reflecting in her eyes. "After splitting up the demons, I can remove one, but I will need a vessel to put it into."
"What kind of vessel?"
Fenrir asked, handing her the empty bag of salt and then sitting on her other side. A tick worked in her jaw before her eyes hardened. "A human."
"Use me,"
he blurted, not even giving it a second thought. He'd do anything to save his brother.
"You can use me, too,"
Day said as he knelt in front of her.
"And me,"
Fenrir said through a trembling voice. He was afraid, but still loyal to his brothers. She gaped at them as if they'd grown second heads. "So the demons can turn you mad, too?" Luther threw up his hands, frustration gnawing a hole in his skull.
"What choice do we have?"
"Will that work?" Day asked. "I'm not sure." She rubbed her chin. "I don't know if any of this will work."
"Can you at least try?"
he pleaded, hating the note of desperation in his voice. But watching his brother fade away was more than he could bear. "Yes," she finally answered. He released a strained breath and grasped her hand.
"Thank you."
She pulled free, but not before a jolt raced from her arm to his. If she was alarmed by the static from their touch, she didn't show it as she dumped the herbs on the hearth, and a plume of sage-smelling smoke filled the hut. Careful not to disturb the salt, they each took a position inside a point. Amarok, in the center, moaned uneasily, but followed Amara's orders. For that, Luther was grateful. Lowering her head, she raised her arms and began a melodic chant, the words indecipherable. He sucked in a breath when wisps of smoke streamed from her hands, curling like snakes toward Amarok's chest. His brother groaned louder, looking at the snakes as if they were venomous.
"Be still, brother,"
Luther projected to him, relieved when he quieted. Amarok went eerily still, his eyes frozen as if in shock when the wisps touched him. Luther wasn't prepared for the bolt that shot out of Amarok and hit him in the chest, puncturing him like an arrow. 2 more bolts hit his brothers. He grunted, then hissed when a searing pain shot through his limbs and into his fingertips. And then he felt it, the call of the beast. The creature inside him ripped through his flesh, broke his bones, and let out a primal roar. He shot up like a geyser bursting from the ground, towering above the others, his head sticking out of the top of the hut. He held a hand out to Amarok, who stood beside him. The horns on his head had disappeared, and his tusks had shrunk. He was also shorter than before, though not by much. His red demon eyes shifted into brilliant white.
"Luther,"
he said in a voice as deep as a roll of thunder.
"Amarok,"
he answered in an equally deep voice. He flashed a fanged grin.
"I can control my demon."
Luther couldn't help smiling back.
"So can I."
His gaze snapped to his brothers when they howled. Though they were still wolves, they were as big as bears, with thick, black fur and bright silver eyes. Luther willed himself to change and was surprised when he shrank down into his human form. When Amarok had also transformed, he let out a victory yell and hugged his brother hard.
"Thank you."
He winked at Amara, who looked away, her pale cheeks flaming red. His youngest brothers shifted into humans, too.
"We can control our beasts,"
Day hollered, thrusting a fist into the air.
"What now?"
he asked Amarok. His eyes had a silver glow.
"Now, we finish killing Romans."
Chapter 4. Amarok woke to the fragrant aroma of cooked meat and spices. He rolled on his side, smiling when he spied the pretty witch Amara. Her long black braids swayed against her round bottom as she stirred a pot of stew.
"Mine,"
his beast growled from somewhere in the pit of his soul. He didn't bother telling the beast to hush. It had a mind of its own. He was just glad he was able to control the shifts, and it was all thanks to his pretty witch. From the moment he'd spied her, cowering behind that pile of furs, he'd known she was his destined mate. "Good morning," she said, her back still turned as she tasted the stew. "How do you feel?" His stomach rumbled.
"Eat,"
his beast commanded.
"Hungry,"
he said and sat up. His brothers were spread out around the hearth. Luther and Day were stirring, and Fenrir was still passed out.
"How long have we been sleeping?"
he asked. He vaguely remembered he and his brothers invading a Roman camp and tearing the soldiers limb from limb before returning to Amara's charred hut. "You got back late," she said, nodding toward a tear in the wall revealing a ray of pink sunlight. "You've slept most of the day. The sun is going down." They'd taken a great risk, not with their lives, but with hers. They shouldn't have left her alone. What if other Romans had kidnapped her? He never would have forgiven himself.
"That long?"
He patted his gut.
"I'm starving."
When she turned to him, he was taken aback by her beauty. He'd seen her face before, but she had more color in her cheeks and an easy smile. There was a spark of joy in her eyes. Was she happy they were with her? She pressed a wooden bowl into his hands. "I've prepared a stew of roots and fish."
"Thank you,"
he said, inhaling the warm aroma as it wafted toward him. He eagerly took a bite, then moaned, his eyes rolling into the back of his head. Not only was she beautiful and clever, she was also a wonderful cook. He could get used to being with her. Fenrir woke up, and his brothers joined him, sharing bowls, as she only had 2. She sat across from them, stealing occasional glances at them while grinding more herbs. After he'd had his fill, he burped into his fist.
"I don't know how we can repay you for all you've done for us."
"You've saved me from the Romans. Now we're even." She looked away. "What will you do now, besides kill Romans?" she added, finally turning her gaze toward his. There was no mistaking the longing in her eyes. Did she feel the pull, too?
"Claim mate,"
his beast said.
"No,"
Amarok answered.
"Not until she's ready. Kill more and more Romans until they leave our land,"
Luther answered for him.
"What will you do?"
Amarok wanted to feel jealous when Luther leaned toward Amara, the intensity in his eyes revealing his feelings for her. He'd shared many women with his brothers, but Amara wasn't like them. He wanted to keep her all to himself, but the beauty's light was too bright to shine for just one man. "I don't know," she frowned, looking at the tips of her fingers, which were covered in soot. "The Romans destroyed my village."
"You can stay with us, if you like,"
Amarok and his brothers blurted. He glared at them, jealousy rearing up like a cornered serpent. Then he cursed himself for being so selfish. Her long lashes cast shadows on her cheeks when she lowered her eyes. "I don't wish to be a burden." Kneeling beside her, he cupped her chin in his hand.
"You're anything but a burden."
She pulled away, running her hands down her tunic. "How will your village react when they learn what you are?"
"They already knew of our quest,"
Amarok said with a grin.
"They will welcome us,"
Luther added, and moved closer to her to brazenly rest a hand on her knee.
"They will welcome you, too."
Amarok let out a warning growl. Luther snickered and shook his head.
"Do you intend to keep her to yourself, brother?"
he asked through thought, his voice an ominous rumble in his skull. He heaved a groan of resignation.
"I will share her, but only with my brothers."
Day flashed a broad grin.
"If she wishes to be shared." "Oh, she'll submit."
Flames danced in Luther's eyes as he looked at Amara like he was a starving wolf, and she was a fresh kill.
"I'll make sure of it."
Amara lifted her arms toward the sky, the cool autumn wind blowing through her hair as she discarded all inhibitions and danced around the bonfire. Many of the women had pulled her into their dance, embracing her as if she was a long-lost sister. She danced with Amarok and his brothers, too, her skin tingling every time they touched. They feasted on wild boar that Amarok and Luther had killed with their bare hands, and they drank so much ale, her head spun. Clutching her mug, she sat on a fur rug to catch her breath while smiling up at the stars. This night had been magical, but it was far from over. She'd seen the lust in her brothers' eyes. They wanted her, and she wanted them. She'd counted the days in captivity. The stars had aligned this night, and it was the eve of her 19th birthday. Her grandmother had prophesied about this. Though she could hardly believe it, she couldn't deny the pull she felt toward the 4 shifter brothers. Tonight, they would begin a dynasty of wolf shifter tribes that would span several millennium. Their children would mate with humans, the demon blood passed down from generation to generation.
"Come to our hut, Amara."
Luther held a hand down to her.
"We will keep you safe."
She looked at the bonfire's ebbing flames. People were returning to their huts with joined arms. For many, it was time to sleep. Butterflies swarmed Amara's stomach, for she knew they would be getting little sleep this night. She took his hand, the breath swooshing from her lungs when he hauled her against him. He dragged rough knuckles down her cheek.
"You want us,"
he said on a low rumble, his nostrils flaring.
"I can smell your desire."
Flames fanned her face and spread down her neck as the voices from camp were drowned out by the wild pounding of her heart. Biting her lip, she looked up at him while pressing her breasts against his hard chest. "I've never—" He arched a brow.
"The Romans didn't?"
She shook her head. "I brewed potions for the general's aching bones. In return, he told his men to keep their hands off me. Besides," she added, mirth in her tone, "I told them I'd put a hex on them to make their balls fall off if they laid a finger on me." His jaw dropped.
"And you've never lain with any men before? As beautiful as you are, you must have had dozens of suitors."
She rested her hand against his chest, feeling the steady heartbeat beneath. "I did, but I was saving my virgin blood."
"For what?"
he asked, clutching her shoulders, his eyes burning with the intensity of 1,000 bonfires. "My grandmother has the gift of prophecy. She told me to save myself for the eve of my 19th birthday. She said I would be the mother of the shifter race.
When is your 19th birthday?
She smelled the ale on his breath and the warm scent of sage on his skin. His smell, though foreign, was oddly familiar and comforting. Her stomach churned with anticipation. Tonight, throwing back his head, he let out a howl. His brothers surrounded them, and when they shared knowing looks, she knew they were speaking telepathically. His brothers howled too, and before she could stop them, Amarok picked her up, and they hurried to their hut with urgent strides. She could hardly believe it. She was going to be mated to demon wolves. Luther held the flap to their hut open while Amarok carried her inside. Day tied a goat to a pole beside a pile of hay on the far end of the hut. Fenrir added more wood to the fire and stirred the embers. Luther poured goblets of ale at a long table and gave her smoldering looks. Her head was already swimming from so much drink. She couldn't handle any more. Amarok laid Amara down in his bed of furs with all the care of a mother putting her babe to sleep. Wearing nothing but tight breeches, he hovered over her, his big body radiating a heat that seeped into her skin. When he stroked her cheek, a moan escaped her.
Luther told me of the prophecy. Is it your wish to be mated to us?
He asked, longing reflecting in his eyes. She nodded and placed her hand over his. His eyes shifted to bright silver before he closed them, leaning into her touch. How could she refuse him? How could she refuse herself? She didn't feel trapped by her destiny. She'd wanted these shifters the moment she met them, despite Amarok's beastly state. She'd felt inexplicably drawn to them. How she longed to feel their lips on hers, to feel that carnal passion of coupling with 4 strong, brave shifters. His eyes flew open when she pulled her hand back. They were still glowing silver and had elongated into 2 feral slits. Desire flowed through her like a raging flood. That juncture between her thighs ached and swelled.
He also told us you've never been with a man,
he whispered, his voice as gravelly and rough as old wood. I haven't.
I'll try to be gentle,
he whispered and nibbled her earlobe.
But you should know, we're not small, Amara.
A shudder coursed through her when he kneaded her breast. I didn't think you would be. She arched into his touch. His brothers joined him, peeling off her clothes and branding her skin with their hands and mouths. When Luther spread her legs and stuck his tongue into her weeping sex, she thought she'd fly off the bed. The ecstasy was exquisite. He swirled around her swollen pearl while his brothers feasted on her breasts. She cried out, thrashing the furs and digging her hands into Amarok's and Day's shoulders as Luther relentlessly teased her swollen sex. With a gasp, she tipped over the edge, flooding Luther's mouth while throbbing against his tongue. He chuckled, flattening his tongue against her sex and lapping up her juices. She melted into the furs, her eyes closing while she savored the delightful sensations that pulsed through her. When a heavy weight pressed down on her, her eyes flew open and she looked into Amarok's glowing, savage eyes. His brothers leaned back on their heels, letting Amarok dominate her.
Wrap your legs around my waist,
he whispered against her skin, his tongue parting her mouth. She lifted her legs, and he thrust his hips forward until his thick erection pressed against her dripping sex. He probed her gently, his smooth flesh sliding up and down her slick heat. Their tongues sparred as he deepened the kiss, completely encompassing her with his warmth. She raked her fingers down his back, her need for him growing. When he finally entered her, she gasped into his mouth, her tight sheath stretching at the joining of their bodies. Goddess, he's so big.
I'm sorry,
he murmured, pulling back out as he looked down into her eyes.
I warned you.
What? She gaped at him.
Your thought.
he answered, his large body suspended over hers, their breaths mingling.
It was in my head.
It was? How? Did it have something to do with the joining of their bodies? She wasn't aware of a spell for reading one's thoughts. I don't hear yours. Hovering over her, he leaned on one arm, his fangs extending. She blinked at him, dazed as he bit into his wrist. When blood leaked down his arm, he held it over her mouth.
Try now,
he said. Mesmerized by the fire in his eyes, she took the blood he offered, licking his wrist, the coppery taste of his blood flooding her mouth.
Now can you hear me?
She squealed in delight. I can hear you. How did you know?
It's the blood. Did it work?
Luther knelt beside her, rolling her nipple between calloused fingers. When Amarok nodded, Luther pushed him.
Let me try.
Amarok moved aside, and Luther held out a hand, his fingers extending to sharp claws. She cringed when he sliced open his shoulder, but he didn't even blink. Climbing between her legs, he thrust into her. She clung to him as he stretched her, an exquisite mixture of pleasure and pain, making every inch of her come to life. He pushed so deep inside her, she feared he'd split her in two.
I'll try not to break you,
he said, and chuckled. Embarrassment flushed her cheeks. Had he read her thoughts? He lowered his bloody shoulder to her mouth, his shaft banging against a sensitive drum that ached, while also craving his touch.
Taste it. You like it. Admit it.
His taunt resonated in her head as he pounded her with shallow thrusts.
You want me to fuck you hard.
She instinctively lifted her legs higher, and her head spun with lust as he pounded harder while raking sharp teeth across her neck. Oh, goddess! She clawed his back. It hurt, but she'd go mad if he stopped.
My turn,
Day said, and shoved Luther off her moments before she exploded. She instantly missed Luther's thick cock as he slid out, leaving her feeling empty and bereft. Day drew blood from his thumb with sharp canines and held it over her mouth while thrusting into her. She groaned in satisfaction, licking his thumb as he filled her completely.
Can you hear me, my beauty?
He asked, pressing a tender kiss on her forehead. Yes, oh yes! She gripped his firm buttocks, wishing he'd move faster, harder. He'd only thrust twice before Fenrir was pushing him off. His eyes rolled into the back of his head as he slid into her.
This is more exquisite than I imagined.
Don't forget to give me your blood, she thought. His sweet smile made her heart do backflips. Extending his canines, he bit his lip until blood pooled around his mouth. Then he kissed her more tenderly than she'd ever been kissed in her life.
I'd never forget, my love,
he answered.
I've been waiting my whole life to bond with you. I just didn't know it until now. All right, pup. Time to give her back.
Amarok's warning growl reverberated through her mind. A look of pain crossed Fenrir's features as he pulled out with a hiss. Sorry, my love, she said, reaching for him. Return to me soon.
A pack of rabid demons couldn't keep me from you,
he answered, his strained voice resonating in her head. Amarok took his place, entering her with ease, his large girth not hurting her now that she was as wet as a gushing geyser.
How does this feel, my love?
He asked. Perfection. She kissed his mouth, and his extended fangs scraped her lip. Pure perfection.
Good,
he answered.
I live to make you happy and protect you. You are my world now.
His declaration made her heart sing. And you're mine. He pressed his forehead against hers, moving inside her with long, slow thrusts, grinding against her pelvis and driving her toward that pinnacle once more. Afterward, they fell apart in each other's arms, their cries of ecstasy still echoing through the small hut. She sighed into his mouth, her soul sailing through the sky like a falcon. When she finally floated back down, Amarok cleaned her up and a trill coursed through her when Luther took his place. She knew he wouldn't be gentle, yet she wanted it, desperately. With a growl, he swooped her into his arms and plowed into her with bruising force. A gasp tore from her throat as she instinctively lifted her hips higher, meeting each of his brutal thrusts, relishing the mixture of pleasure and pain while clawing at his back. Clenching her hair by the roots, he captured her lips in a passionate kiss, grunting and thrusting until neither of them could hold back. A low rumble sounded from his chest like rolling thunder.
"You belong to us now."
His declaration sounded more like a warning. "I know. My place is with you."
"Don't forget it,"
he warned again. "Never, my love," she cooed, nibbling his lip while he continued to mercilessly thrust. Her orgasm hit her like a battering ram, shattering her in his arms as he spasmed against her. By the time he pulled out, her limbs were liquid, melting into the furs. She didn't know where she'd get the strength to continue when day crawled between her legs, but she didn't want to miss an opportunity to be close to him. He rocked into her, slowly and gently, moving with smooth strokes and building up her passion again. They fell apart together, riding the top of the gentle wave's current as it slowly carried them to a standstill, her sheath clenching him while he spilled into her.
"Thank you,"
he said, resting his forehead against hers. "It was my pleasure," she answered, then giggled.
"I'm so happy we found you."
He searched her eyes with such intensity it took her breath away.
"Our world was gray and dark, and now I see every color of the rainbow."
Grabbing the back of his neck, she kissed his full lips. "What you see is my love for you." When Fenrir returned, looking at her with wide eyes like a cornered animal, she knew what had to be done for the youngest, most sensitive brother. She rolled him on his back and trailed hot kisses down his neck and chest to his abdomen. "Do you want me to finish?" she asked. Even though he spoke through thought, he sounded strained.
"Only if you want to."
She resumed kissing him until her lips were hovering over his thick erection. "I want to make you happy."
"Then please keep going,"
he urged, threading his fingers through her hair, a look of desperation in his eyes. Even though she'd never done it before, she somehow knew what to do as if guided by instinct. She took his big cock in her mouth and sucked and slurped as if the shaft was lathered in manna. He threw back his head with a growl.
"Oh yes, just like that."
By the time he exploded in her mouth, she was ready for more, which surprised her. Most women she knew weren't used to having so much sex. She wondered how she'd gotten the stamina. When Luther positioned himself behind her, she welcomed him stretching and filling her, banging into her until they were both crying for mercy. She made love to Amarok, Day, and Fenrir once more, riding them each like they were stallions. Again, she marveled at her libido. Where had it come from? When she'd lived in her father's village, she'd heard numerous couplings behind thin hut walls. None had lasted this long, or with 4 men. She fell into Amarok's arms, panting like a dog while gazing at the thatched roof. The fire had burned down and cast low shadows through the room. How long had they been fucking? She looked out a crack in the side window. The moon's rays broke between overhead clouds, and she was overcome by an urge to howl.
"How do you feel?"
Amarok asked, holding her. She ran a hand along her face and over her lips that were swollen from kissing. "Different."
"I'm sorry if we were too rough, my darling."
Rubbing her arm, he kissed her temple.
"The pain should ebb soon."
"No, not that." She clutched her chest, feeling a stirring within, a primal calling as the clouds parted, revealing a moon that was nearly full. "There's something inside me." He rolled over, looking down at her with a marred brow. He touched her lip, rubbing a thumb over her tooth.
Your teeth are extending.
She shot up, a hand flying to her mouth. The brothers rubbed her arms and legs, asking her what was wrong. She couldn't answer. She was too busy fighting the beast inside her that clawed to break free. How had this happened? She clutched her throat, suspecting the answer to the question. It had been in the exchange of blood. Some of their demon had seeped into her. She prayed she'd be able to contain the monster they'd created. She looked to the brothers, fear ringing in her words. I think your demons are inside me. Luther took her hand, his eyes shifting to a blinding white.
I sense the wolf inside you. Don't be afraid of it.
What do I do? This was all so unexpected. He nodded at the door flap.
You shift and run the woods with us. Let your beast free. She will thank you later.
She nodded and gave in to the beast clawing to break free. The breaking of bone and skin was a pain unlike anything she'd ever known. But it only lasted a few seconds before she was a big, hulking beast clawing at their bed. They shifted too. She was vaguely aware of the goat fighting its restraints and making terrified bleating sounds. But Amara's stomach was full. She didn't want to feast. She wanted to run. She followed her mates out of the hut, and they ran past agitated horses and cows and into the forest beyond with reckless abandon, howling their delight. By the goddess, she was a shifter witch. Together, she and her mates would drive the intruders back to Rome. They would be unstoppable. Chapter 5. Pinching the bridge of her nose, Jezebeth tried not to inhale the stale, mossy air while waiting deep in the dark forest for the 4 handsome brothers to show. Afraid their tribe would discover them together, they'd always insisted she meet them there. She'd grown tired of waiting inside her nearby tent. After she granted their final wish, she'd not seen or heard from them in 2 days. She peered at the full moon that peeked through the tall pines above her, wondering what was taking Amarok and his brothers so long. Each night, since they'd disappeared, she'd waited for them. Were they angry with her or too busy killing Romans to care about her? Despite the warm summer air, a shiver coursed up her spine. She looked into the darkness, overcome by a feeling that she was being watched. The sound of Gwendion's cane striking stone preceded her appearance. The stooped witch in tattered rags had found her mother's lamp 3 decades ago and created a shrine to her in her damp, dark cave, while refusing to name her wishes. She'd thought her mother, Abera, was the goddess Nerthus and had treated her as such, doing Abera's bidding and granting her wishes rather than the other way around. Jezebeth supposed she should be grateful Gwendion had supplied Abera with an endless chain of lovers, including the man who'd sired her, a Persian slave who'd escaped the Roman army. He was long gone by the time Jezebeth had been born. As half-human, she'd been gifted with the ability to escape her mother's lamp, spending most of her childhood with Gwendion and her granddaughter Amara. Now that she was 19, she was more than ready to leave Gwendion's watchful eye and live with the 4 handsome barbarians. Just like her mother, Jezebeth had a voracious appetite for handsome men. No less than 4 would do. Luckily, the brothers were always willing to share. All she had to do was tell Abera of her plans. Her mother would object, saying the barbarians weren't good enough for her daughter. But thanks to Jezebeth's demon magic, they were no longer ordinary humans. They were barbarian shifters. The Roman army didn't stand a chance. Jezebeth and her shifters would drive back their enemies, and the villagers would finally respect and appreciate her for saving them. Gwendion stopped in front of her, the dark tattoos on her sagging face looking like bruises under the moonlight. The old witch lowered herself onto a fallen log. When Jezebeth heard the clank of her mother's lamp in Gwendion's satchel, Her gut violently churned. She had a feeling her mother wouldn't approve of what she'd done. The witch opened her bag, retrieved the lamp, and set it on a petrified tree stump. Gwendian rubbed the lamp, and Abera poured out in a plume of smoke. Her mother was a striking beauty, with curves similar to Jezebeth's, though their complexions were different. Abera had alabaster skin and flame-colored hair, but Jezebeth favored her Persian roots, with dusky skin and thick, black hair. Digging her heels in, Jezebeth fought the urge to run, afraid her mother was angry with her. Abera hovered over her with a look akin to horror in her eyes.
"Daughter, tell me it isn't true. Tell me you didn't give demon powers to humans."
Demon powers? She took a step back, then eyed Gwendian. Had the old witch been spying on her? "Where did you hear that?"
"The Vindictus,"
Abera said, the fear ringing in her words like icy tendrils wrapping around Jezebeth's spine. Her knees weakened. How do they know? The demon council resided in hell. Had they sent spies to watch her? Though her mother had warned her that bequeathing humans with demon powers was against demon law, she'd never thought they'd enforce it.
"They know everything, child!"
Abera screamed shrilly.
"So it's true?"
She looked at her sandaled feet to avoid her mother's penetrating gaze.
"I gave them shifting powers, but only so they could protect themselves from the Romans."
It was no secret the Romans' demands had become more unreasonable. They'd stolen the barbarians' food and their women and forced their children into servitude. Jezebeth knew the Romans wouldn't be satisfied until they destroyed every barbarian village. She couldn't let that happen. Despite the way the villagers had called her a demon and a curse, snatching up their children before running into their huts whenever she drew near, she cared for their safety because she cared for Amarok and his brothers. Splaying a hand across her chest, her mother arched back.
"You were foolish enough to give our powers to the undeserving?"
Anger boiled her blood.
"They're not undeserving."
She shook a fist at her mother.
"I love them." "They are undeserving."
Her mother clucked her tongue.
"They used you, and they will not return your love."
"They will." She turned up her chin, flashing a smug grin. She wanted to answer that they already did, but they'd never declared their love for her, despite the intimacies they'd shared.
"No,"
Gwendian said as she stood, her knees cracking with the movement.
"A fair witch has already caught their eye."
She glared at the witch who'd been like a grandmother to her.
"You lie! Foolish girl!"
Abera's apparition shook with rage. Jezebeth ignored her mother, staring at Gwendian, her veins turning to sludge at the look of pity in the old woman's eyes. The witch must have put a spell on her lovers. It was the only explanation. Surely her barbarians cared about her, and they hadn't just been using her for her wishes.
"Who is she?"
She spoke through gritted teeth, pushing back the rising tide of sorrow that threatened to overwhelm her.
"I will kill her!"
When Gwendian flinched, Jezebeth had her answer. Amara. That bitch.
"You will not,"
Abera said. Betrayal pierced her heart. Her mother was protecting Gwendian's granddaughter, choosing her over her own blood. Her fingers curled into claws.
"You can't stop me."
"I can.
I must."
Her mother hovered down to her level, cupping her chin.
"If I don't punish you, the Vindictus will. The Demon Council will show you no mercy."
Fear shot through her. What would the demons do to her?
"I'll hide." "They'll find you."
Abera shook her head.
"No demon has ever escaped their wrath."
Shuddering, she recalled her mother's horrific stories of demon cruelty.
"How will you punish me?"
Her mother's features softened.
"The only way I know that will keep you safe from both the Vindictus and humans. If you want to grant wishes like a djinn, it's time you took your place among us."
Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to her knees when Gwendian pulled a brass lamp almost identical to her mother's prison from her bag. "No, Mother! Please don't bind me!" she cried, tears spilling. "Please!"
"I'm sorry, daughter," Abera said. "You've left me no choice."
"Mother, please!" She shielded her eyes when her mother struck her with a bright light and sucked in a scream when the vortex took hold of her, sucking her down into the lamp's spout like water circling a drain. She landed on a bed of silks inside a room that reminded her of the inside of a hut. There was a table for one and a stone hearth with a black cauldron hanging above a glowing red fire. She wasn't fool enough to believe a new world awaited her outside the door flap. She was trapped, doomed to live out an eternity inside her prison cell. She bit down on her knuckles to keep from crying out. She'd rather her mother had killed her than sentence her to this misery.
"I'm sorry, daughter."
Though she couldn't see Abera, her mother's voice was all around her, bouncing off the brass walls.
"In time, you will understand my decision."
There was nothing to understand. How could Abera doom her daughter to the same miserable fate, knowing she'd go mad from despair and boredom? Had she really done it to protect her, or was she jealous of Jezebeth's freedom?
"Daughter,"
Abera's whisper floated through the stagnant air.
"Please say something."
Jezebeth glared at the shimmering gold drapes on the ceiling as she spoke through a constricted throat.
"I hate you."
For 3 long days and nights, Dragomir and his remaining brothers traveled across the scorching desert to reach the demon tribunal known as the Vindictus, comprised of ancients who considered themselves superior to other demons. Dragomir knew better. They were nothing more than a coven of witches, fortunate enough to have been blessed with magical gifts that had kept them from becoming another demon's bitch. Deiva had once belonged to their coven. She was not one of the 6 high priestesses, but an underling witch, whose magic they'd used for their own gain, until the day she traded in her brown robe for the strong arms of her protectors. Dragomir knew the witches had never forgiven the Fang-born brothers for taking her. Because of that, they would be of little help unless threatened. The climb to the top of their tower was not without peril. They had to traverse a bridge made of wood and iron that hung over the pit of fire. Because their beasts were too heavy, they had to complete this part of their journey, the most treacherous part, in their human forms. Many of the boards were missing, turned to ash by blasts from the cauldron below. After they survived the bridge, they had to scale the side of a steep cliff, fighting off swarms of flying demons while trying not to fall into the lake of fire. Dragomir couldn't shift and use his powerful roar to drive them away, for fear he'd knock his brothers off the wall. So he swung at the devils with his sword, sending them spiraling into the inferno with terrified squeals. When he reached the top of the tower, Dragomir climbed inside and shifted into a big protector. He set down his sword and offered a hand to his brothers, thankful they'd both survived. He could not endure another moment if he lost any more of his family. They both shifted into big, black wolves with glowing red eyes. He snatched up his sword and looked around the great hall, unsurprised to find the place empty, save for a circle of ornate chairs surrounding a raised pit of fire.
"Where are they?"
Cyrus asked through thought. Lucian's nostrils flared as he sniffed the air.
"They are near." "Of course they are," he answered. "They've been watching us in their fires."
He and his brothers circled the room, the fur on their necks raised as they assessed the tower for threats. Despite the sweltering heat outside, the stone floors under his feet were cool, soothing the burns he'd sustained on the journey. No doubt the stones had been enchanted, but he didn't care about their parlor trick. He'd come demanding vengeance, and he would get it. Where were they? Throwing back his head, He let out a roar that rattled the stone walls. Black mist flowed into the room like a plague sweeping over a city. 6 witches arose like phantoms rising from gravesites, their crimson cloaks flowing around them. Their eyes had no pupils, just milky orbs looking out from gray skin. Another trick, for he'd seen their eyes before. Moving as one, they drifted to the pit of fire in the center of the room and lowered themselves onto the chairs, their pupils slowly returning to deep crimson as they stared at the flames like they were possessed. He was not impressed by their dramatic entrance.
"Where is she? Where is the Jinn bitch?"
"You know she is not here." They spoke as one, their voices echoing across the stone walls. He seethed, 1,000 burning cauldrons threatening to split his skull.
"Summon her!"
"We cannot," they answered. His brothers roared behind him. He stomped his heavy feet.
"Then we will tear this whole place down!"
A wall of heat hit him so hard, he dropped his sword and fell to his knees from the stifling pain. His brothers hit the ground, writhing and wailing as black fog enveloped them.
"Lucian, blow it back!"
he cried to his brother through thought.
"I can't,"
Lucian answered, his heavy pants ringing in Dragomir's ears.
"The fog trapped my magic."
The Vindictus stood as one, their pupils disappearing as they turned to face him. "You think because you control the beast, you control all of hell. That is an illusion. It is you who are controlled by the beast. You who are ruled by hell." Dragomir coughed and sputtered but did not answer, could not answer. Flames raced up his throat. "We saw in our fires the moment the Jinn stole your mate and brother, but we were too late to stop her." They continued. "We will summon an oracle to see what can be done. You either sit with us and listen, or you can choke on our wrath." Clutching his throat, Dragomir coughed and gagged, trying to purge the dark magic. "Either way is fine by us." Their crimson robes billowed behind them like swaths of blood as they stared in his direction with glassy eyes. "Blink once, if you understand." It took all his strength to do so. "Good." The coven broke into slow grins, revealing sharp fangs. "We will release you, but if you set one claw out of line, we will not give you a second chance." The black smoke raced up his throat like vomit, and he spit blood on the stones. Tails drooping, his brothers coughed up blood too, their raspy hacking sounding as if they'd cough up their lungs as well. After the spasms finished, Dragomir pressed his forehead against the cool stones, vowing he'd never forget the harsh treatment of the Vindictus. They would pay. Maybe not today, but one day he would seek vengeance against them, adding them to his growing list of enemies. He leered at the witches. They turned to the fire, raising their hands as one. "We summon you, Oracle!" The fire pit's orange flames shot into the air, crackling as if it had been doused with grease. When the conflagration had ebbed and turned a soft, pleasing yellow, a demon's bald head appeared within the flames. The creature had one big eye in the middle of its bulbous forehead, the black pupil so large it looked like a pool of spilled ink. With one splintered horn and one fractured one sticking out of either side of its head, and lips so thin its mouth looked like a hole punched in paper-thin, crimson skin. It was one of the ugliest demons Dragomir had ever seen.
"What, Vindictus?"
the beast asked with a dragging voice. Deciding it wise not to anger the Vindictus again, Dragomir left his sword on the stones and inched toward the flames. He stood behind the witches while his brothers clawed at the ground beside him. "Oracle," the witches said. The Fang-born pack wishes to see the fates of their brother and mate." When the oracle looked at Dragomir with its big, bulging eye, he fought the urge to turn and run. The creature wasn't just looking for his brother and mate. It was looking into his soul. Shadow and flame chased each other across the creature's face as it closed the eye, then opened it again.
"Their fates belong to the stars now."
Clenching his hands by his sides, Dragomir said,
"What can we do to get them back?" "Nothing,"
the oracle answered flatly.
"We can't do nothing."
"Then do something," the oracle taunted in a sing-song, grating voice.
"Either way, same outcome."
His brothers muttered curses at his back, and the witches stared at the oracle, their expressions blank. He gritted his teeth to keep from screaming.
"Witches, if your bond was strong, their souls will find you."
"How?" The oracle showed a toothless grin, its thin lips a slash on its ghoulish face.
"That is the question."
Dragomir was ready to tear the walls down.
"When? Souls are not restricted by time."
"Half answers and veiled truths?" he snarled.
"That's all you oracles are good for. And what of the Jinn? How do we punish her?" "She's already been punished, trapped in a cocoon by her mother in an eternity of boredom and waiting."
The oracle laughed.
"She will not be able to steal souls again."
Dragomir clenched his fists until nails punctured skin, blood pooling in his palms.
"That punishment is not enough." "Then what is enough, Fangborn?" "We want to feed her soul to the beast."
Trembling with rage, he waved his fists at the flame.
"Then maybe she'll suffer a fraction of the pain she's caused us." "The enchantments around her lamp protect her. The only way you can take her soul is if it's freely given."
The oracle clucked its tongue.
"And I doubt she'd be so foolish."
"You're worthless!" He spat on the ground.
"Demon-cursed and worthless! We're supposed to trust their souls will one day find us while we're denied vengeance?"
The oracle sighed, then blinked out, the pit's flames receding until there was nothing behind but red, glowing stones. He turned to the witches, who stared at him with glassy eyes.
"We demand justice!"
"Your demands are denied." Their harsh refusal echoed across the tower walls. "Return to your home, Fangborns. Your beast will need to be fed soon. Do not deny your master, or more misery will be heaped upon your worthless souls."
"This is not over."
Rage blurred his vision as he panted like a wounded animal while snarling down at them.
"And don't think we will ever forget the way we were treated today."
"Oh, we know you won't." When their black smoke fanned out toward him, he backed up and snatched his sword off the ground, then motioned toward his brothers.
"Run!"
Cyrus and Lucian bounded from the tower with terrified yelps. Dragomir descended the tower, the black smoke still chasing them. As the witches' laughter followed down the tower and across the bridge, he and his brothers kept running, the flames of hell lapping at their heels. Chapter 6. Hell, Present Day. Tori followed Benjamin across ground that looked like a dried lake bed, but she had a hard time believing this place had ever had any water. Her blackened and throbbing paws were proof enough that she was stuck in hell. She shifted into human form, hissing as the scorched earth burned her delicate human feet. Sweat pooled between her breasts and dripped down her back. Despite the darkness surrounding them as light from the setting sun barely peeked over the horizon, it was still sweltering. Her tattered clothes were long gone, but she was too tired and miserable to care about modesty. "Benjamin, I'm so thirsty." She reached for his tail, hating that they had to turn into humans to talk. If they were bonded mates, they could communicate through thought. "We have to find water." He shifted, too, from a black, hulking wolf to his human form. She was still shocked that he was a black wolf in hell, at least twice the size of his white wolf back in the living world.
"No,"
he said gruffly.
"We have to find shelter."
His voice was deeper than she remembered, and she worried, not for the first time, that her sweet Gamma was turning into a demon. She hugged herself, her eyes too dry for tears. "We can't survive long like this." He gave her a look of pity that only made her more miserable.
"We're already dead, Tori."
She silently nodded and swallowed, her dry throat aching. "Where are we going?"
"That outcropping of rocks in the distance. That's our best chance for shelter."
He pointed to shadowy turrets that looked like a row of broken black teeth jutting from the edge of the dry lake bed. Why hadn't she noticed that place before? Was it an illusion? Or were they finally nearing the edge of this miserable wasteland? She ran her bloated tongue over the roof of her mouth that felt as rough as sandpaper. "Water?" It was more of a plea than a question. He grimaced.
"Hopefully."
They froze when they heard a strange howl from far away. They shifted again, the fur on their necks standing on edge, barely managing to jump out of the way when a large, black boulder barreled toward them. It abruptly stopped as if being controlled by remote control. Then, to her horror, it opened like a shell, revealing two red, glowing eyes. A creature emerged, which she now realized was the exoskeleton of some kind of demon bug. Bile rose in her throat when it slowly straightened to full height. Taller than a protector, the creature had the face of a man, 6 huge arms, and a black tail that curled around his backside and draped over his head. She'd seen him, or a demon like him, fighting Grigor earlier that day. He looked like a human scorpion. She realized that's what he was when the tail lurched forward, dripping sizzling venom on the ground in front of him. She growled and barked at it when it came near. The demon, which was indeed a dude, judging by the huge appendage swinging between his legs, licked his lips and rubbed all 6 hands together. "Mmm," he said in a weird, raspy voice, looking at Tori as if she was a prized cow. "I smell virgin blood." She about vomited when his big dick hardened like a baseball bat and stuck out of his groin. She barked at Benjamin to run when he surged forward, lips pulled back as he ferociously growled at the creature. No way could she and Benjamin fight this thing. She shrank back when the creature flew toward them through the air like a leaping tiger. Benjamin suddenly shifted into a hulking black beast even bigger than a protector, with horns curling around his head and tusks sprouting from his mouth. The scorpion's eyes widened, and he let out a terrified shriek when Benjamin grabbed hold of his poisonous tail and swung the creature so hard the tail was ripped off. Benjamin discarded it, then rushed the creature, who was lying on the ground with green ooze running from the open wound. Tori could hardly believe her eyes when Benjamin ripped the scorpion's penis from his body and shoved it down his throat.
"This is what happens to demons who try to touch my woman,"
Benjamin said in a voice so deep it almost sounded like thunder. He stomped back to her.
"Are you okay?"
Great ancients. He looked like a cross between a protector and a demon, with glowing red eyes and giant tusks that could probably shred a lesser demon in a heartbeat. Flattening her ears, tail curled beneath her, she whimpered.
"We need to get to those rocks before more monsters come,"
he said, holding out his arms.
"It would be faster if I carried you."
She shrank back.
"Tori, it's me."
A hurt look crossed his features.
"I don't know how I transformed into this beast. 1 minute I was a wolf, and then—"
He looked at his furry legs, which were as big as tree trunks.
But I'm not complaining. That demon would have killed us.
She cautiously walked up to him and sniffed his leg. He smelled like Benjamin, but different. He knelt beside her and patted her ears.
It's me, Tori,
he said again. She couldn't see into his glowing red irises to know if he was sincere, but he had to be, of course, and he'd likely saved her life. She'd be lost without her Benjamin. She nuzzled his legs, then crawled into his outstretched arms. He cradled her and kissed the top of her head, then ran to the distant rocks with such fast strides, the world turned into a blur. Tori pressed her snout against Benjamin's big neck, wincing when he stumbled over jagged rocks. He hissed when he ripped the pad of his foot open, but didn't complain, even though he left a trail of blood behind him. When they reached the top of the mountain peak, her eyes bulged as she surveyed the landscape below them. The dried lake bed stretched for miles, and beyond that, the sky was the same, ribbons of pink and crimson streaking the horizon, just like a sunset in the living world. How odd that dusk here lasted for hours. Or maybe it only appeared that way because time passed slower in hell. This landscape reminded her very much of Earth, if it had been devoid of water. He set her down at the mouth of a cave.
Stay here.
A strange, yet familiar scent wafted from somewhere inside the cavern. What was that smell? Instinct told her it was another wolf, a familiar wolf, possibly 3. What familiar wolves would be in hell other than his brothers? Her shackles rose, but as she scented the air, she somehow knew it wasn't them. So who was it? He rubbed his chin, eyes narrowed as he looked into the cavern.
I smell wolves.
Whimpering, she nuzzled his legs. She didn't want him to go inside alone. What if he needed her? Just because she wasn't a monster didn't mean she was useless. He scratched her ears.
I don't know what's in there. I don't want you getting hurt.
She pressed her nose against him, inhaling his scent. It was stronger, darker, but she still recognized her Benjamin beneath the coppery tang. She whimpered again.
Fine,
he said.
You can come, but stay behind me.
She plastered his face with wolf kisses, even licking one of the tusks that grew out of his mouth. It was as smooth as a marble. How odd. She wondered again why he looked like a cross between a woolly mammoth and a protector. She followed him down a long, dark tunnel into the cave, which turned out to be a massive cavern made up of several adjoining rooms. It was cooler inside than out, and the air wasn't so stifling. The wolf scent was stronger here, but her keen senses didn't pick up on anyone else. Another shifter pack already lived here. At least, that's what they smelled like, though she wasn't sure. Where had they gone? Were they evil demons, or had they also been mistakenly cast into hell? Flattening her ears against her skull, she followed her mate from room to room. Walls that looked like shiny black granite were dimly lit with flickering bronze sconces. An inviting pool had been carved into the floor and set up as a bath, with sponges and soaps on one side and columns of stalactites and stalagmites on the far end. Tori looked longingly at the water as drops fell to it from the stalactites hanging from the ceiling. She didn't know what she wanted more, a bath to soothe her sore feet, or a tall glass of water to relieve her parched throat. She whimpered in regret when Benjamin led her away. They came upon a shallow alcove that felt different than the rest of the cavern. A low hum filled her skull, and it took her a moment to realize the humming was coming from the alcove's slate wall. She reached out and felt heat radiating off the wall, like it was a furnace. Overcome by a sense of dread and despair, she pulled her paw back. "What the fuck? Do you feel that?" she whispered after shifting into human form. The black slate was cracked in 2 places. Just how sturdy was this cave? He pulled her out of the alcove.
I do.
Why? She breathed.
Because we're in hell,
he answered curtly. The farther away from the wall she got, the better she felt. She hadn't even realized a fog had settled in her mind until it dissipated. As a heavy weight lifted from her chest, she prayed that whatever was behind that alcove wall never got out. She shifted into a wolf again as they continued their inspection. They returned to the largest of the caverns, which had a ceiling so high it disappeared into shadows. Striped furs and colorful Persian carpets lined the floors. There was a roaring fire on one end, decorated with medieval-looking furnishings, and wooden benches draped with tapestries and furs along the wall. 3 oversized chairs were set by the hearth. A long mahogany dining table with an ornate silver candelabra was at the other end of the room. Her attention was instantly drawn to the platters of food and jugs of drink on the table, and her mouth watered. Every inch of this strange cavern home smelled like wolf. Their scent was on the walls and floors, and it was fresh. Where were they? And would they be upset when they returned home and found Tori and Benjamin? Or would they also find the scent of Benjamin and her to be strangely familiar? An ache settled in her stomach at the thought of them, a longing to meet them, even though she knew it was foolish. The pain in her stomach intensified, and she realized she was feeling hunger pangs. Her gaze drifted longingly to the platters of food. Benjamin, she shifted into human form and wrapped a tapestry around herself. I'm hungry. He eyed the food with a scowl.
I don't trust it.
But she refused to heed his warning and went to the table, the cool stone floor feeling good against her bare human feet. She pulled out a chair and winced when it made a loud scraping sound. She held her breath, waiting for whatever lived in the cave to find them. After several tense moments, she released a shuddering breath and grabbed a still warm dark roll from a basket. Was it rye? She sniffed. She didn't care where it came from. It smelled heavenly. It would go perfectly with the platter of cheese next to it.
No, Tori,
he said, grasping her wrist and forcing her to drop it. He looked around the room as if he expected the boogeyman to jump out from behind the walls.
This is a trap.
She poured amber liquid into a goblet. I don't care. She downed the drink in a few swallows. It cooled her parched throat and tasted like beer, only stronger. She'd never cared for beer, but at that moment, it was the most refreshing drink she'd ever had. She poured another full glass from the jug and downed that one, too. He looked at her as if he was waiting for horns to sprout from her head. When nothing happened, she snatched a roll from the basket, folded a piece of cheese into it, and shoved the whole thing in her mouth. He let out a string of curses before digging into the food and drink. Before they realized it, the food was gone, and their bellies were full. Benjamin frowned, burping into his fist.
I hope we don't regret this.
It's better than starving, she said, patting her swollen stomach. Who knew that she'd find a feast in hell? Even though she'd only had 2 beers, her head swam. The drinks were strong. Benjamin found a jug of cool water, and she slowly nursed a refreshing drink while sprawled out on a rug by the stone hearth. They found a place to relieve themselves, a small dark room lit with candles. The toilet was made of metal, with a black bowl of swirling mist. They only knew it was a toilet because of the roll of paper and basket of magazines beside it, some dating back to the 1800s. She made Benjamin go first. When she relieved herself, she couldn't hear her urine splashing in the bowl. She didn't want to know where it went when it disappeared into a black chasm. They washed their hands using an antique pitcher of water and a basin, and dried them on embroidered towels. Whoever lived here cared about cleanliness, and she wondered, not for the first time, where the inhabitants had gone. They returned to the hearth, and Benjamin shifted back into beast form and paced the room while she gazed at the flickering firelight. Tired of his pacing, she patted the rug beside her. "Sit." His lip curled over his tusks.
What if something wanted to fatten us up, so it could eat us?
He motioned toward the table with empty platters. "That makes no sense." She held out a hand to him. "I'm sure that delicious feast tasted better than we do." She wrinkled her nose when she got a good whiff of herself. "Especially since we smell like goats." She got to her feet, only wobbling a little, and thanked Benjamin when he steadied her. "I'm going to wash up in that pool."
Why not?
He let out a bitter laugh.
We ate all their food. Let's use up all their water while we're at it.
Refraining from rolling her eyes, she crept toward the bathing cave and dipped her toe in the pool. The water was lukewarm, which was good enough for her. She didn't need a steaming bath after baking all day in Satan's sweaty armpit. No longer caring about modesty, she shrugged off her tapestry and sank into the water, expelling a breath of delight as she sank up to her neck. Candles lined the edge of the pool, and she could see the shimmering turquoise stones lining the bottom. Grabbing a sponge and a bar of soap off a nearby shelf, she lathered up every inch of her body, including her hair, before ducking under the water and washing off the day's grime and grit. If only she could wash away the torment in her soul the same way. She turned to Benjamin, not bothering to conceal her breasts as she rose from the water, and gave him a bold look. A plan had already formed in her mind. She wasn't sure if he'd go along with it, but it was worth a try. They were in hell, after all, and she didn't think they had any chance of escaping. Why not make the best of their dire situation? Besides, after that demon had gone rabid from smelling her virgin blood, it was obvious her virginity was a liability. She splashed his furry feet. "Are you coming in?" With a grunt, he edged toward the water. "No, not like that," she said, eyes widening with alarm when she saw his man parts. His balls were as big as watermelons, and his cock looked like it belonged on an elephant. "Can't you shift?" He folded his arms, pouting.
You shouldn't be scared of my monster.
She apprehensively watched his cock harden. "I'm not."
Liar.
He snickered. "I'm just not used to you looking like, she waved at him. Like Chewbacca and a boar had a baby." He shifted and slipped into the water, his cock thankfully shrinking down to manageable size. If her plan was going to work, he had to be able to fit. She didn't want sex to feel like childbirth. She swam up to where he sat on a shelf, every muscle in his body looking as hard as stone. Without asking for an invitation, she scrubbed his arms and shoulders until the pale, pink skin was clean. "You smell like a goat, too," she said with a smile. He looked at her like a deer caught in a hunter's crosshairs before snatching the sponge and finishing the rest of his body. She wondered why he hadn't let her finish. Didn't he like it when she touched him? He scrubbed his hair, the pale blonde revealed beneath the grime as soap dripped down his forehead. After she grabbed a pitcher off the side of the pool and dunked it in the water, she climbed into his lap, very aware of her bare bottom pressed against his firm legs. Desire spread low in her belly as her outer thigh brushed against his thick erection. How easy it would be for her to straddle him and ride him like a bull. Would he let her? "Close your eyes," she whispered, and poured the water over his head. She wiped away a few stray bubbles, frowning when she pulled her hand away and saw blood on her fingers. "What happened?" She examined his left ear. Why hadn't she noticed before? It was twice the size as the other and oozed blood and pus.
It's nothing,
he grumbled, wincing when she touched it. "It doesn't look like nothing."
It's a burn from the venom.
The venom? She didn't remember the scorpion man stinging him, but it all happened so fast. She cringed when she saw a deep puncture hole in the top of his ear. It looked infected, and she worried he could die if it wasn't treated. Then where would he go if that happened? A worse hell? She couldn't let that happen. It's my fault we're in this mess." Emotion welled up in her throat as she rolled the pitcher back onto the rocks. "If only I hadn't run into the forest."
"Then we would have been killed by Grigor and his spiders."
He lifted her hands to his lips and gently kissed her knuckles.
"The world would have been doomed."
Her heart seized as she looked into his pale blue eyes. Despite the fact that his brothers were beyond evil, she was grateful the ancients had chosen Benjamin as her mate. She loved him more than life, and he obviously felt the same way after following her into hell. But their lives had become complete chaos in a short time. She worried the burden was too heavy for him, and there were worse battles ahead. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she pressed her forehead to his. "I'm worried about us. About you." He stroked her arms.
"Let me do the worrying."
"You've gone from Gamma to Alpha without any training. Let me share your burden." His expression turned unyielding.
"This might be hard to believe, but I feel as if I've always been an Alpha,"
he added.
"Meant to protect you."
"Are you sure?" He nodded.
"Now that I can shift into a protector, that's what I intend to do."
Her heart sighed. "You've been an amazing protector. Thank you for coming after me." Shadows danced in his gaze as his eyes darkened.
"I'd cross hell to get to you."
When his fingers trickled down her back, she instinctively pressed against him, his pale chest hairs tickling her nipples. In that moment, the pull of desire was more than she could bear. She needed him to claim her. She needed him inside her. "You already have," she said, and brushed her lips across his, afraid he'd pull away if she kissed him too passionately. But to her delight, he gripped her shoulders, deepening the kiss. She welcomed his tongue when it thrust into her mouth. Straddling his waist, she pressed her aching sex against his hard length, wishing he'd slip inside her. He broke the kiss and panted against her lips.
"Tori, are you sure you want to keep going?"
She rubbed her nose against his. "Benjamin, that monster was after my virginity."
"I know."
A feral growl rose from his chest, causing gooseflesh to ripple across her skin and vibrating the marrow of her bones.
"Virgin blood must be a delicacy here."
"I'd be safer if we mated." She nibbled his lip while grinding against his erection. "Then we could speak telepathically." He pulled back, searching her eyes with a look akin to desperation.
"Is that what you want?"
A delicious shiver coursed through her at the thought of being claimed by him. "I do. Do you?"
"Yes,"
he said, rubbing warmth into her arms.
"But you need to take my blood, too, for the connection to work."
"I know." His growl sounded painful as his eyes shifted from red demon back to pale blue, which reminded her of the foreign beast inside him. For some reason, his monster didn't repel her. It only made her more eager to fuck him. She clung to him when he lifted her out of the water and laid her down on a soft towel that was as big as a blanket. His eyes flashed red again when he crawled between her legs, his wet skin sliding across hers as he captured her lips in a firm yet tender kiss. When his hand found her breast, she arched into him, lightning shooting through her when he pinched her nipple. Her legs eagerly fell open when he rubbed his smooth shaft across her swollen, sensitive skin until she thought she'd go mad from need. Digging her fingers into his back, she arched her hips and wrapped her legs around his waist. "Please," she begged as he kissed up and down her neck. Fire raced through her body as he branded her skin with his touch. He probed her with the thick tip of his shaft, a low, demonic rumble rising from his throat, like a tiger's predatory growl right before he pounced on his prey. She sucked in a gasp when he entered her, filling her to the hilt while biting down on her shoulder. She could scarcely breathe when he held still, his heart pounding against her hand as he stretched and filled her. "Benjamin, can you hear me?" she thought.
"I can,"
he answered. He leaned on one hand and looked at her with blazing eyes. His eyes turned to red slits, and 2 sharp fangs extended from his mouth. He bit his thumb and held it over her mouth until blood dripped on her lip. Mesmerized, she looked into his eyes and licked the blood off her lips. He smiled at her, dragging his knuckles across her cheek.
"Can you hear me?"
She broke into a wide smile. "Yes." It was odd to hear his voice in her head as clear as day. Though she'd spoken to her sister telepathically, this felt different. She didn't just hear him in her head, she felt him in her heart, and her chest swelled with joy. She stared deeply into his eyes. "I love you so much, Benjamin." He claimed her lips in a tender kiss.
"I love you, Yubitame."
He ground against a tender spot deep inside her that swelled with each slow thrust. She felt like a dove flying to heaven as she spiraled toward the pinnacle, and her heart and soul expanded with more love for Benjamin than she'd ever thought possible.
"I can't hold back for long."
He groaned. She clung to him, meeting each delicious thrust. "Don't then. Mark me. Claim me." He moved faster, thrust harder, taking her with him toward completion. They both toppled over the edge, falling into love's sweet abyss while melting into each other, their hearts pounding, their souls joined as one. She clung to him, their breath mingling as they panted into each other's mouths. Then he rolled off her, taking her with him, their bodies still attached while she kissed him again, grinding into his thick erection as a surge of lust threatened to overpower her. She wanted him again, nearly as badly as the first time. Instinct guided her as she rolled her hips into his. Euphoria expanded her chest and made that heartbeat between her legs pound with a vengeance. She rode him harder while he grabbed her breasts, anchoring himself to her. When he stretched her nipples between his fingers, a jolt of euphoria shot through her, seizing her in its grasp as she rode out one orgasm and then was slammed with another. He thrust his hips faster, panting and grunting until he shuddered beneath her. She fell on top of him, satisfied, and they kissed and caressed each other while whispering sweet words of love. They suddenly heard the strange howl again, which shattered her bliss and reminded her they were stuck in hell and in another pack's lair. Clutching his back, she looked into his eyes, a feeling of despair washing over her. "I wish our first time had been under different circumstances." His smile didn't mask the worry in his eyes.
"Me too,"
he said, stroking her face.
"But I'd rather be in hell with you than in heaven without you."
She didn't think it was possible, but her chest expanded with even more love for him. She kissed him deeply, sighing into his mouth as he rolled her over, moving slowly inside her and bringing her to Heaven's Gate once more. After they were too sated and spent to go on, she washed in the pool and put on an old-fashioned nightdress she found near the towels. She didn't think it was a coincidence the dress was there. Someone, or something, had known she'd need it. She only hoped that whatever was looking out for her was friendly. They returned to the main room to nestle in a bed of furs by the fire. Though she was exhausted, she had a hard time falling asleep after she heard more howling outside. She lay in the crook of Benjamin's arm, watching him watch the shadows from the fire dance across the cavern walls. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. He squeezed her shoulder.
"Worrying about how I'm going to keep you safe."
Benjamin had transformed from a gamma to an alpha in the matter of a day, yet he took on his new duties without complaint. She smoothed her hand across his hard chest. "I don't doubt you'll keep me safe now that you have protector powers." He brushed back a strand of her dark hair.
"We'll never be safe if we don't escape. Eventually, we'll come across bigger monsters than me."
Her gut churned at the thought. "Do you think we can escape?"
There has to be a way. The ancients won't forsake us. If they do, our friends won't.
Their friends. She hadn't even thought of that. Her sister Phoenix was part demon, and Phoenix's mother was a djinn. Perhaps they knew how to help. She knew without a doubt her sweet sister wouldn't stop trying to find a way. "I hope you're right," she said, snuggling against him. Despite her best efforts, her heart rate slowed to a dull thud, and her eyelids grew heavy.
"So do I,"
he whispered against her skin. He had to be right. She didn't dare think of the alternative, which was being trapped in hell for an eternity. Chapter 7. A soft buzzing, like the hum of a distant helicopter, pulled Tori from her sleep. She was still nestled in the crook of Benjamin's arm, safe and loved in his embrace. When a rancid smell hit her, she fought the urge to vomit. She followed the source of the putrid stench to his ear. It had swollen to 3 times normal size, thanks to the scorpion sting. She was afraid the infection would spread to his brain if they didn't find a way to treat it. Rolling onto her back, she blinked up at the 2 dark, glossy pools hovering above her, reflecting multiple images of herself in a frightening kaleidoscope. She sat up and shook Benjamin, and then realized she was looking into the eyes of a grotesque creature with buzzing indigo wings and a bulbous green head. Benjamin jumped to his feet and shifted into a demon protector with a roar, shaking a fist at the beast. "Stay back!" The thing tilted its head, hovering above them like a helicopter trying to land. "Welcome back, Master Horetu and Mistress Daiva." Its voice had a tinny echo that rattled Tori's bones. "Bug has cried each day since you gone. Millions of tears, enough to fill well of sorrow. Now Bug, stop crying." The creature looked at them as a cat would curiously eye a bird. "Horetu? Daiva? Benjamin, what the fuck is that?" It looked like a human and a fly had had a baby. He stood in front of her, his big, hairy legs shielding her.
"I don't know. Stay on your guard."
"Bug prepare lovely breakfast, better than last night's supper," the creature continued. "Brothers be home soon." Its wings buzzed faster. "Then Bug family complete again."
"Bug?"
Benjamin said, exposing his sharp canines. "Yes, master," Bug squealed, clasping its spindly black claws together.
"How do you know who we are?"
"Bug never forget master and mistress smell." 2 fuzzy, dark antennae on the creature's head waved around like the feelers on a roach. 2,000 years you gone, and Bug still no smell." Tori swallowed. It was obvious they had unintentionally fooled this creature, but she wasn't so sure they'd receive a warm welcome from these brothers it talked about.
"When will brothers be home?"
Benjamin asked, flexing his claws. "Brothers almost here, master." It let out a grating squeal. "Bug smell them coming up mountain." An enraged roar was heard in the distance. She shared a wide-eyed look with Benjamin and jumped to her feet. Fuck. Bug buzzed above them. "Brothers be so happy! Master and mistress returned!" Benjamin eclipsed her hand with his big paw, pulling her toward the cavern entrance. She'd stand a better chance if she shifted, but her instinct told her to remain in human form, even though she had only a thin nightgown to cover her. Perhaps she could reason with the demons. Her hand warmed, and a strange sensation buzzed her fingers like they were electrified. Her stomach growled as they exited the dining hall. It smelled like cinnamon, butter, and warm maple syrup. Whatever Bug had prepared, she wouldn't find anything better in the wilds of hell. "Wait, Benjamin," she projected, tugging his hand. "If this Bug thinks we're his long-lost masters, maybe the brothers will too."
"We can't take that chance."
Benjamin cursed when 3 hulking shadows lengthened along the corridor. He pushed her back into the main room and snatched a sconce off the wall, brandishing it like a sword. Bug flew circles above them, wringing his claws. "Brothers, no fight!" Tori gasped when a huge, furry demon that looked too much like Benjamin jumped at them with a roar so deafening, a cyclone of pain spun in her head, and she shielded her ears for fear they'd burst. 2 red-eyed wolves as big as grizzly bears, with midnight black fur, flanked him, spit dripping from their fangs as they fanned out, circling them. Tori screamed and backed into a corner when the big beast launched at Benjamin. They tumbled onto the floor and crashed into the table, scattering food everywhere. The 2 wolves cornered her, snarling like they were infected by rabies. Instinct told her to strike them, though she had no weapons. Her fingers burned like they were on fire. Bug flew between them, snapping its wings open. "Brothers no hurt, mate! Brothers no hurt, Deiva!" The wolves whimpered, backing up, their eyes shifting from Tori to Benjamin and the beast as they wrestled on the floor. Benjamin cried out when the beast bit his leg. Without a second thought, Tori screamed and flung her hands, surprised when a glowing fireball flew out of her reach and spiraled toward the monster. He rolled off Benjamin as the flame struck the hearth, causing a great conflagration to burst forth and set fire to the fur rug. Bug let out a high-pitched cry that sounded like the squealing brakes of a steam engine and flew out of the cavern. The beast that had attacked Benjamin ran to the rug and stomped out the flame. The 2 wolves backed away, and Benjamin crawled to her, smearing blood across the stone floor. "Are you okay?" she asked him, grasping his shoulders. He hissed and jerked away. Her bloody fingertips were steaming like a smoking gun. What the hell had happened? How had fire come out of her hands?
Deiva?
One of the wolves had shifted into a naked man. He was tall, with gray, shimmering skin and golden eyes, and 2 short horns sticking out of a messy mop of black hair. "Demon," instinct warned her. "Mate," a warring voice answered. "What? No." His angular face looked like it had been carved from granite. A beta, he had the same feral look as the Amaraki trackers. He was covered in tattoos that were a mixture of black flames and strange symbols.
"No, Lucian."
The big protector stalked toward them, Benjamin's blood dripping down his chin.
"It's not her."
The other one shifted into human form. He looked much like Lucian, with silvery skin, horns, and similar tattoos, but he had a rounder, softer face, and big, full lips. He also had golden eyes so bright they gleamed. He was a gamma, for he was too cute to be anything else.
"But who else can throw flame, Dragomir?"
he asked, scratching the back of his head. His thick, tousled hair added to his boyish charm. Dragomir. The name jarred a distant memory, though it was quickly forgotten.
"I don't know, Cyrus."
Dragomir looked at her with such intensity. She fought the urge to crawl under the table and never come out.
"But Deiva had blue flame."
He motioned to her like she was no more significant than a squashed bug beneath his big paw.
"Her flame was red." "Deiva threw red flame too,"
Lucian answered.
"She didn't use it as often because her blue flame was more powerful. Remember?"
Dragomir gave a curt nod. Benjamin stepped in front of her, favoring his injured leg and growling at Dragomir when he got too close. She moved around him to face their adversary in case he attacked Benjamin again. Looking at both protectors, she was shocked by how much Dragomir looked like Benjamin. It was as if they were mirror images. The same black fur and crimson eyes, the same tusks protruding from the bottom of their mouths and curving around their top lips, and the same thick ram horns that swept up from their skulls. Dragomir looked Benjamin over with a snarl.
"Who are you?" "I'm Benjamin,"
he said, jutting a thumb in his chest.
"This is my mate, Tori."
There was no mistaking the warning in his tone when he drew her close.
"We mean you no harm. We were only looking for shelter.
Dragomir gave him a cold look, his eyes narrowing to slits.
Where did you come from? From the mortal realm,
Benjamin answered.
We were chased into the haunted forest and fell into a river of lava. We woke up here.
Dragomir's eyes widened, then narrowed. Throwing back his head, he let out a primal roar.
These are the wolves who stole our mate and brother's souls!
Tori winced as that roar had again hurt her eardrums. What? She held out her hands defensively. We haven't stolen any souls.
Dragomir, they didn't do it,
Lucian said, his voice rising and cracking.
That happened 2,000 years ago.
Dragomir's nostrils flared as he gave them accusing looks.
Why do they smell like them then?
Tori cleared her throat, the tremors in her voice betraying her fear. We're just trying to find our way out of here. He let out a burst of laughter.
You think you can escape hell?
She bristled at his condescension. We don't deserve to be here. He laughed louder, his brothers joining in.
That's what every soul says.
Her fingers itched and burned again, forcing her to clench her hands until the pain ebbed. She wanted to blast the smug grin off that beast's face.
Tell me, where did you get your shifter powers?
He asked Benjamin. Benjamin gave him a puzzled look.
I was born a shifter. But who bestowed the power on you?
Benjamin thought,
what the fuck is he talking about?
I don't know. Just play along so we can get out of here. Blood trickled down Benjamin's leg in a steady stream.
Our powers are gifts from the ancients.
Benjamin finally answered. The brothers let out simultaneous growls.
The ancients!
Dragomir beat his chest.
You mean the barbarians who convinced a foolish djinn to steal something that didn't belong to them?
The fur on his neck stood on end.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't you?
Dragomir got up in Benjamin's face.
You've never heard of the barbarian named Amarok, or the demon called Jezebeth?
Tori and Benjamin shared a look. What do our god and a djinn have to do with these demons? She asked him.
These demons are fucking insane.
Yes, we've heard of them, he answered aloud. The brothers snarled.
Who are they to you?
Dragomir snapped.
Tell the truth. I can sense when you're lying.
When Benjamin growled, Tori answered for him. Amarok is our god, and Jezebeth is my half-sister's mom. The monster's jaw dropped.
Jezebeth is your mother?
No, she said. I had a different mother than Phoenix. A blade twisted in her heart at the thought of never seeing her sister again. Dragomir shared a long look with his brothers, and Tori knew they were speaking telepathically.
Phoenix?
Dragomir rubbed his chin, a wicked gleam in his eyes, as he looked back at her.
That is your half-sister's name? Tori?
Benjamin warned.
Don't answer any more of his questions. Tell me,
Dragomir asked, leaning toward her.
Does Phoenix live in a lamp like her mother?
Benjamin growled. Folding her arms, Tori glared at him. I'm not answering any more questions.
You are.
He flashed a wolfish grin, the fur on his chin still red with Benjamin's blood.
Your mate will bleed out if you don't.
He motioned toward Benjamin's swollen ear.
Either that, or the infection will kill him.
She swallowed at that, glancing at Benjamin's leg. Blood had pooled around his foot. When she looked into his eyes, her breath hitched at the pain in them.
We can heal him,
Dragomir said, holding up a finger.
Answer this one question first.
What do you want with my sister?
She's not in a lamp,
Lucian said to his brother triumphantly.
We would have heard of the making of another djinn.
He gave Tori a knowing look.
She lives with your tribe.
The flames of hell burned brightly in Dragomir's eyes.
Then she is not protected.
The contents of Tori's stomach lurched, and her world tilted on its axis. These monsters were truly evil if they were plotting to harm her innocent teenage sister. Protected from what? His laughter was a snake coiling around her spine.
Our wrath.
Anger surged through her like a bolt of electricity. You wouldn't dare hurt my sister! Fire raced up her spine and burned her fingers. He ducked when she threw a ball of flame at him, then jumped out of the way, howling, when she hit his backside with another. Before she could hit him again, Bug flew down from the shadows, flapping its wings in her face. Please, mistress, no hurt mate. Then Bug grabbed a bucket of water off the floor and splashed Dragomir's flaming backside. He's not my mate, she seethed, only calming when Benjamin placed a paw on her shoulder.
No more fighting.
He nodded toward the other two brothers who looked at her with nostrils flared. He didn't even question the fire that had come out of her hands a second time. Good thing, because she had no idea where in fuck that power had come from. Dragomir returned to them, chest heaving, hands clenched. Big clumps of fur were missing from his backside, and the skin raw and red, but she felt no remorse. The beast had threatened her sister.
She has Deiva's power,
Lucian said to him.
I saw the blue flame in her magic. No other demon has ever had blue flame.
Tori didn't remember her flame being blue. She was shocked she was able to manifest flame at all. Something about being in hell had changed both her and Benjamin. But she wasn't complaining. She'd take any tool she could get. Dragomir gave Tori a sweltering look that would have made a weaker woman swoon. Cyrus grinned broadly at them.
These are our mate and brother reincarnated. They have finally returned to us, just as the oracle predicted. Where did you learn to throw flame?
Dragomir demanded. I'm done answering your questions, she snapped. She didn't want him to know she'd just discovered this magic and still didn't know what she was doing. Let him think she'd been wielding it for years. Heal my mate, or I'll burn the whole place down. Dragomir gave Cyrus a curt nod. Cyrus instantly shifted into a big black wolf and sidled up to Benjamin. Brother, heal, master, Bug said, buzzing around their heads. Benjamin frowned down at Cyrus as he licked his injured leg and foot. Tori was shocked when Benjamin's wound magically sealed, leaving nothing behind but crusted blood. She tugged on his arm. Let him heal your ear. Cyrus barked at him, tail wagging. Benjamin fell to his knees, shaking the ground under her feet. After Cyrus licked Benjamin's ear, the swelling shrank like a deflating balloon. Nuzzling Benjamin's shoulder, she heaved a sigh of relief. Cyrus barked at her, then stuck his snout in her palm. She hadn't realized until that moment how much her fingers hurt. She held her hands out, and after a few licks, her charred flesh returned to normal. Thank you, she said, still adjusting to his red, glowing eyes, despite his wagging tail. He shifted back to a human, not the slightest bit upset at his nudity. Then the beast that was Dragomir shifted into a tall and muscular man with long black hair and tattoos up his arms and across his broad chest. His skin was gray, like his brother's, but not the dull gray of the trees in the haunted forest. He glowed as if his skin was coated with diamond dust. His horns were larger than his brother's, curving wickedly, like he was part satyr. When he looked at Tori with gleaming yellow eyes and flashed a wicked grin, she thought she'd combust right there. He was too beautiful to be a demon.
Bug!
Dragomir snapped his fingers, and his loyal servant flew to him.
Show our visitors to the guest chamber.
Yes, master. Bug bowed and turned to Tori and Benjamin.
No thanks.
He tugged her toward the tunnel.
We're leaving.
Tori wasn't surprised when the three brothers followed them, their body heat chasing them like the flames of hell were licking at their heels.
No, you're not,
Dragomir boomed.
You won't survive out there.
Refusing to stop, Benjamin snorted.
We won't survive here. We won't harm you,
Dragomir said.
You have our word.
She felt compelled to turn toward them. The sorrow in their eyes tugged at her heartstrings. Maybe they should stay with them.
As if we'd trust your word.
Benjamin abruptly stopped, turning on them with a snarl.
Come on, Tori.
She hissed when he snatched her hand too hard. He mouthed an apology and continued pulling. They were almost to the mouth of the cave when they saw something that made Tori's blood turn to ice. A familiar-looking woman was chained to a wall, shackles around her ankles and wrists, and a leather collar with a big amethyst stone around her neck. A shifter? And not just any shifter. She recognized Katerina Lupescu's snarling face and beautiful, wicked eyes, tinted demon red. The shifter had been known to dye her hair different colors, but it was a dark blonde now, probably her natural color, though it could have passed as light brown. Or maybe that was dirt in her hair. Her skin was filthy and bruised, her gown in tatters. Katerina gave her an imploring look. "Why is she in chains?" she demanded of Dragomir, shaking free of Benjamin's grip. The two brothers flanking him backed up a step when she stormed up to them, magic crackling in her palms. Dragomir held his ground, giving her a smug look, arms folded across his muscular chest. He thrust his hips forward, flaunting his nakedness. She'd tried not to look, but the long appendage was impossible to miss, swinging like a pendulum. She'd no idea why she was shocked by his behavior. He was a demon, after all.
So many questions,
he tisked.
Do you think you've fallen into paradise?
Katerina whined like an injured puppy and rattled her chains. Benjamin thought to her,
Tori, let's go.
She was surprised that he didn't seem to care about this Amaraki wolf, chained like a dog. Don't you recognize her?
I do, but it doesn't matter.
She gasped aloud. Doesn't matter that she's in chains?
She's evil, Tori.
Nobody deserves...
Tori, listen to me.
He grasped her shoulders, his long fingers fanning across her back. Though he probably wasn't pressing that hard for a big beast, her bones ached in his bruising grip.
Katerina Lupescu is not our problem. That bitch killed a human and stole her body. She brought demons to our tribe, and she tried to kill Ilia Lupescu.
I tried to forget that.
Well, you need to remember. She has only herself to blame for her current situation.
He pushed her toward the exit. When they reached the mouth of the cave, Benjamin swore, and Tori's legs turned into two wet noodles. The once empty and parched landscape teemed with creatures, some walking on 4 and 6 legs, and others slithering. All manner of winged beasts had taken to the sky. A few of them looked like dragons, with long barbed tails and bat-like wings. Dragons! Benjamin turned to Dragomir.
What are those beasts?
Dragomir's fanged grin split his face in two, his eyes glowing like twin embers.
You still want to leave the cave?
I don't understand. All moisture disappeared from her already parched throat, and her tongue felt heavy, making speaking a chore. Where did they come from?
They were in hiding,
Dragomir answered.
From what?
Benjamin demanded. Dragomir's laughter was like 1,000 tiny spiders burrowing under her skin.
From us.
His brothers joined in his laughter, reverberating her bones and turning the sludge in her veins to ice.
Why?
Benjamin asked. Dragomir refused to answer.
Come back inside,
the demon urged, visibly relaxed, as if the prospect of hurting them bored him.
If we wanted to harm you, we would have pushed you over the edge.
She backed away from the opening and took Benjamin's hand. I don't think we have a choice. He looked at the sky.
No, we don't.
Chapter 8. Benjamin hovered behind Tori while Bug pulled out her chair, the creature's wings beating so rapidly, the wind stung his eyes. Bug pulled out a chair for him at the head of the long table. Refusing to sit, Benjamin glared at Dragomir, who sat at the other end, his brothers following suit. They were all in human form and still completely naked, refusing to show Tori any respect by parading around the cave like demon roosters. A low growl escaped his throat when Cyrus sat next to Tori with a wink. He understood the significance of their seating arrangements. 2 alphas at the head of their packs. Benjamin felt like an imposter, but no way was he telling the demons he'd actually been a gamma in the living world. They might use it against him. He still had no idea why they thought he and Tori were long-lost family, but they were sorely mistaken. Other than Tori, Benjamin had no family he'd call his own. After growing up with 3 cruel brothers and abusive fathers, no way in fuck was he going to allow himself to be adopted by this pack. His birth family had been brutal enough. He couldn't imagine belonging to a pack of demon wolves. Bug moved so fast, its motion was nothing more than a blur as it heaped food onto their plates and poured steaming cups of coffee into thick wooden goblets. Benjamin inhaled the heavenly aromas of roasted meat and warm, rich coffee beans. Dragomir arched a brow while Bug draped a cloth napkin in the demon's lap.
Are you going to stay in your beast form forever?
He shifted from foot to foot.
You mean, am I going to let my guard down in front of 3 demons who just tried to rip my throat out?
Dragomir waved dismissively with the tip of a sharp carving knife.
You can't eat with us in that form. Our table can't accommodate you.
When Benjamin didn't respond, he continued.
We give you our word.
Benjamin snorted.
I don't trust your word. Then trust our actions.
Laying down the knife, Dragomir spread his arms wide. Bug wrung its spindly claws together. Sit and break your fast with brothers. Bug has prepared Master's favorites. Benjamin shot him a glare.
You don't know our favorites.
The creature smiled, revealing pale gums and no teeth. Bug prepare Master Horetu and Mistress Daiva favorite foods. It motioned toward the spread laid on the table. Roast boar, creamed eggs, cinnamon oat cakes, and sweet nectar. Benjamin couldn't deny he was hungry. His stomach growled, and saliva pooled in his mouth. Tori looked at him, tugging on his finger. Eat with us. You need your strength if we're to survive. Reluctantly, he shifted and sat, feeling uncomfortable with his bare balls resting against the chair cushion. When Bug draped a napkin in his lap, he shooed the creature away with a glare. He looked at his meal, wondering if it really was boar and eggs, or if it was demon meat and guts.
Where do you get these foods?
Dragomir grinned.
We have our means,
he said, and shoveled eggs into his mouth with a gleaming silver fork. These demons might dine in the nude, but at least they used cutlery. When Bug placed a heaping scoop of gooey eggs on Tori's plate, Benjamin grabbed her napkin and placed it in her lap before Bug or Cyrus could do it for her.
You look like an alpha, but your actions tell me you're a gamma,
Dragomir said to him, giving him a look as if he could see into his very soul. He ignored Dragomir and gave Tori a warning look.
Allow me,
Cyrus said to Tori, leaning beside her and cutting her meat, his elbow grazing her shoulder. Cheeks flushing, she jerked away as if she'd been scalded. Then they shared a look so intense, Benjamin's beast rose. His nose lengthened and hair sprouted all over him.
Cyrus is doing what gammas do,
Dragomir said casually.
He was always attentive to Daiva. Tori is not his mate,
he reminded them.
Don't let him seduce you,
he said through thought, his voice snapping like the crack of a whip. I'm not. Her hand shook as she pushed eggs around her plate. He wasn't buying it. He'd seen that look. It was the same one she'd given him last night before they'd made love.
Remember, he's a demon. There's no telling what kind of magic he'll use to bewitch you.
She nodded and leaned away from Cyrus. He didn't like that she only wore the thin nightgown she'd found last night. She'd worn no underwear either, yet she was the only dressed wolf at the table. He held her hand until all the brothers drank and ate, in case the food was poisoned. After they'd taken several bites, he released her and gave her a curt nod. They ate in guarded silence. He was so consumed in watching the demons leer at Tori that he barely registered the taste of the food, other than knowing it was good. The eggs were creamy and layered with cheese and fresh herbs, making him wonder again where they were able to secure such fine cuisine. Dragomir whispered something to Bug, and the creature flew out of the room, then returned with Katerina Lupescu, dragging her on a leash. Bug tied her to a nearby wall. The woman hung her head, a lone tear sliding down her cheek. Benjamin wondered if that tear was real or for show. Katerina Lupescu had always been prone to theatrics. Tori was obviously moved. She set down her fork, the color draining from her cheeks.
"Why do you gawk at our pet?"
Dragomir asked her, his gaze roaming over Tori, as if she was a prized sow. "Your pet?" She visibly swallowed, her eyes narrowing to slits. "Don't you mean your slave?"
"What does it matter to you what she is?"
He laughed, his brothers joining him.
"Jealous?"
Clenching his fork in a white-knuckled grip, Benjamin growled at them all. "Of a woman you have chained like a dog?" Tori spat.
"She is a dog. A bitch,"
Dragomir said to Tori, but his attention was on Benjamin as his canines lengthened.
"How else do you think she ended up in hell?"
Even though the demon disgusted him, Dragomir had a point. Benjamin's memories of Katerina Lupescu had been anything but pleasant.
"Remember where we are,"
he projected to his mate.
"Compassion is for the weak, and will get us killed.
We're already dead."
"We could die again and be sent to a place worse than this. Our only focus should be staying alive and finding a way out."
"You're right." She picked up her fork again, her gaze darting to Katerina and then back to her plate. "I'm sorry."
"Don't be sorry. Be vigilant."
He glanced at Dragomir and his brothers. They were eyeing him like he was a cornered hare.
"These demons still don't trust us, and I certainly don't trust them."
Dragomir eyed the wolves named Tori and Benjamin. Despite breaking his fast with several flavorful dishes, he still had the taste of Benjamin's blood on his tongue, a taste he slowly remembered after having Horatu's blood splattered across his face during their numerous battles with other demons. Benjamin's smell was still on his skin and his dried blood under his fingernails. The shifter smelled like his brother. His nostrils flared as he scented both of them from across the table. Tori smelled like his lost mate. He licked his lips at the prospect of tasting her, too. His heart thudded slowly against his ribcage while he watched Tori pick at her food. Her mannerisms were much like Deiva's. His brothers had been trying to pry into his mind, asking his thoughts on their unexpected guests. He hadn't answered them. He couldn't. Not when it took every ounce of his willpower to remain calm. He saw the fear in Tori's eyes when Bug had referred to her as his lost mistress. The last thing he needed was to frighten them away. He would have to tell Bug and his brothers to back off. Though these shifters insisted they didn't belong here, Dragomir knew it was no coincidence they'd found their way back to him. Their souls had led them here, and no way was he letting them go back.
"Maybe it would help,"
Benjamin said,
"if you told us what happened to Deiva and Horatu, and why you think we're them."
Dragomir tightened his hand on his fork until the metal gave way. His breathing was shallow, and the air around him was stifling as he recalled that day so long ago that had imprinted in his memory.
"Their souls were taken from us 2,000 years ago. Their bodies turned to dust by the djinn named Jezebeth."
He shared a dark look with his brothers.
"What we have gleaned over the centuries is that she implanted the souls of our brother and mate into the mortal bodies of barbarian brothers, giving them demon powers. The oldest of them was named Amarok.
He looked at Benjamin.
You call him your god. The oracle foretold that one day their souls would return to us.
He splayed his hands.
And now here you are.
Tori hissed, and Benjamin swore. Steepling his fingers, he leaned back, watching them behind slitted lids. Hopefully their wolf-touched senses couldn't discern the heavy pounding of his heart or his growing need to sweep Tori into his arms and take her to his bedchamber.
Now that your fast is broken,
he said, motioning to the soft pillows and rugs by the fire,
you may retire by the hearth while we finish our morning duties.
He dared not dwell on the many times he and his brothers had made love to Daiva in front of that fire. Benjamin arched a brow.
What are your morning duties? That's none of your concern.
He stood, not fooled for a moment. They were plotting their escape. He could read them as easily as a book. Benjamin rose, throwing his napkin on the table.
We appreciate your hospitality, but Tori and I also have plans.
He held a hand down to her.
Even after what Dragomir told you?
Cyrus gazed at Tori like he was a lost puppy.
I'm sorry about your mate and brother,
Benjamin said,
but I don't think we're them.
A lie. He was almost certain at this point they were.
There is no way out,
Dragomir snapped. Tori looked at him with wide, luminous eyes, and he felt momentary guilt for keeping her. Not that he had a choice in the matter. There has to be, she said. He shot Lucian and Cyrus a glare.
Do not help them.
His brothers silently nodded. They were no fools.
You are both tired from using so much magic,
Dragomir said smoothly, infusing his voice with a persuasive enchantment. The deep tone he used to calm his victims before binding them in chains. Only this time, he didn't intend to harm his victims. The fools were about to try to escape again. He could feel the unease in the marrow of his bones.
You need rest. We are not tired,
Benjamin said, dropping back into his seat, eyes glazed over as if he'd drunk too much wine. Dragomir said hypnotically,
You are. I am,
Benjamin repeated in a dull monotone. As if on cue, Benjamin fell back in his seat, his eyes rolling into the back of his head. Tori gasped, then slumped. Lucian leaned over Tori, checking her pulse. Then he lifted her into his arms, a possessive look in his eyes.
That was easy.
Cyrus warily eyed them both.
Too easy.
Dragomir shrugged.
It wasn't hard.
Clucking his tongue, Cyrus shook his head.
They won't be happy when they wake.
Cyrus was right. They wouldn't be happy, especially Benjamin.
They've had a treacherous journey. Rest is best for them right now.
He snapped his fingers, and their faithful servant appeared, the air from his buzzing wings blowing Dragomir's long hair back.
Bug, please take them to bed.
Bug's wings sagged while he hoisted Benjamin into the air. Lucian followed Bug out of the dining hall and down a long, dark corridor. Dragomir sipped his nectar, not liking the tension radiating off Cyrus, while they waited for Lucian to return.
They will be ready next time you trance them,
Cyrus said.
I know.
He repressed a grimace. He didn't want to inflict any more pain on Benjamin, but the Alpha would fight him.
Hopefully, I won't need to again.
Lucian took far too long to return. Dragomir had pushed off from his seat, ready to retrieve him, when he finally appeared.
What took you so long?
Cyrus asked accusingly. Lucian fell into his seat, a stupid grin on his face.
I couldn't stop staring at her, smelling her.
And? Dragomir asked. Lucian had the best sense of smell. He could hunt down a soul from hundreds of miles away. Dragomir trusted Lucian's instincts more than anyone's.
It's her,
Lucian said.
It's Daiva.
Cyrus said,
When I touched her, her soul spoke to mine.
A knot worked down his throat as he swallowed. A light pierced the darkness in Dragomir's blackened soul. Could it be? After 2,000 years? Had his family finally returned to him? Or had they been deceived by cruel magic? Although they were friends with Jezebeth, he wouldn't put it past the sneaky djinn to torment them. But to what end? Hadn't she tortured them enough? He drummed his fingers on the table.
This could be a trick.
Cyrus straightened.
It isn't. It can't be.
His voice cracked.
Tori is Deiva reincarnated.
As the Gamma, Cyrus was always the most emotional of the brothers. He'd cried for centuries after they lost Deiva and Horetu. If this was one of Jezebeth's tricks, he'd claw his way out of hell and rip her eyes out for putting his family through misery again.
What do you make of this?
Lucian leaned forward.
You bit Benjamin. You tasted his blood. Was it the same as Horetu's?
His breath stilled.
The exact same. But they don't look like them,
Cyrus said, the vibration of fear tinging his words.
Benjamin's skin is so fair, it's almost pink. Horetu had our dark features. She has Deiva's eyes, though,
Lucian said wistfully. They were too far gone. Even if they turned out to be imposters, there would be no convincing them of it.
We can't expect them to return to us in the same bodies,
Lucian snapped.
I don't care about their bodies anyway. I care about their souls.
Did he dare allow himself to believe those two wolves hadn't appeared by accident? That it was fate that had led them here? If so, he would keep them here. No way in heaven, hell, or in between was he letting them go again. Standing under an arch of mossy, black rocks at the end of a long tunnel that led below the cavern they called home, Cyrus stood guard while his brothers fed the beast. He couldn't look away when the creature raised from the cavern's pool of dark mist. Covered in raised green bumps and looking like a mammoth toad, his gaping maw opened as screaming souls were sucked into his throat. For thousands of years, his brothers had been feeding the soul sucker. He'd stopped feeling sorry for them long ago. They'd been sent here for good reasons. Their cries for mercy had once been a blade in his heart, until the day Deiva had used her magic to project the soul's final memories across the dark cavern's back wall, like a 20th century movie projector playing the reel of an old movie. He'd seen a soldier stabbed through the heart by an enraged mother after he brutally raped her young daughter. He saw a thief mauled by attack dogs after slitting their master's throat for a handful of coins. They deserved to be sent to the belly of the beast, he'd continually told himself. But nausea had long plagued him after his brothers had sealed the portal door. The food they received, wishes granted from the primordial djinn as recompense for the feast of souls, never tasted right, dulled by the sense of wrongness, a deep black smear on Cyrus's soul. Their last hunt had been successful, providing the monster with over a dozen sinners, which would hopefully assuage his insatiable appetite for a few weeks. Then, Cyrus and his brothers would be forced to hunt again, or risk the beast's wrath. He worried about what would become of Benjamin and Tori if they left their cavern. Bug couldn't contain them without help. Would Dragomir put them under another sleeping spell? The thought didn't sit well with him. After they fed the beast, they collected their food. Cyrus smiled when he saw the bags of flour, vanilla bean, and honey. Deiva had loved honey cakes. Cyrus suspected Tori did too. After hauling their supplies to the tunnel, it took all their strength to seal the portal door. Cyrus prayed the seal would hold. He shuddered at the thought of Tori or Benjamin going in there. Heaving several bags off the ground, he followed his brothers to their pantry, a cool cave where they stored their supplies. They wordlessly stacked bags while Bug fluttered around them, clapping his spindly claws. "Bug will make all of Mistress's favorite desserts." They'd just retired to the hearth room when a flash of light sparked inside it, and a hollow voice filled their chamber.
"Fang-born brothers," a woman said, "I wish you no harm. I have news of Horatu and Deiva. Please let me enter."
Cyrus and Lucian jumped back. Dragomir shifted into a giant, horned protector.
"Go to hell, bitch!"
Lucian roared. Dragomir held out a staying hand.
"Let's hear what she has to say about Tori and Benjamin."
Cyrus was also curious to see if she corroborated Benjamin and Tori's story.
"It's a trick,"
Lucian said.
"Perhaps,"
Dragomir answered.
"but the spell won't let her harm us."
"Dragomir is right," he said to Lucian. When Cyrus had inherited Deiva's ability to cast spells, she had taught him several. After her disappearance, her spellbook had become his Bible. He knew every word of every page, front to back. He learned that if you used certain words when summoning a djinn, they couldn't hurt you. When Lucian curtly nodded, Dragomir summoned the djinn.
"Those who wish us no harm may enter."
The auburn-haired djinn materialized in front of them in a wisp of smoke. It was Abera, Jezebeth's mother, the bitch who'd cheated them out of vengeance by shielding her daughter inside a lamp. Though demons were always sneaking into the living realm, they were usually called back by their masters. Several millennia ago, a few tricky demons had devised a way to remain, hiding inside enchanted shells called lamps. One downside of the spell was that they were trapped inside for an eternity, only released when unsuspecting mortals discovered the lamps and let them out for a brief time. But an eternity of boredom and loneliness was better than being forever cast into a lake of fire or trapped inside the beast's belly, and she could no longer steal souls while trapped inside a lamp. Only willing souls could go with them. For that, he was grateful. Dragomir snarled at the djinn.
"What the fuck do you want?"
"I have come requesting a favor," she said seductively, and protruded her breasts in Dragomir's face. Dragomir waved her away. Didn't she realize that crap didn't work on them?
"You have a lot of nerve, after what your daughter did to our pack."
She dropped the act and straightened. "You guys are no fun? Okay, let's talk. I'm willing to offer a trade." Dragomir snorted.
"A trade for what?"
"I'm trying to recover 2 lost souls, wolf shifters that were banished to hell by accident." The fur on Cyrus's neck stood on end.
"She's not taking them from us,"
he barked inside their minds.
"She won't,"
Dragomir tersely replied.
"Wolf shifters?"
Crossing his meaty arms, Dragomir cocked his head.
"Why would we help you find them?"
She smiled sweetly at them. Too sweetly. Cyrus could practically taste the venom dripping from her tongue. "Because I have their ashes." Cyrus's world came to a grinding halt. Dragomir stiffened.
"Whose ashes?"
"Amarok and his pack," she taunted in a sing-song voice.
"It's a trick."
Lucian's growl reverberated through his mind. Dragomir barred his fangs.
"You lie."
She casually picked grime out of her fingernails before letting out a bored sigh. "I don't lie." Dragomir's eyes narrowed.
"You said they'd been hidden."
She shrugged. "I was mistaken." A roar filled their cavern, rattling the walls.
"You bitch!"
Dragomir leapt on top of the djinn, cursing when he grasped only smoke. She'd known the significance of those ashes, known how badly they'd wanted them. He had combed through Daiva's spellbook after they'd been taken, searching for any way to summon them back. What he'd discovered was that by combining the ashes of Daiva and Horatu with the human hosts who'd stolen their souls, he could bring their mate and brother back to them. He had pleaded with the djinn to recover the ashes after the barbarians died, but she'd told him they'd been buried in an undisclosed location by their children. She blinked away and then reappeared. "You know with those ashes you could resurrect their souls." Cyrus snarled through his clenched teeth.
We already have their souls,
Lucian projected.
We do.
Benjamin and Tori had to be Horetu and Deiva. It was no accident they'd fallen into hell.
Possibly,
Dragomir said with a yawn.
But we don't even know if the spell will work.
Oh, it will work. She coyly bit her lip. So do we have a deal? Dragomir turned as still as a column of stone, glaring at her for a long moment, the stagnant air pressing down on Cyrus's skull while he waited with bated breath for his brother's response.
No.
She jerked back as if he'd struck her. You'd be a fool to pass up this offer.
Begone, Jin.
He shifted back into human form and went to the server, pouring himself a goblet of wine.
We have no use for you.
Stirring his finger in the goblet, he turned back toward her, flashing a fanged grin.
Those who are not welcome may leave.
Screaming shrilly, she disappeared in a plume of smoke, rushing toward the hearth like water circling a drain.
Good call, brother.
Lucian clasped Dragomir's shoulder.
We need nothing from the Jinn now.
Dragomir flashed a devious grin.
Oh, but we do.
Cyrus snatched the goblet from his brother and cooled his parched throat with several gulps of wine.
What do we need when Daiva and Horetu have returned to us? The girl, Phoenix, isn't protected without a lamp,
Dragomir answered.
We steal her soul and exchange her for Jezebeth.
Cyrus shook his head.
Daiv, Tori won't be happy if we take her sister captive. Didn't you see the longing in her eyes?
Dragomir asked.
She misses her. She'll thank us for bringing her here.
Cyrus was pretty sure Tori would withhold her appreciation and pummel them with her magic instead.
And what will we do with Jezebeth?
Lucian asked.
We make her pay for stealing our family and making us suffer for 2,000 years.
Leaning against the server, Dragomir licked his lips, a hungry look in his eyes.
We feed her to the beast.
Chapter 9. Tori slowly awoke and tried to focus on a flickering wall sconce that lit the dark walls in a warm glow. 1,000 thoughts swirled in her head, and none of them made sense. Where was she? The ground beneath her was as soft as a wet sponge. She rolled onto her side and placed a hand on Benjamin's chest. He was snoring softly. They weren't in danger, were they? She sat up, hanging her foggy head in her hands, trying and failing to piece together the events that had led them here. She looked through the open doorway, squinted into the inky blackness, and tried to make out any form or shape that would jar her memory. She licked her cracked lips. Her parched throat was as dry as a dust bowl. Then she ran her hands down her sore legs, her finger curling inward like claws. Her muscles were wound so tight, they felt like coiled springs ready to snap. Dehydration. She threw her legs over the side of the mattress, which was basically a pallet on the floor. Her bones ached when she stood. Pressing one hand to the wall for support, she went down the dark hall toward the sound of unfamiliar voices, praying they had water. When she'd almost reached the light spilling into the tunnel, she heard a deep, menacing growl and froze.
Go back to your corner, Katerina, before I whip you with these chains.
Why won't you fuck me? She whined. Tori's hackles rose as a word projected into her head. Mine. She shook her head at that. Whoever the male was, he certainly wasn't hers. She had only Benjamin, didn't she? Or maybe her wolf knew something she didn't.
I told you why,
the man snapped.
I don't desire you.
Lucian. His name is Lucian. But your cock has been hard all evening, Katerina purred. I can see the bulge under your tunic.
It's not hard for you.
Tori repressed a laugh. Mine. Wait, why did she keep thinking that? What was wrong with her? Bastard! Katerina shrieked like a hawk launching on a sparrow. The snapping of teeth, growls, and groans reverberated through the tunnel. Closing her eyes, Tori pressed her head against the cool slate wall, repressing rage she shouldn't even be feeling. The nerve of that bitch. A draft blew cool air into the tunnel, bringing Lucian's scent to her. Something about it told her he was hers, more so than with her other fated mates, with the exception of Benjamin. He smelled more like Benjamin than Benjamin's brothers. She remembered that Lucian had 2 brothers, Dragomir and Cyrus, and they had a similar scent. How could that be? A violent thud.
"I told you to behave,"
Lucian said teasingly. Knowing he was unharmed, Tori exhaled a sigh of relief. Katerina's taunting laugh was venom to her ears. "I'm a bad girl. Fuck me into submission." Another hard thud.
"Enough!"
"That mongrel bitch has you under her spell," Katerina cried.
"Don't you dare speak badly of her."
"I won't. I'll just claw her eyes out." It was as if all air had been sucked out of the tunnel.
"Lay a hand on her, and it's the last thing you'll do before I feed you to the beast."
The beast? What was he talking about? "You wouldn't."
"In a heartbeat. Keep in mind,"
he scolded,
"the only reason we haven't fed you to the beast is because you're wolf-touched. Don't make us regret that decision. We'll gladly make an exception for you."
A new male voice chimed in. "Cyrus," a soft voice whispered in her head.
"She might be wolf-touched, but she's evil to the core,"
Cyrus said.
"We'll decide when Dragomir returns. But for now, I'll gag her,"
Lucian answered. Katerina swore, and that was followed by the sounds of a scuffle.
"Keep her gagged,"
Cyrus said.
"There's nothing else I want to hear from her. There are no remnants of Deiva or Horatiu inside her."
Deiva and Horatiu. She abruptly remembered what she was doing here. She and Benjamin had been eating with 3 demon wolves, and then they'd passed out. Had the demons drugged them? Ignoring her parched throat, she backed away from the opening. She had to wake Benjamin and warn him. She turned around and immediately slammed into a hard wall of muscle. She blinked up at the demon named Dragomir, head alpha, and judging by the flame in his eyes, vicious to the core. Though his eyes were gold, there was a thin outer ring of red around the irises, reminding her of his demon origins. His devilish smile, revealing 2 sharp canines, was nearly enough to make her wet herself. Heat pulsed off his bare chest, and she couldn't tell if he was angry with her or hungry for her. His silvery skin was covered in tattoos and scars, including a long mark that ran down the side of his neck that was thick and curved like a snake. She fought the urge to reach out and touch it. He was naked except for a towel draped low around a toned waist. Water dripped from his long hair, and moisture dusted his shoulders and chest. He grasped her forearms.
"Have you been spying on my brothers?"
She licked her parched lips. I was thirsty." That wasn't a lie. Not completely. He arched a brow, a low purr reverberating from his chest, like he was a predatory cat.
"For what?"
"Water?" she rasped, resisting the urge to cough and prove her point. "What else?" He pulled her into the room where his brothers sat in overstuffed chairs by the roaring fire, their pet chained to the wall beside them. Katerina snarled at Tori, the gag in her mouth preventing her from speaking. Tori knew the cursed shifter wouldn't have anything nice to say, but she didn't approve of the way they treated Katerina. She was Amaraki and the mother of her friends, wolves who'd helped Benjamin and her when they'd escaped his brothers. She tried not to look in Katerina's direction when he dragged her to the long dining table and imprisoned her against the edge until his body heat wrapped around her like a glove. He reached around her.
"Here,"
he said, and handed her a cup. She was aware of his brothers watching them from across the room. Taking the wooden cup, She peered into the swirling liquid. It was cloudy, with pieces in it that looked like lemon rind. Lemonade? Or alcohol? This isn't water.
It's better.
When he flashed a wolfish grin, she swore his fangs elongated. I don't trust it, and I don't trust you. He hovered over her, twirling a lock of her dark hair around a finger.
Do you think I'd poison you?
She gave him a cool look. You put us to sleep. He shrugged, not looking the least bit apologetic. His brothers were practically salivating as they gawped at her. Her throat was so raw, it burned. She inhaled deeply, her wolf-touched senses checking for any foul smell. Not that she'd know what poison smelled like. All she smelled was a clean, fruity aroma that made her mouth water. Fuck it, she finally said, and drank. It was delicious and cool, tasting like a cross between mildly sweetened lemonade and coconut water. When she'd drained the cup, she handed him the goblet. It was delicious.
We call palma juice nectar in hell. Want more?
He asked. She eagerly nodded, and he poured from a silver pitcher. After she'd finished 2 more glasses, she eyed him over the rim of her mug, thankful she didn't feel any different. How did you get us to fall asleep? She realized too late she should have asked before she'd drank all that nectar. He set the cup on the table, his big body brushing hers. The demon had no concept of personal space, or maybe he did and just didn't care.
A little magical persuasion.
She pressed back against the table, trying not to breathe in his distinctly male sense of sulfur, sweat, and a warm, musky spice that set her libido on fire and forced her to grit her teeth. Why? He folded his arms.
Because we can't risk you escaping and getting killed.
Damn that demon for sounding so sincere as he looked deeply into her eyes. And damn his alluring scent. Was it another one of his spells, or was he somehow her fated mate? Though she didn't want to admit it, it made sense that Grigor, Stefan, and Petre had never been meant for her. That maybe she'd been destined to mate with these demon wolves all along. Benjamin had never been meant for the life of a Gamma. That was why he was a protector in demon form. It made sense, yet she still refused to accept it. How could she be destined for an eternity in hell? But we're already dead, she said.
There is a worse death than this one.
He looked towards something behind her. Without following his line of vision, she knew he was looking in the direction of that strange cove. She swallowed a lump in her throat. Like being fed to the beast? Firelight danced in his eyes as he leaned into her once more, his powerful scent threatening to overwhelm her. Why did he smell so damn tempting?
Your eavesdropping ears will get you in a lot of trouble, little wolf.
He touched her cheek, branding her skin. Desire pounded between her legs. He was distracting her, but to what end? Is that why you're feeding us? Fattening us up to feed your beast? He jerked away from her.
I would throw myself into his mouth before I let you go near it.
What was this beast? So are you just going to keep putting us to sleep?
I'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe.
His words were clipped. You're not my protector, she said.
Are you sure about that?
Digging his fingers into her shoulder, he licked her neck.
You smell like her, especially when you're aroused.
She turned to molten lava beneath his touch, her insides liquefying and her traitorous body instinctively leaning into him like a moth attracted to flame. She wanted to be embarrassed that he smelled her arousal, but his acknowledgement of it only made her need for him grow. Let me go, she breathed, barely managing the strength to challenge him when he wrapped thick, calloused fingers around her wrist. His deep, throaty chuckle made her shiver.
Is that what you want?
Was it? His masculine heat had her mind so muddled she could hardly think straight. Yes.
But I still have to punish you for spying,
he whispered, his breath searing her sensitive flesh. "No," she angled her head to the side, hoping, praying, he'd brush his lips across her neck.
"Yes,"
he purred, his hand dragging down her back in a long caress before cupping her ass.
"You feel like her, too."
Holy demon balls. His touch, his smell, his heat made her so damn wet. "I'm not her," but she wished she was.
"Do you deny the spark between us? Don't you feel it when we touch?"
He nibbled her earlobe.
"You taste like her."
Her knees turned to jelly. She tried to push him away, a futile attempt. She wanted him so badly. "You shouldn't do that. I'm not your mate." His deep chuckle was like lava streaming through her veins.
"Not yet." "Tori, get your hands off her!"
Tori pulled away from Dragomir like they were unbonded mates who'd been caught in a compromising position by their fathers.
"I wasn't hurting her."
Dragomir stepped back, the bulge under his towel painfully obvious to everyone. His brothers stood behind Benjamin, amused looks on their faces. She was so ashamed of her behavior that she couldn't look Benjamin in the eyes. He must have thought she was hell's biggest whore. Benjamin's features turned to stone.
"You were violating her." "She wanted it. She still wants it."
His eyes gleamed with amusement as he motioned toward her.
"You don't need me to tell you what her arousal smells like."
Her vision clouded with rage at the way he'd used and abused her. "You bastard!" she yelled, smacking him hard across the face. He stumbled back, rubbing his cheek, which was already swelling with her handprint.
"What did I do but tell the truth?"
She refused to believe the mock hurt in his eyes. "You cast a spell on me!"
"I didn't."
He stepped back, holding up his hands as his brothers closed in around him.
"There's nothing to be ashamed of. Horitu had no problems sharing our mate with us."
Benjamin shifted into a mighty protector.
"She's not your mate, and you're not my brothers." "No,"
Dragomir said with a casual air as he stepped back again, his growling brothers moving with him.
"Where are they, then?"
Tori tensed, praying Dragomir and his brothers didn't shift and attack Benjamin again.
"Rotting in this miserable pit for all I care."
Benjamin dragged a paw down his face, the heavy curtains under his eyes showing his fatigue.
"You drugged us."
Dragomir shook his head.
"No, I entranced you. Same damn difference. Come, Tori."
His eyes flashed red.
"We're leaving."
He nearly pulled her arm out of socket as he dragged her to the entrance. Fighting him was futile, so she practically tripped over herself following him. "Benjamin!" she finally cried when smooth slate gave way to rough gravel that chafed her feet. He released her, and she shifted into wolf form, shredding the flimsy nightgown. He was angry with her, and she was angry with herself for falling for Dragomir's seduction. More than anything, she was furious with that demon wolf for his deception. He wasn't her fated mate. He couldn't be. His alluring scent and her arousal were just another one of his spells. Damn her for wishing it had been real. Dragomir rubbed his sore cheek, then snatched his demon-forged sword from the hearth before stalking after his long-lost mate and brother, angry with Benjamin for his stubbornness, and angry with himself for pushing Tori too far. He'd known he was moving too fast, but her scent had robbed him of all reason. Moving as stealthy as cats, Lucian and Cyrus followed a few paces behind him, their wolf paws nearly soundless on the rocks. As he made his way to the ledge, his attention focused on the limp tail between Tori's back legs, their footsteps echoing through the long dark tunnel, and the strained sounds of Benjamin's heavy breathing.
"Where are you going?"
he asked them.
"Away from here,"
Benjamin answered tersely, refusing to turn around as they neared the ledge.
"You're making a mistake,"
he drawled, hiding his fear.
We can't let them leave,
Cyrus said.
We can,
He answered, ignoring his brother's curses, his hand wrapping tightly around the hilt of his sword.
And if something happens to them?
Lucian asked. He narrowed his gaze on the pair as Benjamin helped her slip over the lip of the cave. His heart skipped a beat when they disappeared into the darkness below.
Oh, something will definitely happen,
he answered, while releasing a slow breath of air.
But this is the only way they'll learn.
They stood on the ledge, peering into the pit below.
And if our brother and mate die again?
Lucian asked.
We won't let it come to that,
he said with a confidence he didn't feel. But what if he was wrong? Lucian shook his head.
You're too sure of yourself. I'm sure of nothing except Benjamin's stubbornness. He has Horatu's fighting spirit.
Lucian watched them descend into the abyss.
Let's hope it doesn't get them killed.
Canine tongue lolling to one side, Tori stopped to catch her breath as she checked the sky for threats. They'd descended the mountain several hours earlier without incident. She had a feeling it was because Dragomir and his brothers had followed them, scaring away other demons. She followed Benjamin through a field of boulders as big as cars. She hated being out here and had implored him more than once to turn back. Dragomir had been deceptive and too flirtatious, and she regretted letting him take advantage of her. But that didn't mean they had to risk getting eaten out in the wilds of hell. Dragomir and his brothers had fallen farther and farther behind, and she could no longer pick up their scent. Had they given up? She prayed not, for that would leave them open to attack from other demons. Maybe they'd grown tired and disinterested and had returned home to their nice full plates and warm beds. The thought was a knife to her chest. Had she been nothing more than a piece of ass to Dragomir? She mentally slapped herself for expecting a demon to have feelings or caring what he thought of her. She tried not to think about the food and shelter they'd left behind. The cave had been so cool compared to the sweltering heat that weighed down her fur and flattened her ears. Would they ever know such luxuries again? Would they ever escape this miserable pit? If so, how? She squinted at the sun, peeking above the horizon, and had no idea if it was dawn or dusk. It occurred to her that it always appeared to be twilight here. Perhaps that ball of fire in the distance wasn't the sun at all, but the flames of hell. It was a morbid thought, made even more depressing by the low cries of monsters in the distance. She was relieved when she didn't spot any dragons. Where they'd gone to, she didn't know and didn't care, as long as they didn't bother them.
Are you okay?
Benjamin's thought echoed in her mind as he picked pebbles from the soles of his big, hairy feet. I'm fine, she snapped, her voice ricocheting like a rough slap in her skull. But she wasn't fine. Her skin itched and her paws burned. But worse than that, she was so damn thirsty. Again. This place seemed to suck the moisture right out of her.
Did he hurt you?
She glared up at Benjamin. No.
Why did you leave me?
He was talking about her leaving him asleep while she went in search of water. I was thirsty. Flames danced in his glowing red eyes as his voice dropped to a low rumble.
Never go anywhere without me again. Do you understand?
Why was he speaking to her like she was a child? I was thirsty. She enunciated each word carefully. My mouth was drier than this landscape. She nodded toward the cracked ground beneath them. Fuck. It's dry again and I'm fucking miserable. His broad shoulders stiffened.
I will find us water.
And food and shelter? We had all that, Benjamin. She didn't bother masking the accusation in her voice. He pouted like a 2-ton petulant toddler.
So you'd rather be with them than me? Is that what you're saying?
Why do I have to choose? Why can't we be in a cool, safe cave together?
He had his hands on you,
he said accusingly, his eyes narrowing.
Did you let him?
She felt as small as an ant under the weight of his stare. "I didn't mean to."
Do you desire him? Do you want to bed him too?
I don't know." His heavy brow wrinkled.
You don't know.
"He smells like my mate, like you," she answered honestly. "They all do." He showed his fangs.
They're demons.
"I know what they are, but what if they're right?" She paused, finding the courage to voice what instinct told her must be true. "What if we're their reincarnated mate and brother?"
I won't share you with demons. Have you forgotten what demons did to our tribe?
She remembered when they had captured Tatiana Thunderfoot, now Tatiana Lupescu. But she also remembered the whispers from other wolves. They'd been succubi, not shifters like Dragomir and his brothers, like her. "I haven't forgotten, but what if these demons are different? What if they're good?"
Do you want to spread your legs for them so badly that you'll lie to yourself and me?
"You fucking asshole!" She shifted and pushed him hard, but it was like hitting a brick wall. He was so tall, his big testicles dangled in front of her face. She should have stayed a wolf and bit him right there. Fucker. She marched away, aware that she was naked and not giving a damn. Let him see what he was losing. Fucker, fucker, fucker.
Tori, where are you going?
"Back to the cave," she said, regretting she had no shoes to shield her poor soles from the scorched earth. She thought about shifting back into a wolf. At least the thick pads on her paws offered some protection. But she cared more about pissing off Benjamin than her comfort. Let him think she was marching naked back to the demon wolves. He followed at her heels, his thunderous steps shaking the dry earth.
You'd choose them over me?
She stiffened but kept marching, using the mountain peak in the distance as her guide. "I'm not choosing any wolf," she said between gritted teeth. "I'm choosing safety."
Tori, get back here.
She walked faster. "No!" A looming shadow blotted out the sky. Benjamin roared, and the blood in her veins turned to ice when she looked up and saw massive talons reaching for her. The talons latched onto her, crushing her while carrying her into the sky. The ground below passed in a dizzying blur, and she gaped at the thing covered in scales and feathers. A burst of flame shot from its mouth, and cinders rained down on her like stinging whips. Terror made her blood run to ice, and she was too shocked to struggle as its claws dug into her ribs. Not until she felt the crack of bone did she find the will to fight, releasing her flame and burning its claw. The beast let out a shriek more shrill than a train whistle and released her mid-air. She tumbled through the air like a bird with clipped wings and bounced off a wall of fur before slamming into the dirt. She cracked her head and was too stunned to register the pain before darkness blurred her vision. Cyrus nudged Dragomir with his snout and then licked his bloody head, and the break fused together. Then he licked his broken arm, and that healed too. Though Cyrus couldn't shift into a mighty protector like his big brother, he was useful in another way. His power to heal had saved his family too many times to count, except for that one time when no amount of healing magic could restore those 2 piles of ash.
Don't heal me.
Eyes opening, Dragomir pushed him away.
Save Daiva.
Cyrus knew Dragomir meant Tori, but saving Dragomir was more important because of the dragon circling overhead. Only Dragomir had the strength to defeat it. They'd all die, Tori included, if Dragomir didn't heal and fight. He'd taken the brunt of Tori's fall when the dragon released her, saving her from splattering all over the hard, unforgiving earth. After Dragomir sat up, clutching his sword, Cyrus went to Tori. Lucian had pulled her motionless body under a shallow ledge. The dragon circled lower and lower, blood dripping from its injured claw on the ground. Lucian and Cyrus traded places. Cyrus stood sentinel over her, while Lucian went to Dragomir. He winced at the broken bone protruding from a bloody gash on her side. He licked that injury first, not wanting her to bleed out before he could save her. Her blood tasted familiar, and he knew without a doubt she was Deiva reincarnated. Tears welled as he continued to lick her injuries. She did not wake, and her breathing was shallow. He would not fail her again. The dragon landed with a roar, kicking up a cloud of rocks and dirt. Cyrus covered her slender human form with his big wolf body, shielding her, then licked her wounds faster. His brothers might not be able to take on the dragon without his help. He couldn't see his brothers in the dust-heavy air, and he feared they'd both perish in the fight, because there was a fate worse than this, an even darker, deadlier dimension. He heard Dragomir's roar, and the ground shook. Dragomir's powerful roar could easily disorient its victim. He braced when he felt the air pressure drop. Lucian was channeling a strong wind. Debris flew past them. The dragon released an agonized cry, then hit the ground. The whoosh of Dragomir's sword followed, and then the solid thunk of the projectile finding its target. The spellbound blade always knew where to strike. The dragon unleashed its fire. Cyrus shielded Tori again, howling when flames singed the fur off his back. Lucian jumped in front of him, his shadow painting the fog like a black phantom. His wind blew the fire back at the dragon, and it retreated several steps. The dust settled. Cyrus could see their attacker now. It was at least twice as tall as Dragomir, with a wingspan of 4 protectors. Dragomir's sword protruded from its side. A new roar was heard, and Benjamin, in protector form, flew from the cliff overhead onto the dragon's head, sliding down its neck and ripping off a scale. About time he showed up. Tori let out a soft moan, her eyes still closed, her skin gray. Ignoring his own pain, Cyrus licked her injuries. His healing powers only worked on others. He'd make do with a salve when they returned home. Not until he tasted shards of skull and brain matter did he realize the seriousness of her injuries. No wonder she couldn't wake. At long last, he saw movement beneath her eyelids, though she still didn't wake. Gray skin slowly warmed to beige, and 2 small bursts of color flamed her cheeks. An agonized scream, followed by a burst of fire, lit up their surroundings enough that Cyrus could make out not 1, but 2 protectors on the dragon's back. One of them had the sword and was repeatedly stabbing the dragon, which suddenly collapsed, rattling the ground beneath them. Cyrus shielded Tori again as rocks and debris pelted them. Lucian barked, biting on Cyrus's tail.
"Get out of there!"
They dragged Tori from the alcove moments before the ledge crashed, almost burying them in an avalanche of rubble. "Benjamin!" she moaned, her hand flying to her eyes. Cyrus couldn't deny feeling a stab of jealousy when she called for Benjamin, and not him. Benjamin knelt beside them and clasped her hand in his big paw.
"I'm here, Tori. I'm so sorry."
Her eyes opened, and she smiled at her mate, then looked over at Cyrus. "Thank you," she said, draping a hand across his neck. He stuck his snout in her neck, his tail slapping the air, and his heart singing with joy when she scratched behind his ears. She pulled back her hand with a gasp, her fingers dripping with blood. Cyrus remembered the burns on his back. He hadn't registered the pain until that moment, but when it came, it was so intense, it felt like he'd drown in it. He fell onto his haunches, a shudder rolling through him as he breathed through a wheeze, and passed out. Dragomir knelt beside his brother, his chest tightening when he saw Cyrus's injuries. A long swath of his dark fur was gone, melted into the bloody, raw skin on his back. Never had Cyrus been so badly injured.
"We need to get them both back to the cave."
He gave Benjamin a dark look, daring him to challenge his orders. Benjamin simply grunted his agreement. Good thing, because Dragomir was looking for an excuse to plant his fist in that face after what had happened to Tori and Cyrus. Tori's eyes glistened. "I thought you'd forgotten about me." Ignoring Benjamin's growls, he stepped over her and knelt on her other side.
"Never,"
he said, taking her hand in his.
"I'd never forget you, Deiva."
His answer came out in a rasp, emotion threatening to choke off his words. He'd finally gotten her back and then almost lost her again.
"Not in 2,000 years. Not in an eternity."
His gaze swept her nude body, not just to appreciate her beautiful, pert breasts, slender waist, flared hips, and long, muscular legs, but to check for any injuries Cyrus might have missed. Her lower lip trembled. "I didn't want to leave." Benjamin stiffened, tension radiating off him.
"Good."
Dragomir stroked her arm.
"Because you're never leaving us again."
When Benjamin let out a deep rumble, he slowly stood, giving him a dark look.
"I'm not going to fight you, Benjamin. If you want to carry her, so be it. But if you try to take her out of the safety of the cave again—"
He paused, giving a moment for his words to sink in.
"I will kill you."
"Please don't fight," Tori pleaded and sat up, rubbing her temple. "Let's just go home before more monsters attack us."
"You're right."
He flashed Benjamin a grin.
"Let's go home."
Benjamin scooped Tori into his arms, holding her close. She rested her head against his chest, frowning at Cyrus. "Is he going to be okay?" Dragomir hoisted his brother's limp wolf body into his arms.
"I don't know."
Tori wiped tears from her eyes. "I'm so sorry." Dragomir gave Benjamin a look that would have made a lesser shifter cower.
"It's not your fault."
Benjamin was smart enough to keep his mouth shut. Tori tried to still her trembling limbs as she clung to Benjamin. Fuck, had she called the cave her home? She hadn't meant to, but she was so tired. Benjamin's eyes flared as he wordlessly followed the other wolves, cradling her against his big chest and covering her breasts with his long, leathery fingers. "Benjamin," she thought, looking up at him. He refused to answer her as he looked straight ahead, his features as unyielding as iron. Even as her eyes grew heavy with fatigue, she groaned in frustration, a blade cleaving her heart when she called to Benjamin through thought again, and he again refused to answer. She pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the wild pounding beneath, the heat of his skin sinking into her and adding to her fatigue. She was so damned tired. Maybe if she closed her eyes for a few minutes and surrendered to sleep, she'd have a clearer head when she woke. Maybe the fog of lust that had clouded her mind most of the day would clear too. She hoped so, because she absolutely couldn't mate with these demons, even though her wolf and soul called to them. Chapter 10. Cradling Tori close to his chest, Benjamin felt as if he was marching to the drum of his own funeral as he followed the demon brothers into their den.
"I can't get her to wake,"
he said to Dragomir's stiff back.
"Healing magic takes energy."
Dragomir laid Cyrus on a fur rug beside the hearth.
"She and Cyrus will both sleep a while."
Bug hovered over them, wringing its claws together like a worried mother hen, until Dragomir sent it to gather medical supplies. Benjamin wondered if Dragomir had scented the other wolves on their return trip. Benjamin had certainly smelled them nearby. Though his brother's scent had been familiar, it had also smelled foreign, a corrupted version of his brother's. Or maybe they'd just smelled so strange because they weren't his true brothers. Leaving Lucian to look after Cyrus, Dragomir took Benjamin to the cavern where he and Tori had been sleeping. Dragomir had shifted into his silvery demon self, so Benjamin shifted too. Tori was easy to carry, even in human form. She mumbled something as he laid her down, then rolled onto her side, snuggling a woven blanket with a sigh. There was no mistaking the longing in Dragomir's eyes as he gazed at her. How would he keep these demons away from her when they believed her to be their long-lost mate? But he was grateful they cared about her. Otherwise, both she and Benjamin would have perished today. And then what? Where does one go when one dies in hell? He shuddered at the thought of being sent to a worse place than this infernal wasteland. "Thank you for saving her," he finally said to Dragomir as he stood. Dragomir's eyes narrowed. "I did it for her, not you. I don't want your thanks." His chest tightened with annoyance. "You tried to seduce my mate. How did you expect me to respond?" "I know you don't want to accept it," he said, giving Benjamin a challenging look. "But she's our mate too. The reincarnation of Daiva." "Nu," he said. "And you're Horetu." Dragomir rolled his eyes to the dark ceiling. "Hades only knows you're as stubborn as he was." "Nu. Benjamin wanted nothing to do with his real brothers. Why would he accept these demons? His human brothers had beaten and belittled him. He could only imagine how demons would treat him. All he wanted was to wake up from this nightmare and move to Alaska with Tori. Together they'd have a simple, peaceful life. No more brothers, no more fighting, no more broken noses and shattered dreams. Dragomir gave him that expectant look, and he added, "I am sorry about what happened to your mate and brother, but we are not them." "No? Then explain why your beast looks just like mine. Explain why Tori has Daiva's blue fire." He let out a slow breath, doing his best to control his frayed nerves. "There are other demons. There are no others who smell like her." His eyes glowed like twin pools of fire. "Who taste like her." Benjamin clenched his hands, fighting the urge to pummel the demon for touching his mate. "If the ancients are descended from you, as you say, those thieves are not our descendants. Maybe we remind you of them because we are shifters." Benjamin ignored the seed of doubt Dragomir had sown. Maybe he'd never gotten along with Grigor and his other brothers because they weren't his true brothers. Perhaps his soul had been searching for these demons all along. Dragomir frowned. "If that were the case, then our pet would also smell like Daiva, be like Daiva. But she is not like her in any way." He wanted to tell him Katerina was a raging bitch and wasn't like any of the other Amaraki females, but he left it alone. "We can't be them. We don't even belong here." They'd given their lives to save the rest of the tribe and the world. Surely they didn't deserve to burn in a pit of fire for their sacrifice. Dragomir gave Benjamin a look of pity. "You're lying to us. You're lying to yourself." Benjamin bristled. "I'm not. You are. Because if I'm right, you belong to our pack, and that means you're stuck here. Nu. We will find a way out." Even as he said the words, he knew they lacked conviction. Would they? Dragomir gave him a long, assessing look. "Can you shift into a wolf, too?" "Duh," he answered, his Romanian accent sounding a little thicker than usual. What kind of question was that? "Cyrus nearly lost his life to save Tori." The demon's top lip pulled back. "You owe him." "What do you want from me?" he asked apprehensively. "Lick his wounds and heal him, like he healed Tori," he said, with a surprisingly straight face. Horetu and Cyrus both had healing magic. Benjamin took a hesitant step back. "You think I have the power to heal?" Dragomir followed his retreat. "I know you do." Bile burned the back of his throat. "You want me to lick his bloody back?" Dragomir's eyes flashed like solar flares. "You would let him suffer after what he did for Tori?"
I didn't say that.
He spat, his voice taking on a hard edge. He felt bad for Cyrus, but why did he have to be the one to heal him?
Why don't you heal him?
He was overcome by an uneasy sense of déjà vu at the expectant look in Dragomir's eyes. His brothers had treated him the same way. From sunup to late at night, Benjamin hadn't been allowed to rest. Taking care of the farm by himself had been a full-time job, leaving little time for him to cook and clean, but they'd expected it all the same. Tori had helped, but running the farm required the whole pack. His brothers were usually too drunk to get off the sofa. He'd had enough of being the pack slave. He wasn't about to be these demons' bitch, too.
I don't have healing magic,
Dragomir answered.
Only Horetu and Cyrus have it, and Cyrus can't heal himself.
Benjamin's chest caved inward at Dragomir's confession.
I will lick one spot, and if nothing happens, that's it.
Maybe then they'd believe he wasn't the reincarnation of their lost brother. Dragomir's mouth flattened into a grim line.
Fine.
Benjamin followed Dragomir into the hearth room. Cyrus was on his stomach, and Lucian and Bug were laboriously peeling away bits of his shirt. Or maybe it was flesh. His back was a raw, bloody mess. Benjamin gagged. He was supposed to lick that? He dropped to his knees beside Cyrus, giving Lucian a warning growl when he opened his mouth to speak. Cyrus's back smelled like a trash can of rotting meat. Dragomir sat beside him, his penis hanging between his legs like a limp windsock. Benjamin shifted to wolf form, and he became aware that his tongue had an odd tingling sensation as he bent toward Cyrus. He chose a charred spot of skin at the edge of the burns. He licked him tentatively at first, then a few more times when the taste was blotted out by the strong tingling in his tongue. He watched with a mixture of awe and horror as the spot slowly turned pink and then scabbed over before fading into smooth, gray flesh, the same color as the unburned parts of his body. Sitting back on his haunches, he wrapped his fluffy tail around his legs. He was supposed to lick the rest of him?
Keep going,
Dragomir prodded. He growled at him when suddenly that same tingling in his tongue spread outward, down his furry neck and legs, before finally shooting into his paws.
Shift,
he said to himself, and he did. He shifted into a human and instinctively laid his hands on Cyrus's back. The tingling in his hands intensified until they were buzzing with energy. A soft yellow glow spread from his hands and encompassed Cyrus's back. By the time the glow subsided, his arms felt like 2 wet noodles, and he was trembling with fatigue. But Cyrus was healed, his back smooth and one piece again. He still slept, but his breathing was less ragged. Benjamin looked at his hands like they were foreign objects, his head spinning with dizziness. He glared at Dragomir.
Why didn't you tell me I could use my hands?
Dragomir shrugged.
Cyrus can only heal with his tongue. But Horetu could heal with his hands,
Lucian said to Dragomir.
Remember? I do.
Dragomir scratched the back of his head.
I can't believe I forgot that.
He turned to him with a knowing look.
But my point has been made. You are Horetu. You.
Benjamin stumbled to his feet as if he'd been doused with an ice-cold bucket of water. He wouldn't be their brother. Feeling like a staggering drunk, he backed away from them, nearly tripping over his own feet as his world tilted. His vision tunneled as he trudged back to the room he shared with Tori. He had to get away from these demons. Dragomir was at his side, steadying him with a hand on his elbow.
Healing magic takes energy,
the demon said, his voice echoing like he was in another room.
You need rest.
Benjamin grunted his understanding as he staggered down the tunnel. He had to reach Tori, and he would not let this demon carry him. He barely made it to their bed and fell beside her, his face buried in the lumpy mattress. The last thing he remembered before passing out was the coppery tang of Cyrus's blood on his tongue, and a memory that suddenly hit him as he slipped into a dreamlike state. He and his brothers were hauling chained souls up the side of a mountain. His two youngest brothers were in wolf form, barking at their prisoners like dogs herding sheep. Benjamin and Dragomir were mighty protectors, one on either end of the damned souls, using their brute strength to pull the heavy chains that bound their prisoners' ankles and wrists. Though they struggled, the damned were no match for Horatiu and his brothers. No, wait. He wasn't Horatiu. They weren't his brothers. But it felt real. Too real.
Horatiu,
Cyrus said to him after snapping at the heels of a prisoner that had the scales and neck hood of a cobra. Its mouth had been chained shut after it tried to bite them with those venomous fangs.
when we feed the beast, I want to wish for a mate. A mate,
Horatiu had answered. Surely his brother had gone mad.
Females are more headache than they're worth. If we bring them to our den, they'll fight like vipers. Just one,
Cyrus said, wagging his thick, black tail.
We can share.
Horatiu shrugged. He and his brothers had shared women before. He supposed they could share a mate.
And if she doesn't wish to be shared?
Cyrus's tail dropped.
Then we will wish for one whose needs match ours. I'll think about it,
he'd answered, and peered over the prisoners' heads at Dragomir and Lucian.
What say you, brothers? He's had it in his head since we spied those witches bathing in the river,
Dragomir said, and shoved a slow soul forward.
What if she breeds?
Horatiu asked.
Do you want to be responsible for offspring? No.
Lucian stopped to dig a rock out of his calloused paw with his teeth.
But I'm sure witches know spells to prevent breeding. I can't stop thinking about one of those pretty witches in particular. Which one?
Horatiu asked, though he suspected he already knew. His dick had been hard for the amber-eyed demon since he'd laid eyes on her.
Deiva,
Dragomir answered.
She moved with the grace of a dove, but she had the fire of a phoenix in her veins. We don't need the beast to give her to us,
Lucian answered, laughter ringing in his words.
We'll just take her.
Horatiu shook his head.
This witch will not be easily taken. She has blue fire magic.
A powerful magic that could burn them to ash if they weren't careful.
Then what do you suggest we do?
Cyrus asked. Dragomir stopped, heaving the end of the heavy chain over his shoulder.
I say we woo her. Seduce her. Make that fire in her veins burn for us until it consumes her.
Horatiu licked his lips at the thought as he remembered the swell of Deiva's breasts and the curve of her hips as she gave him a challenging look while his eyes had feasted on her nude body. Enjoying the view? She'd asked him and his brothers while she protruded her round, pert breasts. They'd gaped like love-struck pups while she caressed her smooth skin with a soapy sponge, the musky scent of her heat hitting him like a brick to the head. She wanted to fuck. Horatiu's dick had hardened at the thought of rutting with her right there in the water. Dragomir found his senses long enough to ask her name. Deiva, she said, giving them bold looks, while the other witches ducked under the water. They would have kept flirting with her, but one of the Vindictus's high witches spotted them and chased them away with choking black magic. That magic had been enough to force Horatiu to put Deiva out of his mind. His brothers weren't so easily deterred.
And what of the Vindictus? Do you think they'll part with one of their coven so easily?
He asked them. Collective sighs ensued. Holy hellfire. They were smitten.
She is not a high witch, Lucian answered. I saw their brown robes on the riverbank. They were apprentices.
He climbed to the top of the cliff overlooking the barren valley, pulling on their prisoners' chains. They had all been mortals once, having lived ruthless and cruel lives by killing, raping, and looting. Horatu felt not 1 ounce of pity for them. They knew they would soon face judgment. He jerked on the chains and pointed to the tunnel that led to their spacious cavern.
"Sit and wait for us."
They obeyed, dropping to the hard earth with grunts and groans.
"They still won't want to release her,"
he said, as his brothers joined him.
"Then we will pay them,"
Cyrus said.
"Pay them what?"
He loathed the Vindictus. The few times he'd been forced to deal with them, they had expected too much and given too little in return. They were wicked and far too powerful. Horatu figured they'd ask for the one thing they couldn't give them: control of the beast.
"Whatever they want,"
Cyrus said.
"I don't care. I can't stop thinking of her."
Dragomir had a predatory gleam in his eyes.
"Neither can I. She belongs to us, Horatu."
Horatu nodded. He would bargain with the Vindictus, but they'd take her by force if need be. He leveled each of his brothers with a dark look as his beast let out a low rumble.
"Then let's go get her."
Mentally and physically exhausted, Dragomir followed Lucian into the hearth room. He needed a strong drink and a good fuck. The drink he was sure to get. The latter would have to wait until Tori was ready. He prayed that would be soon, because the agony of having her so near and not being able to touch her was killing him.
"Where is Bug?"
Rubbing his belly, Lucian smelled the air.
"I'm starving." "Still watching the tunnel entrance."
He'd sent Bug there soon after they arrived.
"Is this because of the scent?"
Lucian went to the table and stuffed meat and cheese into a dry roll. At least Bug had laid out something for them to eat. Their loyal servant had been taking good care of them for over 2,000 years. Bug had been Daiva's special pet, and the creature had doted on her like a mother fawning over her child.
"Of course, we can't take any chances."
He poured a tall glass of mead. During the trek back to the cavern, Dragomir and his brothers had smelled as many as 6 wolves, but he had to have been mistaken. The scents blended together, making it impossible to pick out just one. They'd smelled like Benjamin, but different. Lucian grimaced.
"His brothers." "They are not his brothers,"
Dragomir said forcefully. He downed the mead in a few large gulps, not even savoring the spices in the drink.
"Like it or not,"
Lucian said, giving Dragomir a sympathetic look.
"Horatu has lived another life, possibly several lives."
The thought made Dragomir's stomach churn as flames of jealousy heated his skull. Horatu and Daiva belonged to the Fang-born brothers. The thought of his brother hunting with another pack, of his mate fucking another pack, made bile surge into his throat. He wanted to get his claws around that Jinn's throat for taking them from him.
"What do you think caused the bad blood in his pack?"
He looked at Lucian.
"Other than them being the cause of Tori and Benjamin falling into the portal to hell? Will they come for their brother and mate?"
Dragomir's jaw hardened.
"Most definitely." "What do we do?" "We can't do anything until everyone wakes,"
he said.
"But one of us has to guard the entrance at all times." "Agreed,"
Lucian answered. He threw down his half-eaten sandwich.
"I'll go relieve Bug so we can eat some real food."
Bitter laughter escaped his throat. He cared nothing for food. He was too numb, his senses too dull to even taste the mead. How could he enjoy anything when Daiva and Horatu were so near, yet still so far away? When external forces threatened to take them again? Daiva's skin was brown. Not the dull shade of a corpse, but almost the shining bronze of a new blade handle. Her dark hair was longer and smoother than she remembered, like liquid silk. She admired her reflection in the shimmering pool, the swell of her breasts, the curve of her hips, as she dipped a toe in the water. She submerged slowly, smiling at her mates, who sat at the other end, leaning against the ledge. Though they'd only been mated for a few months, It already felt like a lifetime. And to think she'd get to spend an eternity with these demon wolves. The water was mild and refreshing, a welcome change after running through the stifling wilds of hell for the past 4 days. Their hunt had been fruitful, 12 souls in all. Rapists, murderers, and warmongers who deserved to be fed to the beast. She felt not an ounce of pity for them, and now she and her mates would have enough food and wine to last for weeks. They'd spend it in their lavish cave, eating, drinking, and fucking. How she loved her new life. This was so much better than being manipulated and whipped by the High Witches. When Dragomir held out his arms, she went to him, sat in his lap, and let him feast on her neck. He dug his claws into her breast, squeezing until she writhed in pain. He eased up, gently massaging the swell of her breast, his kisses like liquid fire. He turned her around and pressed her back against the ledge. She wrapped her legs around his waist, dragging her fingernails across his back when he scraped his teeth across her collarbone. She cried out when he took her nipple in his mouth, suckling like a babe drawing milk. Hissing through her teeth, she arched against his greedy fingers when they slipped inside her, further arousing her with shallow thrusts. She clung to him as he thrust harder and harder, her tight sheath swallowing 2 thick fingers, then 3. As she was about to fall apart, he withdrew, flicking her swollen pearl with his thumb. She cursed him when he left her hanging.
"Such a foul mouth,"
he teased, wrapping her long hair around his hand.
"You must be punished."
He sat on the edge of the ledge and pulled her hair so hard, her scalp burned. Trapped by his hands, she was dragged toward his jutting erection. She wasted no time taking him in her mouth, swallowing him to the root and sucking him with loud slurps. She hissed when she felt fingers thrusting into her weeping flesh before digging into her ass. Pressed up against Dragomir's groin, she couldn't see who was behind her, but she didn't care. She needed to be ridden. Hard. The cock that slid into her was deliciously thick and long, but all her mates were well endowed, so it could have been any of them. Pulled tight against Dragomir's groin, she could barely move to meet each thrust. Her orgasm cleaved her like a blade, slicing through her self-control and tearing a scream through her throat, muffled by a mouthful of dick as that big cock relentlessly pounded her through one orgasm and into another. Her lover spasmed behind her, and then Dragomir filled her mouth with his seed. She swallowed, savoring every drop. She sighed in relief when Dragomir finally released her hair and fell back against the stone wall with a lazy grin etched into his chiseled features. She looked over her shoulder at Horatu as he pulled out with a look of pure bliss. He then sat beside her and eased her into his lap, stroking her hair.
"Thanks for the ride,"
he murmured in her ear, scraping her sensitive skin with sharp fangs. "It was my pleasure," she cooed, thanking Cyrus when he handed her a goblet of wine. She drank, while Horatu cleaned her out with a sponge, his fingers slipping between her slick folds and teasing that nub into submission. She sipped, savoring Horatu's touch while resting her head against his shoulder. By the time he was finished, she was ready for more. She winked at Cyrus as she handed him back the empty cup.
"My turn,"
Lucian said, taking her from Horatu. He led her from the pool and wrapped a sheet around her like a mother swaddling a babe. Then he took her to a soft bed of pillows and woven blankets in the corner of the cavern. Candlelight reflected off the nearby water, casting a pleasing light on his chiseled body. She sat and took another goblet of wine from Cyrus, finished it, and handed it back. Her head was swimming by the time she lay down against the pillows, spreading her legs wide. A wicked gleam shone in Lucian's eyes as he grasped her knees. He looked at her as if she was manna from heaven. His eyes turned feral, glowing slits, and hair sprouted on his face and down his back as he crawled between her legs. He circled his tongue around her pearl before gently sucking her. She practically flew off the blankets when Cyrus pressed down on her shoulders. Lucian licked and stroked, then probed her with long, thick fingers, drawing her so close to orgasm she thought she'd expire from pleasure. She spread her legs wider, begging, crying for him to fuck her. By the time he crawled up the length of her body and positioned himself between her legs, she was clawing at his back with reckless abandon, pale blue sparks flying off her fingers. They rode each other like rabid animals, clawing, fucking, bodies slapping, pleasure and pain colliding in a maelstrom of fire and ice. They stilled against each other, her feral shifter frozen with a look that was a cross between agony and bliss on his features. Her heart was racing as magic continued to spark off her, skipping down his back like a stone. It wasn't until he rolled off her that she saw the bloody gashes across his back. Had she done that? "Oh, Lucian," she cried. "I'm so sorry." He flashed a lopsided smile.
"I'm not."
Cyrus took her in his arms and whispered sweet words into her ear while dragging moisture from her swollen slit to her anus. He worked patiently, his hard length pressed against her buttocks. After she was well lubed, he raked his teeth down her neck while kneading her breast and pinching her nipple. He slowly pushed her forward until her top leg was stretched out and the side of her face was pressed against a soft pillow. She sucked in a hiss when the tip of his thick cock probed her tight anus.
"Relax,"
he whispered, tickling her nape with his breath. She forced herself to go boneless, savoring the slow, burning stretch as he slowly filled her, going a little deeper with each thrust until she was fully impaled, stretched past the point of comfort by his long, thick cock. He tugged and pinched her nipple while slowly thrusting in and out of her. She soon adjusted to his size and matched each thrust, panting his name against the pillow. The orgasm struck without warning, so powerful it hurt as her sheath clamped down around him, making the pressure inside her almost unbearable. He stilled with a grunt, then withdrew, each inch of him magnified as her sheath tightened even more. She buried her face against his shoulder, and he wrapped her in his arms. His brothers joined them, and they took turns loving her again. They fucked like wild animals, and she left claw marks on their backs. Afterward, she gasped when she saw the amount of blood staining the sheets. "I'm so sorry," she said, her hands flying to her mouth. "Let me heal your cuts." Lucian shook his head, his fanged grin stretching nearly ear to ear.
"I don't want to heal." "Neither do I," Horatu said. "These mating scars are your claim on us and our claim on you," Dragomir said as he tenderly kissed her forehead. "When other demons see this, they will know our mate fucks like a rabid animal."
"You're so wicked," she teased, playfully swatting his chest.
"Isn't that why you love me?"
Her breath was nearly stolen from her lungs. They still hadn't declared their love for each other, though she knew deep in her soul she loved these 4 amazing shifters. "That's only one reason why I love you." She had always loved them, always craved them, as if they'd been forged in the underworld together, cleaved apart by some cataclysmic force, their souls searching for each other until they finally melded together again. Dragomir brushed his lips across her knuckles.
"And I love you, goddess, for 1,000,000 different reasons, and I will keep loving you in this life and the next."
She sighed as her other mates declared their undying love. She fell asleep against Cyrus's broad chest, his heart beating in time with hers. She'd found her soulmates, and she was never, ever letting them go. Tori woke in a cold chamber, sleeping beside a stranger. No, Not a stranger, she said to herself as she sat up and looked down at his short, pale hair and drawn mouth. Benjamin. But where were her other mates? Her true loves? What had happened to them? And why was she so damned horny? She rubbed the sleep from her eyes as the memory of her dream slowly faded. It was only a dream, Tori. Or is it Daiva? That ache deep inside her pounded like a hollow drum. She needed to be filled. She needed to be fucked. Heaving a sigh of frustration, she rolled onto her side and shook Benjamin's shoulder. He grunted but did not wake. Damn. Benjamin, she said loudly, but he let out a loud snort and rolled onto his stomach. Damn, damn, damn.
He will wake after he's rested. He used a lot of magic today.
Tori sat up, startled. Dragomir leaned against the cave wall, eyes flashing red, his nostrils flaring.
If you need someone to scratch that itch, I can be of service.
Fire raced up her chest and flushed her face. He could smell her heat. Why would you even ask me that? She snapped, frustrated and embarrassed, but mostly just fucking horny.
Do you know how hard it is?
He asked, pushing off the wall and crossing to her.
Having you so near and not being able to touch you?
I'm thirsty, she rasped. She leaned against Benjamin, needing to feel the heat of his skin. Anything to ground her to him and not these demons.
Probably hungry, too.
He lowered his gaze to the floor, so she couldn't see the fire that was in his eyes just a moment before.
Come to the hearth room. We'll feed you.
Feed me what? She wanted to ask. The memory of his cock buried in her throat, flashing through her mind. Oh, ancients. It was a dream, but it had felt real. The sex had been so good but violent. Burying her face in her hands, she exhaled shakily. What was this place doing to her?
Tori,
Dragomir said in a low voice.
You can trust me.
When she looked up at him through foggy eyes, her heart did backflips at his feral grin.
I won't bite,
he added. And therein lay the problem, because she wanted him to bite. Hard. Chapter 11. Tori cursed herself a fool with each step as she followed Dragomir into the hearth room. Benjamin would be furious if he woke and found her with the demon wolves. But what choice did she have? She clutched her growling stomach. She was so damned hungry. The first thing she noticed when they walked into the cavern was Lucian sitting by the fireplace, a drink in his hand. The second thing she noticed was Katerina Lupescu chained to the wall beside him, hands and ankles bound, and mouth gagged. Her hackles rose at the sight of her. Why the fuck was she still their prisoner? Was she their sex slave? The thought made flames of rage burn her skin and race into her fingers. Lucian stood, his nostrils flaring as his eyes darkened. Fuck. He smelled her heat, too. Is Cyrus okay? She asked, pretending she wasn't still turned on, and Niagara Falls wasn't gushing between her legs.
He is,
he answered with a surprisingly straight face.
He's resting.
How's his back? She asked as coolly as she could manage, ignoring the sweat that pooled between her breasts. She had a feeling the stifling heat had nothing to do with hell's infernal flame, and more to do with her interminable lust that needed to be sated before she combusted.
Benjamin healed him,
Lucian said, his nostrils flaring again. How? She crossed one leg over the other, trying to repress her raging hormones. She should have been more relieved that Cyrus was doing better, but her stupid lust was making it hard to think about anything else. She backed up until she was pressed against the edge of the table. Resting her palms on the table's cool surface, she released a shaky breath, doing her best to quell her desire. Lucian slowly bridged the distance between them like he was cornering a wild animal.
He has Horatu's healing magic, just as you have Daiva's flame.
She ignored the itching in her fingers at the mention of her flame. Benjamin could heal? She thanked Dragomir when he handed her a cool goblet of nectar. She drank it down in several large gulps, then handed him the empty cup.
Another?
He asked, waggling his brows. Please. She grimaced at the plea in her tone. She sounded more like she was begging to get fucked. She shook her head to clear the fog of desire. So he can heal like Cyrus? She asked Lucian. He shared a look with Dragomir, who came up beside her, handing her another goblet.
His healing magic is even stronger than Cyrus's,
Lucian said.
You should know. Daiva gave us our magical gifts.
Oh, she wanted to tell him that she wasn't Daiva, but the words wouldn't come because deep down, she suspected he was right. She wondered what magical gifts they all had, but decided not to ask. She knew Dragomir had the power of persuasion, and she had no desire to have him work his magic on her again. She focused on her drink again. Only after finishing the entire goblet did she realize the taste was different. It was sweet, yet tangy, and she wondered if Dragomir had spiked her drink. She wouldn't put it past him. She was barely aware as he hogged up her personal space when he took the empty cup from her and set it on the table behind them.
I could smell your heat across the room,
Lucian said, slanting a grin.
What was your dream about?
I don't want to talk about it. Averting her eyes, she wished she could vanish under the thick Persian carpet beneath her feet. She vaguely wondered where they'd gotten a Persian carpet, or any of the furniture for that matter.
Why, goddess?
Dragomir lowered his head to the nape of her neck and breathed out. It set her nerve endings alight.
Did you dream about us?
When she angled away from him, he pulled her close.
Tell me.
She had made the mistake of looking up and was suddenly lost in his big, golden eyes. She slipped into a daze, mesmerized by his stare. He'd put a spell on her. She knew it, but she couldn't fight it. Or maybe she didn't want to. I had a dream we were having sex. It was, she shuddered. Violent. His grin was made of fire and passion and a million other wicked things.
Daiva loved to draw blood. Mark us as hers.
I don't. She swore like a demon after getting a paper cut. How was she supposed to enjoy violent sex?
Have you tried it?
Lucian asked, waggling his brows as he pressed against her other side. His musky scent enveloped her, blending with the overwhelming heat of Dragomir. They were her personal stud sandwich. Grigor, Stefan, and Petre had never made her feel this flustered. She had recoiled when they'd come near her. But with Dragomir and Lucian, she wanted to melt into them, surrender to her desires and let them take her right there on that table. She thought she'd combust from the heat radiating off both their bodies. How did she know they'd try to seduce her? She'd come for food, but so far, it appeared only Demon Wolf Shifter was on the menu. No, she pushed back against the table when the demons leaned closer. I'm not a big fan of pain. She didn't want to tell them she didn't have a lot of experience making love either. When she and Benjamin had done it, it felt wonderful. It had hurt at first, though, and she didn't want to go through that again.
We never gave Daiva more than she could handle,
Dragomir cooed.
But we'll be gentle with you if that's what you prefer.
Good thing she was leaning against the table, because her legs had turned to jelly. Benjamin will be angry. Lucian's arm snaked around her waist as he nuzzled her neck, purring like a feral cat.
He'll get over it.
She wished she could take them up on the offer, but she couldn't. I'm not ready to do this.
It's okay.
Dragomir's eyes flashed red as he leaned back, twirling a lock of hair around his finger.
We've waited 2,000 years. What's a few more days?
She didn't want to tell him they might be waiting more than that. They might be waiting forever. He pulled out a chair and motioned to the table. She hadn't even noticed the platters of food. Odd, considering how hungry she was.
Eat something, goddess, he said. You'll need your strength for later.
Ancients save her. She knew exactly what he meant, and she badly wanted to make his fantasy her reality. Tori crawled into bed beside Benjamin. After eating 2 servings of food, she quickly left the demon brothers, her other hunger still not sated. She gently shook Benjamin. "Hey," she pleaded, unable to keep the urgency from her voice. "Are you awake?"
Deiva,
he mumbled, rolling onto his side.
Do you wish for more, goddess?
That took her by surprise. "Benjamin, it's me. Tori." His eyes opened, and he looked at her a long moment as if in a daze. When he reached for her, she flinched. She didn't know why she was suddenly jealous of this Deiva person, especially if she was supposedly her. "Why did you call me Deiva?" She leaned back on her heels beside him, unable to keep the accusation from her voice. "Were you dreaming of her?" He sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes.
Yes, I was dreaming of her.
His nostrils flared as he glared at her.
Now you tell me why you smell like those demons.
Embarrassment flamed her cheeks when she remembered how Lucian and Dragomir had sandwiched her, making it hard to think, much less breathe. "They tried to seduce me again." He grabbed her shoulders, his fingers digging into her.
They're demons. The lust, the dreams, they are bewitching us.
She shook free of his rough grip. "How do you know our past memories aren't just coming back?"
We'll never be able to escape if you bond with them,
he said, his pale cheeks flushing bright pink.
Do you want demons inside your mind?
She gritted her teeth. No. He deliberately avoided her question.
Promise me you won't fuck them.
He took her chin in his hand, forcing her to meet his eyes.
Tori.
She moved away from him. What if they're your brothers? What if they're my mates? His features hardened.
They're not.
Liar. I see your doubt. It explains why your other brothers were all wrong for us. Maybe it was because we weren't fated to be with them. Maybe we were meant to be here.
Do you want to spend eternity in hell? To never see Phoenix again?
It was unfair to bring up Phoenix, especially when he knew she'd probably never see her sister again whether she bonded with these demons or not. You act as if you expect to find a way out.
There has to be one. The ancients won't forsake us.
He turned his gaze to the ceiling, as if the ancients would come down and save them from hell. Tori knew their gods weren't coming, because they weren't gods. What kind of deities were they if they couldn't help them survive the Hoyabachu? If they couldn't help them escape this wretched place? Tori and Benjamin had had to sacrifice their souls for their people, and the gods hadn't helped them once. They're not gods, Benjamin, she said, recalling Dragomir's words. They stole their powers from demons. He jerked back with a look of horror.
That's blasphemy,
he said on a rush of air, looking around as if he expected Amarok to smite her, as if she couldn't be brought any lower. She rubbed her throbbing temples. Are you listening to yourself? You're living in denial.
I'm living in reality, Tori. It's my job as your protector to keep you safe.
His face turned redder with every word.
Letting you mate with demons is not safe.
Neither is taking me outside and letting me get captured by a dragon. She swore the temperature in the room dropped 20 degrees as she looked into his stony eyes.
Them or me, Tori.
His words were cold and clipped.
I will not share you with demons.
Benjamin, don't. It occurred to her she didn't want to choose. Maybe she wanted to mate with demons, and that terrified her almost as much as the look Benjamin was giving her. His voice dropped to a deadly whisper.
Them or me?
Benjamin, please! He jumped from the bed with surprising alacrity. Where are you going? Tears burned the backs of her eyes. Why would he make her choose, especially after he'd just called her Daiva? And why was it so hard for her to make a choice? He dragged a hand through his hair.
To take a piss, if you don't mind, and find something to eat.
She climbed off the bed and stood on trembling legs. I'll come with you. When she reached for him, he backed away.
To be near them?
Her breath caught in her throat. To be with you, she whispered. He scowled.
I need to be alone for a while.
She swore when he turned his back on her and walked out of the cramped cave. He'd yanked her heart out of her chest cavity, dragging it behind him. Falling on top of the bed, she buried her face in her hands, sobs racking her body. She despised Benjamin for forcing her to choose, but mostly she loathed herself for refusing to make a choice, for even considering mating with demons. Demons! And yet, the more she thought about mating with them, the more she wanted it, an insatiable hunger that only these demons could sate. Look at you simpering pups, sad because she rejected you, when you have a warm and willing woman right here. Dragomir could barely stomach looking at Katerina as she grinned at him, broth dripping down her chin. Only her ankles were bound as she leaned against the wall, licking her spoon provocatively.
Quiet,
he snapped. Holy hell, what was he going to do with her? Of all the wolves they'd caught over the past 2,000 years, none had been as troublesome as Katerina. Though they'd never fed a shifter to the beast, Dragomir was sorely tempted to make an exception. Or what? She licked the spoon from top to bottom. I'm a bad girl. Fuck me into submission. Lucian, who sat in an oversized chair beside the fire, rolled his eyes and focused on his book. Dragomir gave her a long, unimpressed look.
Finish your meal, so we can gag you.
Her mouth dropped open. Why isn't she gagged and bound with chains? Lucian threw down his book with a curse.
Because she's not a murderous whore.
You don't know that. They could be lying to you. Did it ever occur to you they're not here by accident? Perhaps they murdered his brothers, and that's why they were sent here.
This is your last chance,
Dragomir warned.
Shut up and eat, or we put the gag back on now.
I won't be in these chains forever, she said with a snarl. When I'm free, I'm ripping that bitch's heart out. Dragomir and Lucian jumped to their feet. His beast clawed to be let out so he could tear her to shreds. Before he could make a move, he was startled by a ferocious roar behind him. Benjamin had shifted into a protector, a mirror image of Dragomir's beast, of Horatu's beast.
You dare threaten my mate?
Benjamin yelled and stomped toward Katerina.
Benjamin,
Lucian said in a voice that was surprisingly calm as he stepped into his path.
We won't let her hurt Tori.
Benjamin's accusatory glare shot to Dragomir.
Why do you keep this bitch?
He swallowed as he stared into Benjamin's red, glowing eyes. He was every bit the image of Horatu. He had to be Horatu.
We're still deciding what to do with her.
Benjamin shook a fist at him.
Feed her to the beast!
Dragomir shared a look with Lucian.
We never told him about the beast,
Lucian projected.
I know. Maybe Tori told him after she overheard us. Unlikely. He would have mentioned something sooner.
He cut a glance to Benjamin.
How did you know about the beast?
Benjamin shifted from foot to foot.
You remember, don't you?
Dragomir tried not to show his excitement. If he was recalling Horatu's memories, maybe he'd finally believe them.
Don't try to change the subject. She needs to be dealt with.
Katerina threw her empty bowl at Benjamin. It clanked off his big leg and shattered on the stone floor.
Agreed,
Dragomir said.
When Cyrus wakes, we'll take a vote. We'd like you and Tori to have a say as well. Oh, believe me,
Benjamin seethed.
I'll have my say. Horetu was always fiercely protective of Daiva. Tori is lucky to have you.
Dragomir recognized the look of guilt that flitted across his features. Did it concern almost getting Tori killed, or did it have something to do with the raised voices he'd heard a few minutes ago? Daiva and Horetu had rarely argued, and Dragomir hoped this tension was only temporary, for it was clear Benjamin's refusal to face the truth was eating at him.
Are you going to muzzle her, or am I?
Benjamin asked, as Katerina kept snarling at him. Dragomir nodded to Lucian, who went to Katerina with the muzzle and chains. When she fought and scratched like a rabid cat, Dragomir had to assist, pinning her down. Even after she was muzzled, she continued to growl and moan, slamming herself against the wall.
I'm moving her into the tunnel,
Lucian said, unfastening her from the wall and dragging her to the exit. Dragomir clucked his tongue and shook his head. He'd seen other demons lose their minds and shouldn't have been surprised by her behavior, but he was disappointed all the same. The reason he'd never fed shifters to the beast was because some part of him felt guilty punishing Horetu and Daiva's descendants. His descendants. For Katerina, though, he was thinking more and more about making an exception.
Are you hungry?
He handed Benjamin a blanket after shifting back into human form. Benjamin wrapped the blanket around his waist.
Yes.
Dragomir motioned toward the buffet.
Bug-prepared food.
He glanced at the table, then his gaze drifted to the arching roof of the cavern obscured by black shadow.
He's on watch,
Dragomir said. Was Benjamin looking for Bug to offer thanks? Horetu and Daiva had always shown Bug the most appreciation. Benjamin's eyes snapped to his.
Are you expecting a threat? This is hell.
He forced a smile.
We're always expecting threats.
He pulled out a chair.
Sit. Eat.
He went around to the other side of the table and casually sat across from Benjamin, though there was nothing casual in the tension that iced his veins. Horetu was here. 2 alpha brothers, eating and drinking together, just like old times. For a moment, he tried to imagine that his brother and mate had never left, that it had all been a nightmare. Or perhaps Dragomir was in a nightmare now, and Horetu and Daiva would be snatched from him. He wasn't sure he could survive that heartache again. Chapter 12. Benjamin's feet felt like they'd been weighted with lead bricks as he trudged to the cavern he and Tori shared. She'd been crying, and he'd left her. Crying over something that wasn't her fault. These demons were her fated mates. She had every right to be drawn to them. They were his long-lost brothers. He felt it in the marrow of his bones. If he was honest, he'd felt it the first time they'd met, even as Dragomir had attacked him. His scent, his aura, the taste of his blood, all familiar to him. And just now, after dining alone with Dragomir, there'd been an ease between them he couldn't explain, a feeling as if he'd known this demon for centuries. Dragomir had felt more like a brother to him than Grigor, Stefan, and Petri ever had. But despite all that, he could not, would not, remain here with them. And neither would Tori. How could he expect his mate to spend eternity in hell, never to see her sister? No way could they bring children into this world, never to ascend to Valhall and reunite with her long-dead parents. And what about the possibility of her dying again? He couldn't risk it after almost losing her to that dragon. How could he possibly keep her here forever? They would remain with these demons until they found safe passage back to the mortal realm. He only hoped Tori wouldn't become too attached. That he wouldn't become too attached. He dared not think what their leaving would do to the demon brothers. But they'd survived without Tori and him for 2,000 years. They'd manage for an eternity more. Tori was in bed, her back to him, her long dark hair fanned out. He could tell by her ragged breathing that she wasn't asleep. He climbed in beside her.
Tori, I'm sorry.
He kissed the back of her head.
I don't know what came over me. I love you more than life.
She rolled over, blinking up at him through a sheen of tears. I know you do. He dried her eyes with the pat of his thumb.
I'm sorry.
She sniffled, turning her gaze down to the blanket she clutched to her chest. It's okay. He didn't deserve her.
No, it's not.
He stroked her cheek.
I just want to keep you safe.
He paused.
I haven't been doing a good job of it.
You're a wonderful protector. I'm sorry about what I said about the dragon. Damn. He wished Tori would have been angry with him. He felt even less deserving of her when she was so kind.
You were right.
Don't be so hard on yourself. You've had no protector training. He shook his head, refusing to let her forgive him so easily.
But I have instinct, and even that failed you.
She sat up and grabbed his hand, pressing her forehead to his. We learn from our mistakes. He winced.
We won't always get that luxury in hell.
No, but there are other wolves helping us.
You're right, and I appreciate their help. I'm grateful they want to keep you safe. But do you really want to spend an eternity here?
He held his breath, unsure how he wanted her to answer. I don't care, she said through a sniffle. As long as I'm with you. He loved this woman so damn much. He kissed her hard, relieved when she returned the kiss, her arms going around him. He pressed her into the lumpy mattress. She ripped off the blanket he'd wrapped around his waist, her deft fingers massaging his buttocks while she wrapped her legs around his waist. Coming up for air, he nuzzled her nose while staring into her glossy eyes.
We have to be quiet,
he murmured.
I don't want them hearing us.
Okay. He threw off the blanket and peeled away her nightgown, revealing her beautiful body beneath. Ripe, firm breasts, hardened to peaks, a slender waist, and flared hips. She was a goddess, and she was his. He kissed her again while settling between her legs, nibbling on her lower lip and scraping her jaw with his canines before trailing kisses down her collarbone. She rose to his touch, gasping when he took a nipple in his mouth and sucked until his dick had hardened to painful proportions, and the smell of her heat overwhelmed his senses. He sucked the other breast before dragging his tongue to her navel and then lower still. He smiled when she hissed and dug her fingers into his scalp. He shoved his face between her legs and worked her with his tongue. She was already dripping, bucking against his mouth and begging him to take her. He kissed his way back up her body before finding her mouth again. When she wrapped her legs around his waist, he thrust into her, a missile finding its target, her sheath fitting him like a wet, swollen glove. And so they began their dance of love, groaning into each other's mouths with each deep thrust, pulling, pushing, sliding, rocking into each other until he was wrapped so tightly in Euphoria's clutches, there was no way out but complete surrender. She stilled, crying into his mouth as her sheath contracted around him, triggering his own release. The breath was stolen from his lungs as he hung suspended somewhere between complete bliss and utter destruction. She ground her hips against his, dragging her nails down his back, gasping as she spasmed again and again. He held her tightly, letting her take her fill, her cries of pleasure a balm to his soul as he drove into her harder, faster, until they were both falling apart again. By the time he rolled off her, cradling her in his arms, they were both covered in a sheen of sweat, and he realized too late, neither of them were very quiet. Jezebeth paced her cramped prison, watching her hearth, waiting for her mother to show. She'd summoned her 3 times now. Why wouldn't Abera answer her? The misery of being trapped the past 2,000 years was nothing compared to the torture of listening to her daughter cry. Smoke rolled into her chamber, and she rushed to the hearth over carpet worn thin from her constant pacing. Her mother appeared, the expression on her face hardly comforting. "Well," she demanded, "what did they say?" "They refused to help us," Abera said, without the slightest bit of inflection or pity in her voice. "How is the child?" "She cries non-stop." Jezebeth's heart sank as she bit down on her knuckles. "Each tear is like a dagger to my chest." "Have you appealed to their ancients?" Jezebeth snorted. Even if she'd wanted to seek out their help, it would do no good. They were worthless, false gods, more concerned with banishing demons to hell than with their own descendants. "You know they can't help." Abera rolled her eyes. "As undeserving as ever," Jezebeth seethed. "If you think I'm going to apologize for making them, I won't. Because of them, I have Phoenix." "Give the Dark Ones time." Abera clasped her hands. "They have always taken an interest in shifter souls. They'll seek them out." "Tori and Benjamin don't have time," she cried. "What about the Vindictus?" Abera vehemently shook her head. "Their price will be too high." "How high?" she pressed. She was that desperate. Abera gave her a pointed look. "Your soul. Are you willing to give them that?" Jezebeth flinched. "No." Abera's mouth flattened into a grim line. "Then we wait." Jezebeth gave her mother a helpless look when Phoenix's cries rattled her tinny walls, echoing throughout her cell. Abera shook her head, clucking her tongue. "The child is too soft." Jezebeth flashed her teeth. "Spoken like a cold-hearted demon." Abera arched a brow. "Why don't you appeal to the Dark Ones?" "You know I can't," she said, and shuddered. "Of course not," Abera answered, her words sounding venomous. "Not after what you did to them." Jezebeth swept a hand toward the hearth. "Time to go, Mother. Return when you have news." Abera splayed a hand across her chest, a look of false shock in her eyes. "This is how you treat me? Even when I'm the shifter's last hope?" "Come now, Mother," she said acerbically. "We know they have no hope." Daiva tried her best not to hobble as she made her way into the bathing cavern. Her shadow danced across the slate wall when she crossed in front of the flickering candles. Her mates were waiting with a jug of wine, looking up eagerly when she appeared. She hoped her smile didn't appear strained as she dipped a toe in the water.
"Come here,"
Horitu said, brows knitted.
"Let me see your feet."
Had it been that obvious? She sat at the edge of the pool, wincing at the smear of blood on the rocks. She didn't want to dirty the water. Her mates swam over to her.
"Daiva,"
Cyrus chided, lifting her feet.
"you should have told us they were this bad."
She shrugged. "You had enough to worry about on the hunt." The hunt had been harrowing. 3 of the demons had been powerful gladiators, and they did not surrender without a fight. They proved to be no match for her mates in the end, but they'd fought well and bravely, breaking Lucian's nose and stabbing Dragomir in the stomach. Fortunately, Daiva had healed her mates. Just one reason why she insisted on accompanying them. Too bad her magic didn't work on herself.
"Goddess, look at me,"
Dragomir urged as he sat beside her, snaking an arm around her waist.
"We're your protectors. It's our job to keep you safe, even your feet." "What do you want me to do for you?"
Cyrus said, appearing with a sponge and a pewter bowl. "Nothing right now," she said, wincing when he cleaned the cuts. If only she'd had a decent pair of shoes. But the hot sand had already melted 2 sets of sandals.
"Too bad you're not a wolf shifter,"
Lucian said, as he tucked a strand of her dark hair behind her ear.
The pads of your paws would give you better protection.
She slowly released a deep breath while searching her mate's eyes. I believe there is a way I could shift.
How?
Horatiu asked. A spell, she said hesitantly. It would require your blood. Horatiu's eyes widened.
And then you'd be able to shift? Like us?
Yes, but...
But what?
Dragomir asked, resting his strong hand on her knee and causing her gooseflesh to rise. She braced herself for their reaction. I'd be able to hear your thoughts. She knew this, for she'd studied demon mating bonds as a temple witch.
Would we hear yours?
Horatiu asked, an odd gleam in his eyes. She nodded. You'd have to take my blood too, but I believe so. Too bad she wasn't a virgin when she'd come to them, but she'd lost her flower long ago to her former lover. Lucian's perusal of her intensified.
If you inherit our shifter powers, would we get your witch powers?
I think so. She could hardly believe they were discussing the bonding. They had only been mated for a short while. What if they regretted bonding with her later?
Perhaps we'd inherit your power to heal,
Horatiu said as he rubbed his chin.
And we could restore your feet.
I'd love that, she blurted, unable to contain her smile at their enthusiasm. Dragomir rubbed his palms together.
Then let's do it.
You're not alarmed that I'll hear your thoughts? She asked. The brothers looked at each other, no doubt discussing through thoughts.
No, goddess,
Horatiu answered as he eclipsed her delicate fingers in his big hand.
We speak through thought all the time. It would make things easier if we could hear what you're thinking when we're hunting.
Emotion clogged her throat, and she had to work hard to speak. What had she done to deserve such amazing mates? And to think, not long ago, she'd been a slave to the High Witches. Now, she was living in paradise, in hell. Very well. Their eagerness made her heart soar. I'll need to gather some herbs first. She tried to stand, but Cyrus grabbed her elbow, pushing her back down.
Not yet. Let me finish cleaning and wrapping your feet.
She truly was the luckiest witch in all of hell. Chapter 13. Tori woke with a smile on her face, languidly stretching before rolling over into Benjamin's arms. She placed a palm on his chest, relishing the feel of his heartbeat while he gently snored. Images of her dream filtered into her mind. Once again, she'd been the witch Daiva, and her mates had taken loving care of her. All of them were wonderful, and none of the brothers fought or attacked the Gamma or their mate. These demons were worlds apart from Grigor, Stefan, and Petri, as well as their horrible fathers. They behaved as a pack should, looking out for one another while protecting their mate. They'd treated Daiva like a queen. No, a goddess. That's what they'd called her. She sighed against Benjamin's chest, jealous of Daiva's past life. Her past life. Why else would she have these dreams? Her world went still, the air stagnant, when she remembered another detail from her dream. There had been a beast, likely the very one she'd heard Lucian threaten Katerina with earlier. She hadn't given it much thought then. It must have been because of Dragomir's soothing magic. But now, she understood exactly what this beast was. Though Daiva's mates had never let her into the cell where the beast was kept, she knew of it, knew what it was capable of. Her mates fed this creature souls of the damned, and in return, it granted them wishes, like a djinn. This thing the demon brothers kept was the essence of hell, perhaps the devil himself. The thought made her stomach churn. This monster fed and clothed them after they provided it with human sacrifices. This seeming paradise had a dark underbelly, one she wasn't sure she could abide.
How did you sleep?
She looked up. Dragomir stood on the threshold, smiling, his silver skin gleaming in the candlelight. Her gaze drifted to his 2 circular horns, and in her mind, she saw herself stroking them while he made love to her. Biting her lip, she did her best to push that memory out of her mind, though something told her that those horns would be sensitive to the touch. When he flashed a wicked smile, she sat up and hugged her knees, suddenly self-conscious. "Good," she answered, looking away. His intensity made her uncomfortable. She was relieved to see movement under Benjamin's eyelids. She needed a buffer between her and all that demon temptation. Dragomir laughed.
"I imagine so, with all that rutting."
She turned red, but refused to give him the satisfaction of an answer. "Benjamin," she shook his shoulder. His eyes shot open, and he turned to her immediately with a lazy grin.
"Good morning."
"We have company," she whispered, and inclined her head to Dragomir. Dragomir looked too casual as he leaned against the wall, arms crossed.
"Hungry? Always, it seems."
Benjamin sat up, stretching and yawning. He was too relaxed, as if he belonged here, and that unsettled her more than the predatory gleam in Dragomir's eyes. Holding Tori's hand, Benjamin followed Dragomir to the hearth room, recalling the dream that had felt so real. Maybe because it wasn't a dream, but another one of Horatu's memories. A snake as big as a truck, with 2 heads, had cornered him. But Lucian had used his wind power to blow Daiva's blue flame at the beast, blinding both sets of eyes. Cyrus had latched onto the monster's tail and dug his claws into the ground, holding it in place while Dragomir jumped on one head, stabbing it through the skull, and then repeated the same action with the other. No wonder other demons feared them. Between the 5 of them, they'd been invincible. He smiled when he saw the feast waiting for them. A heaping platter of bacon, spiral ham, cheesy eggs, fresh, steamy bread, and fried potatoes. He thanked Bug, who flew around the table, pouring nectar into everyone's goblets. "Bug is happy to cook for master and mistress," he said, grinning. He flew to the end of the table and pulled out a chair. "Master Horatu, sit at head." Benjamin exchanged a look with Tori, who worried her bottom lip. He pulled out the chair beside his for her. Cyrus practically jumped into the chair beside hers, handing her silverware and a napkin.
"Did you get enough rest, Tori?"
"Never mind me," she said, grasping his wrist. "How do you feel?" Benjamin waited for the stab of jealousy at the way she touched him. But, oddly enough, it never came.
"I'm fine, thanks to Benjamin,"
he said, then looked at Benjamin.
"I thank you for healing me."
He pretended as if it was no big deal.
"It's the least I could do after you saved Tori."
"Yes, thank you," Tori said, squeezing his wrist. His silvery skin flushed pink.
"I'd give my soul to protect you,"
he murmured, his voice taking on a watery tone.
"I only wish I'd been there to save you when—"
Dragomir loudly cleared his throat.
"Now is not the time for dwelling on the past,"
he said.
"We should be thankful for what we have." "Hear, hear,"
Lucian said as he sat opposite Tori and beside Benjamin. There was an ease in his gait as he sat down, his knee grazing against Benjamin's, as if they'd been sitting together for centuries. The thought of these demon wolves mourning Tori and him all over again was upsetting. His shoulders stooped as his chest ached, feeling as if a blade had wedged in his heart. "Where do you get bacon?" Tori asked Dragomir when Bug piled bacon on her plate.
"Does it matter?"
Dragomir said with a wink.
"It's nourishment."
Tori's face screwed up like she'd sucked on a sour lemon. "Mistress no want bacon?" Bug asked, frowning. Tori's smile looked forced. "Of course I do, Bug. Thank you for making it."
"What's wrong?"
he asked her. "Nothing," she responded and pushed eggs around on her plate.
"Eat,"
he told her and took a big bite of cheesy eggs. It was every bit as delicious as it looked.
"Keep up your strength."
She scowled but didn't answer.
"Why did you say those things about your brothers?"
Dragomir asked. He looked at Dragomir, who was looking back at him with a look of determination. He took a big gulp of nectar, struggling to remember what he'd told them.
"What things?"
he asked, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Dragomir stabbed a piece of ham.
"You said you wanted them to rot in this miserable pit."
Benjamin cursed himself for running off at the mouth. They'd use this to try to convince him to stay. They'd tell him they would be better brothers to him and, damn them, they were probably right.
"Why do you care?" "Just trying to understand."
Dragomir shoved meat into his mouth.
"An alpha's job is to protect his pack,"
Lucian said.
"Why aren't you protecting them?"
Tori went still. She still hadn't eaten any food. Benjamin stiffened. He set down his fork.
"My job is to protect Tori, and that's what I'm doing."
Dragomir gave him a look so intense, he fought the urge to crawl under the table.
"Did they hurt you?"
Shame washed over him at all the memories of his brothers pummeling him, bruising his eyes, breaking his nose.
"They did." "Did they hurt Tori?"
Cyrus asked. Benjamin swore he could hear the pounding of everyone's hearts as Bug fluttered toward the ceiling, squealing. Tori let her fork fall to her plate with a clank, hanging her head.
"What did they do to you?"
Lucian asked so quietly, he had to strain to hear him. Tori's eyes watered as she nervously pleated a napkin in her lap. "We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them." He grabbed her hand.
"Tori, say no more."
These demon wolves knew enough about them. The more they knew, the harder it would be for them to let them go.
"You should know we scented foreign wolves during our trip in the wilds,"
Dragomir said between sips of nectar.
"They smelled like you, but different."
Benjamin's vision tunneled on Dragomir. He'd scented them too, but he'd been so consumed with all his other worries, he'd put it out of his mind. Now he worried they'd cause trouble.
"How many?" "At least 3, possibly 6,
Lucian answered.
"Some scents were stronger than others, so it's hard to tell. We saw Grigor when we first fell into hell,"
he told them.
"He's a protector." "Did he come after you?"
Lucian asked.
"No, he was fighting a demon."
Benjamin prayed that demon had killed Grigor. One less threat.
"They will come for you both,"
Dragomir said.
"They will track your scent and find you."
Tori gazed at Benjamin with wide eyes. "Then we have to find a way out of here before they do." Dragomir gave them a long, cool look.
"Or we could help you. We don't want to be obligated to you."
Even as he said the words, Benjamin knew he sounded like an idiot. Dragomir's smile confirmed it.
"I'd say you already are."
He tensed.
"And what do you expect in return?" "Nothing."
Dragomir nodded toward Tori, his brow creased in concern.
"Like you, we want to keep Tori safe."
All the brothers looked at her with longing, and he didn't feel the slightest twinge of jealousy. What he did feel was fear. Fear that she'd fall in love with these demons and never want to leave. Then what? How could he keep her safe here?
"So you can seduce her?"
he asked. Dragomir pushed his plate away and leaned back, his golden eyes glinting crimson.
"Your brothers must have been bastards indeed to make you mistrust us so much."
He clutched the edge of the table, matching Dragomir's scowl.
"If you want to keep Tori safe, help us find a way out of here."
He snarled at the brothers when they simultaneously laughed.
"If we knew a way out of hell, do you think we'd still be here?"
Lucian asked. "There is a way." Tori looked to each of them as she folded her hands in her lap. "Other demons have surfaced on Earth. Katerina has."
"I've heard about her foray into the living world,"
Dragomir said with a smirk.
"She had to murder a human and steal her body. Are you prepared to do that, Tori?"
She answered with a few colorful curses.
"I didn't think so." "It's not so bad being stuck here,"
Cyrus said.
"We can show you how to make the best of it."
She made an exasperated noise, and then grating feminine laughter echoed from deep in the tunnel that led to the cave exit. He'd wondered what had happened to Katerina. No doubt they'd chained her to her old position along the tunnel wall. Dragomir clutched the sides of the table, then let out a roar that reverberated the walls.
"Shut your mouth before I shut it for you!"
The laughter suddenly stopped. Tori looked at him as if he'd kicked a puppy. "She has a right to laugh at me, as I sit here drinking nectar while she's your prisoner."
"She's chained for good reason,"
Dragomir snapped.
"Believe us,"
Lucian said.
"we treat her far better than her last master."
Tori blanched. "Why do you keep her? Is she to be a servant like Bug? Or a lover?" Benjamin bristled at the undertones of jealousy in her question. Why did she care if Katerina was their lover? Dragomir flashed a cocky grin.
"She is neither, and Bug is more than a servant to us. He's a member of our family."
Benjamin thought to her.
"Bug is male."
"Thanks, I wasn't sure." Bug flew down from the ceiling, his smile broad as he buzzed around the table refilling drinks. She mouthed her thanks to Bug, earning an even bigger, gummy grin. "That's good to know. Bug is kind, and he deserves to be treated well," she said. But not Katerina, were her unspoken words. Bug let out a squeal of delight. Benjamin couldn't help but love her more for her soft heart. Dragomir snapped his fingers, and Bug flew to him with a silver flask. The demon wolf poured several drops of clear liquid from the flask into his drink, while beaming at Tori.
"We rarely see wolf shifters in hell,"
he said casually, and sipped his drink.
"But you have seen them?"
Benjamin asked. Odd, because he'd thought the only evil Amaraki had been Katerina, his brothers, and his fathers. The other shifters he'd known had been kind and decent. He couldn't imagine more Amaraki in hell. He'd always assumed they ascended to Valhall after death.
"A few from time to time. We pay well when demons bring them to us."
"Why do you collect wolf shifters?" Tori asked in horror. Dragomir paused, giving Tori a look so profound, he feared the demon was looking into her soul.
"We've been collecting them since losing Daiva and Horetu, in hopes of finding them again." "It looks like we don't need to do that anymore,"
Cyrus said. "Yet you still keep her," Tori said.
"You have no reason to be jealous."
Dragomir leaned back in his chair, his fanged grin spreading nearly ear to ear.
"You should know by now there's only one woman we crave."
She gripped her fork with white knuckles. "I don't approve of slavery."
"She's a murderer and a whore,"
he answered without inflection.
"How else do you expect us to treat her?"
Tori snorted. "Are you in any position to judge her?" Dragomir shared a look with his brothers.
"We are."
Benjamin gently touched her hand, then jerked away when sparks from her fingers shocked him. "Why?"
"Who do you think rules this dimension?"
Dragomir asked.
"We are judge and jury."
"Maybe it's time for new rulers," she said smugly. Benjamin thought to warn her to cool down, but after more sparks jumped off her hands and skipped down her arms, he realized she could handle herself. A tick worked in Dragomir's jaw.
"Every single soul in this dimension is here because they deserve it. They deserve to be punished, beaten, enslaved."
He thumbed toward the tunnel opening.
"That bitch is lucky to be chained to our wall. She wouldn't survive a minute in the wilds by herself, as you and Benjamin have already discovered. But we already promised him we'd do something with her after she threatened your life."
Tori turned to Benjamin, a hurt look in her eyes as if this was somehow his fault. "She threatened me again?"
"Yes,"
he answered, giving her a stiff nod.
"She said she will cut your heart out."
"Why?" she gasped. "I never did anything to her."
"Exactly,"
Dragomir said.
"So now we decide if we cast her out or
He looked to Benjamin and his brothers. "Or what?" Tori rasped. Dragomir snatched a roll from the basket, ripped off a piece, and stuck it in his mouth.
"We feed her to our beast."
"Those are hardly choices." "Benjamin," she projected to him. "I've dreamt of this beast. She'll spend eternity trapped in his belly." She'd dreamt of the beast, too? This couldn't be mere coincidence.
"We can't keep her here,"
Dragomir said. "Is that what happens to people when they die here?" she asked, her jaw going slack. "They go to a worse hell?" Cyrus's lips flattened.
"Had that dragon eaten you and Benjamin, you would have fallen into a worse place than this. But souls find their way up from the lower levels all the time. There is no escape from the beast for Katerina, but at least she can't harm you."
"There's not a third option?" she asked.
"No,"
Dragomir said in such a clipped tone, Benjamin knew there was no room for argument. "And what will happen to her if you cast her out?" she asked. Dragomir shrugged.
"My guess is she will either be eaten or return here to seek her revenge, in which case we only have one choice."
"No," she said forcefully. Dragomir looked her over.
"No?"
"Maybe she's evil. Maybe she deserves to rot in the beast's belly. But I knew her sons. They were kind to Benjamin and me." Benjamin shook his head in disbelief. Tori's soft heart would get her killed. Katerina deserved no pity.
"They knew what their mother was."
Fire brewed in her eyes. "She was still their mother."
"Do you understand the threats she made against you?"
Dragomir asked. She straightened. "I do, and I can handle myself."
"Very well."
He turned shrewd eyes to Benjamin and his brothers.
"All in favor of releasing Katerina into the wilds? Raise your hands."
Tori was the only one to raise her hand. She gaped at Benjamin, a hurt look in her eyes. Though he hated disappointing her, he refused to be guided by guilt when her safety was threatened.
"All in favor of sending Katerina to the beast where she can never hurt Tori? Raise your hands."
Benjamin raised his hand with the others. "How could you?" she cried in his head.
"How could I not? I'm your protector. My job is to keep you safe."
When she jumped to her feet, he pushed back his chair and stood, the demon brothers following suit.
"Where are you going?"
he demanded when she strode toward the tunnel leading to the outside. "Anywhere but here," she shot back. He reached her in a few long strides and grabbed her elbow.
"You're not leaving,"
he seethed, his dark protector voice taking over. "Let me go!" she cried, pushing him. Sparks flew off her hands and hit a tapestry hanging on the wall. It instantly caught fire. He jerked her away from the flames as Dragomir snatched the tapestry off the wall, shifted into a protector, and stomped on it. Bug flew over him and dumped a bucket of water. Most of it drenched Dragomir's backside as he stomped out the remaining flames. Lucian looked at the burned tapestry, shaking his head.
"You have to learn how to control your magic, Daiva." "She's not Daiva,"
Benjamin said, clutching her elbow tighter. She looked down at her hands as if they were foreign objects. "I'm sorry." Dragomir balled up the tapestry and handed it to Bug, who flew off with it, wings angrily buzzing harder than ever.
"It can be replaced,"
Cyrus said.
"But we can't replace you."
Benjamin noticed her fingers were bleeding. He thanked Cyrus after he shifted into a wolf and licked Tori's fingers, which quickly healed. "Thanks," she murmured, and turned away before striding toward the tunnel that led to their sleeping chamber.
"Tori,"
he called, but she kept walking, refusing to turn around. Lucian clasped his shoulder.
"She needs to be alone. Give her a few hours."
"She'll come around," Cyrus added as he clutched his other shoulder.
Daiva was sensitive too.
He tried not to cringe at the mention of Daiva's name, or at the familiar way they touched him. The only time Grigor, Stefan, or Petre had ever put their hands on him was to pummel him. But these demons were different. They treated him like a brother. It was then he realized he didn't know how he could possibly leave them. Lucian knew they were making a mistake in releasing Katerina, and the only smart thing to do was feed her to the beast. But here they were, unlocking her chains, because they couldn't stand Tori's cursing and stomping. They hadn't told Tori yet. Nobody was brave enough to tell her they'd capitulated to her tantrum. Katerina hissed and tried to scratch them, while a swearing Dragomir tried to fit the key in the lock.
No wonder Citri wanted to be rid of her,
Cyrus said.
She's more trouble than she's worth. Citri?
Benjamin asked.
I've heard of that demon.
Lucian said.
He tried to infiltrate the Amaraki with Katerina.
Benjamin solemnly nodded.
If I come across him, I'm clawing his eyes out. Citri is tricky,
Dragomir said, as he finally unlocked Katerina's chains.
If he's wronged you or Tori, we will help you take him down.
Lucian clasped Benjamin's shoulder.
You don't have to fight your battles alone anymore.
Benjamin simply nodded, his features screwed up tight. Those so-called brothers of his hadn't treated him well, Lucian thought, but things would be different now that he was with his true brothers. Dragomir dragged Katerina outside, like a dog on a leash, using the chain around her neck. They didn't have to worry about her finding Citri and telling him of their plans. She'd be eaten within a few hours.
What are you doing?
She cried as Dragomir hauled her down the side of the mountain.
Releasing you,
he said, and unsnapped her collar. Then he jumped back, as if expecting her to attack. She fell to her knees, her lower lip trembling.
You can't leave me out here. We can and we will,
Dragomir said.
And if you return to our cave, we will feed you to the beast.
You wouldn't dare.
Consider yourself lucky we haven't done that already, after you threatened Tori.
Benjamin grumbled.
I was joking.
Tears streaked the grime on her face.
Go, Katerina.
Dragomir pushed her away.
We never want to see your face again.
Something will eat me out here. As if to prove her point, a loud roar resounded in the distance. She clasped her hands in a prayer pose. Please, please! But Lucian and his brothers turned away. Her cries echoed across the canyon walls. Lucian cringed, but kept walking when she let out a terrified scream. He glared at Dragomir's stiff back.
We'd better not come to regret this. I already do,
Dragomir said. Chapter 14. Wringing her hands, Tori paced the room like a caged tiger. We have to get out of here.
Why?
Benjamin asked.
I thought you liked these demons.
She threw up her hands, the whites of her eyes a stark contrast to the dark walls. They feed people to Satan, Genie.
Murderers, rapists,
he reminded her. She scowled. People.
The damned.
She jabbed his chest. Is this the future you want for us?
Yes. I didn't say that.
He felt insulted on behalf of the demon shifters. He had no idea how their roles reversed, but here they were, and oddly, he felt not 1 ounce of shame for defending them.
They released Katerina to the wilds.
Her mouth dropped open in shock. What?
I was there.
Her eyes narrowed to slits. Why? So I'd sleep with them? He swallowed at the accusation in her tone.
To make you happy.
Bitter-sounding laughter escaped her throat. This place is fucked up. He ran his fingers through his hair in frustration.
You think I don't know that? Stressing about it isn't helping.
Well, what am I supposed to do? She paced again.
We wait. One of our friends will help us.
His words lacked conviction, because loath though he was to admit it, some part of him didn't want to be found. How? By going into the fire themselves?
Phoenix will ask Jezebeth for help.
How do we know the Jinn will help?
She'll do anything for Phoenix, and your sister is probably beside herself with grief.
That part was true, though he suspected there was nothing the Jinn could do for them. Maybe he even hoped it. Tension cloaked her like a shroud. What are we supposed to do until then? He did his best to keep a straight face, his tone impassive.
Wait.
Her face colored. They won't stop trying to seduce me? A tick worked in his jaw, and he was surprised and ashamed when jealousy didn't appear.
I know.
Will you let them? Her words were laced with accusation.
Will you?
Her eyes flared. You're an ass. He waited for her to slap him because her hands had curled into claws. But she turned her back and marched to the door. He lunged, grabbing her arm.
Where do you think you're going?
She shook him off with a snarl. You're not my master.
I'm your protector.
He grabbed her again, releasing her when sparks shocked his hand and an electric shock shot up his arm. Hissing, he shook his hand. I can protect myself. She raised her hand as if balancing a plate on her palm. Flame shot up in an arc, dancing across her skin. She closed her hand, and the fire extinguished. Then she exited their room without a backward glance. Tori was so mad, she saw red. Or maybe that was the flame that encompassed her body. She stalked through the tunnel, but not toward the soft glow coming from the hearth room cavern. She went the opposite way. She and Benjamin had explored this area when they'd first arrived, but they'd been focused on possible threats, and she hadn't had time to really look, to understand now that she knew who lived here. She followed another tunnel into a cavern as big as the hearth room. In the center was a huge 4-poster bed, the width of 2 king beds, with ornate crimson velvet drapes and a mountain of pillows. It looked like it hadn't been slept on in ages, stiff and ancient, without a pillow out of place. The walls were covered with beautiful tapestries of black wolves and witches. Beneath those were 3 narrow cots with sagging middles. Her heart ached at the thought of the brothers refusing to use the bed until Deiva and Horetu returned to them. She left that room and continued her descent into the gloom, a section of tunnel with only a few wall sconces that was so dark, every fiber in her being told her to turn and run. An invisible weight pressed on her the farther she traveled, and she was overcome by a feeling of dread, as if all happiness had been sucked from her soul. This had to be where they kept the beast. Instinct told her to run, but something compelled her to go forward, and so she went until her palms were pressed upon the cool stone wall. She felt the seam between the rocks and knew it was an opening of some kind.
What are you doing here?
She gasped and spun around, looking up at Dragomir. He hovered protectively over her, tension lines drawing down his mouth. I had to get away. She pressed back against the stone, then straightened when it heated her back. He arched a brow.
You and Benjamin argued?
She tossed a scowl behind her. Why was the wall heated? That's none of your business. He tugged her elbow.
Come away from there.
She dug her heels into the ground. Is the beast behind that wall? He smirked.
That's none of your business.
It is, though, she answered. Will you let me see? His eyes flashed red, and his canines elongated.
You will never go in there.
He offered a smile that couldn't hide the tension radiating off him.
Come sit with us by the hearth.
She vehemently shook her head. I can't go there.
We released Katerina.
She sighed. Benjamin told me. She didn't want to go there because these wolves would tempt her. They were getting harder to resist.
Have a glass of wine,
he said, his eyes 2 mesmerizing golden pools.
It will soothe your nerves.
I don't drink, she heard herself say, and it sounded like someone else was speaking through her.
Bug made cakes and cookies. They are delicious.
Delicious? She was being pulled on a cloud that gravitated toward him.
Come.
He entwined his fingers through hers, his calloused hands big and warm.
You need to relax.
Relax, she repeated, mesmerized by his touch, his scent, his heat. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she knew he was trancing her, but she didn't care. She'd go wherever he led her, even into the depths of hell. Benjamin thought he'd find Tori in the hearth room, but when they didn't, Dragomir went in search of her. He should have gone too, but he didn't think Tori wanted to be around him at the moment. Lucian was guarding the front entrance, and Bug was preparing food, which left Cyrus. Benjamin felt 10 kinds of awkward sitting beside the hearth with the demon Gamma. Staring into the roaring fire, he clutched the leather armrests. He couldn't deny this chair with oversized cushions was comfortable. Cyrus had insisted he sit in the biggest chair, the Alpha's chair. He sipped plum brandy, the best he'd ever tasted, and that was saying something, considering it was a Romanian specialty. He glanced again at the tunnel leading to their sleeping room.
I should go after her. Dragomir will bring her back,
Cyrus said as he stood and held a hand down to him.
Would you like me to refill your drink?
He felt awkward letting another Gamma serve him as he handed the empty glass to Cyrus. He hadn't been waited on since his Gamma father had taken care of him as a small child. Cyrus was fast. The brandy had been sitting on top of the bar, and Benjamin wondered if it had been left out with him in mind. He wished these demon brothers weren't so thoughtful. It would only make things harder when he and Tori left.
Thank you,
he said when Cyrus handed him the glass.
I don't normally drink, but this is delicious.
It took the edge off, and what a sharp edge it was, especially as he felt like an imposter sitting in an alpha chair. Cyrus sat across from him.
We only wish for the best.
Wish, as in exchange souls with the beast for goods. Benjamin tried not to think overly long on it.
What's it like being the Gamma for this pack?
He couldn't believe he'd asked such a question. It was none of his business, but he couldn't deny his curiosity. These brothers, though demons, didn't seem to fight with each other. Cyrus perked up, lifting his chin as his gaze met Benjamin's.
Being a Gamma for the Fangborn pack is a privilege and an honor.
He nodded.
And what happens when your brothers get angry with you?
Cyrus didn't even blink.
We rarely fight. But when you do,
Cyrus shrugged.
We go to separate rooms and cool off. Dragomir and Lucian don't beat you?
He asked and held his breath. Why couldn't he let this go? What difference did it make to him if he and Tori were leaving? Cyrus gave him a puzzled look.
Why would they beat their brother? Is that how those other wolves treated you?
Benjamin took a long sip of his drink, doing his best to quell the stirrings of jealousy. What he wouldn't have given for brothers who'd treated him that way.
You mean my brothers? They were never brothers to you, Benjamin. You're lying to him. You're lying to yourself.
Cyrus gave him a pitying look, confirming what Benjamin was thinking.
They weren't your brothers.
Luckily, he was spared from having to respond when Dragomir returned with a dazed Tori. Their hands joined as if they were lovers. Benjamin bristled when he realized Dragomir had used his persuasive magic on her. He set his drink down on the side table and stood, hands balled into fists as a growl erupted from his throat.
He had to,
Cyrus whispered.
She wasn't safe.
He didn't need to ask why. She'd gone to the cavern where they held the beast.
Tori, are you okay?
I'm fine, she answered when Dragomir put her in the chair beside Benjamin. He sat back down, not liking the distant look in her eyes.
I'm sorry I upset you.
She silently nodded before crawling from her chair into his lap. He held her tight while she nuzzled his neck, that noose around his spine slowly unraveling.
What would you like to drink?
Cyrus asked her. She leaned over Benjamin and grabbed his drink off the side table. I've got a drink, she said with a wink. Thanks.
Go easy. I'm sure they'd love to get you drunk.
She batted her lashes from over the rim of his glass. "So would you." Benjamin's beast awoke, rumbling deeply.
"You're right. The scent of those other wolves is getting stronger. Lucian can smell them from the tunnel entrance."
Dragomir stood beside the fire, his hands digging into the mantle as the fire cast eerie shadows across his features. "Fuck." Benjamin tightened his hold on Tori. They were closing in on them. They wanted Tori. Benjamin felt it in the marrow of his bones.
"It would help if we knew more about them,"
Dragomir added.
"They play dirty,"
he answered.
"We figured as much."
Dragomir smirked.
"How many alphas?" "2 and a beta." "What are their names?"
Benjamin swallowed at that. Voicing their names made them more real, and he'd been hoping to forget them. He couldn't even escape those idiotools in the afterlife.
"Grigor, Stefan, and Petre."
He nuzzled Tori's hand when she stroked his cheek. "They were possessed by Gerogamos in the living realm," she said. "They are very powerful and fast."
"The possessed usually shed their parasites after they die,"
Cyrus said. Benjamin heaved a breath of relief.
"That's good to know." "Anything else we should know?"
Dragomir asked.
"Yeah. They'd better pray you catch them before I do."
Chapter 15. Grigor watched with a mixture of fascination and horror as his alpha father, Aten, shoved a demon with a pig's snout and tail into a steaming crater. The thing squealed before evaporating in a plume of steam and smoke. His brothers, in animal form, Stefan as a protector and Petre as a wolf, crept up behind him, their white fur gray from soot and dirt. Grigor was in protector form, along with his alpha fathers. They'd all learned quickly that they'd easily die another death in the wilds of hell if they remained in their vulnerable human forms. Grigor took a tentative step toward the crater, gazing into the pit that bubbled and boiled with brown sludge. He was afraid the demon was lost to them. He was hoping they could eat it. The gnawing hole in his gut told him he needed to put something in his stomach, and soon. And that demon pig would have probably tasted like bacon.
"Where did it go?"
he asked, a whimper in his voice. "To a level below," a female called. "To a hell worse than this." They turned and gaped at a familiar woman standing on the ledge above them, her face and arms marked with cuts and dirt. Katerina Lupescu.
"I know you,"
Aten said, folding his arms smugly and looking her up and down. Lifting her skirt, she revealed a shapely leg, which might have been pretty if it hadn't been covered in cuts, bruises, and welts. Despite looking like a dog that had been hit by a car and left on the side of the road to die, she smiled seductively. "And I know you." Aten shared a smirk with his brothers and sons.
"Where did you come from?"
She heaved a dramatic sigh, letting the tattered sleeve of her gown fall off one narrow shoulder as she walked down the side of the hill toward them. "I've been down here for what feels like an eternity." Grigor's nostrils flared when she came up to them. The smell of her heat was strong, but he also smelled something foul. No telling how many diseases the outcast shifter had contracted in hell.
"How have you survived this long?"
Grigor asked, backing up when she approached him. "My wits." She looked them over. "There are 6 of you." Aten braced his legs and glared at her.
"Good for you. You can count."
"Where's your gamma?" she asked. His father bristled at that.
"He didn't care to join us."
Grigor's gamma father, Alvis, had yet to make an appearance, and Grigor wondered if he ever would. He'd been soft, like Benjamin, always defending their mother when Aten verbally abused her. Either Alvis had been eaten by some demon, or he'd ascended to Valhall, in which case Grigor hated him even more. The woman's grin widened. "He'll be lonely in Valhall," she said in a sing-song voice.
"Good,"
Aten shot back, his warning growl puncturing the stagnant air. Grigor's hands curled into claws, his monster begging to rip open the cunt's throat. He'd never cared for the Lupescu curva, mother to the egocentric Constantine and his equally annoying brothers.
"How come you didn't ask about our Gamma?"
He gave her an accusatory look. She knew something. That's why she looked so smug. The dried-up, diseased whore offered them no help. No, she was here to help herself. "You know why?" she cooed. Flames of rage coursed through his veins.
"So you've seen him?"
Her answer was a grating laugh. Stefan and Petre growled beside him.
"I don't trust this curva,"
Petre said.
"Neither do I,"
Stefan answered.
"I don't either,"
he replied.
"But we will extract information."
His fathers were practically salivating as they closed in on her. He could smell their lust. They would brutalize her until she gave them the information they needed. "Your white fur makes you stand out like a sore thumb," she said, turning up her chin while backing up a step from Aten.
"What do you want?"
Aten asked. She ran a hand through her scraggly hair. "A relaxing bed, a full belly, and strong lovers." She licked her lips at that last part, batting her lashes at Aten.
"We can help you with your last request,"
Aten said, adjusting the growing bulge between his legs.
"But good luck finding other luxuries in hell."
Grigor was disgusted that his father would consider fucking her. She shrugged, turning her attention to cleaning grime from her fingernails. "I've already found them," Grigor growled.
"You lie."
Aten held out a silencing hand.
"Where?"
"In a cave a few hours from here. A pack of wolf shifters dwell there. They control a monster that feeds off souls of the damned that they capture for it. The beast rewards them with anything their heart desires. They have all the luxuries of a fine home in the living world."
"Liar,"
he wanted to roar, but he didn't feel like getting pummeled by his father. Aten's eyes narrowed.
"How big is this pack?"
Grigor refrained from laughing at how easily his father believed her. "There were only 3, she said mockingly. "But now there are 5, since Benjamin and Tori Albescu joined them." Grigor froze, his vision tunneling on the she-wolf. He'd kill Benjamin, rip his traitorous brother's limbs off one by one, and throw them into the crater of fire.
"Our mate and brother have joined another pack?"
Stefan asked in disbelief. Grigor was still too shocked and angry to trust himself to speak. "Yes, and they fuck like rabbits when they're not being waited on by their servant. They are living lives of luxury." Laughter rang in her words. Cold, hard laughter. She was enjoying causing them pain. Grigor would reciprocate that pain tenfold, but not yet. First, she'd lead him to Benjamin. Next, he'd ensure his brother died a second brutal death, along with those other shifters who'd been foolish enough to take him into their pack. Finally, he'd claim the mate that had been stolen from him, and he'd bring her to heel, even if he had to break every bone in her body.
"Did you hear her?"
Stefan's growl resonated in his skull.
"They're living in luxury."
Cracking his knuckles, he shared a calculating grin with his brothers.
"Not for long." "We told you not to come back."
Dragomir stomped in protector form. When debris rained down on their heads, he knew he'd have to rein in his temper. Katerina limped forward, dragging a foot behind her, and fell to her knees, trembling. He wasn't buying her act. He could smell deception cloaking her like a shroud. Tori clutched his arm. "Can't you see she's hurt?" His anger faltered for just a heartbeat, and then intensified. Tori was so much like Daiva, always feeling sorry for the undeserving.
"Why do you smell like them?"
Benjamin asked her.
"Why do you smell like my father's?"
She howled, then pulled aside her threadbare shirt to reveal bruises down her neck.
"Your father's?"
"Demon balls," Dragomir cursed.
"There are even more of them?"
Tori gave Dragomir an accusatory look. "What did they do to you?"
"Don't trust anything she says,"
he said, gritting his teeth when she looked away. He wasn't falling for Katerina's false tears. Those bruises could have been caused by foreplay. How many times had she told them she loved it rough? They'd refused to touch her, though. Not only were they repulsed by her character, they were sickened by her smell. Demon burn. That's what it was called in the wilds. And it was worse than any venereal disease in the living realm. Not even Cyrus had the power to heal it. Benjamin groaned, dragging his hands through his hair.
"Why am I not surprised? My fathers are in hell."
"They beat and raped me," Katerina said, smearing grime and snot across her face. "Then they sent me here with a message. They said they'd kill me if I didn't deliver it." Tori knelt beside Katerina. "What is the message?" Before Dragomir could pull Tori away from Katerina, Benjamin was hauling her up.
"Don't get too close to her."
Anger flashed in Katerina's eyes. Then it was gone, hidden under a pout. "Deliver their son's mate to them, or they will take her, and then they will kill you and do far worse to her than they did to me." Dragomir shared a dark look with his brothers.
"Not if we kill them first."
This was a trap. He smelled it on her.
"How many wolves are there?"
he asked, watching her closely. 6, she answered, unblinking. 4 alphas and 2 betas.
4 alphas?
Lucian's thought popped into his head.
Fuck,
Cyrus growled. Benjamin froze, his features harder than granite.
So my Gamma father isn't in hell?
She shook her head, and he sighed in relief. Dragomir knelt and spoke in a low, threatening rumble.
If you're lying, I will personally feed you to the beast.
When she visibly swallowed and looked away, he forced her to look at him.
You will deliver a message from us to them.
She cried out, falling onto her bottom. I can't go back there.
You can and you will,
he said, using his power of persuasion. She swayed, her eyes going glossy. I can, and I will, she repeated. He smiled at his brothers.
You tell those bastards that if they want Tori, they have to come get her from us. And when they do, they'd better bring an entire fucking army. What's our plan?
Benjamin asked Dragomir.
Our plan? We're working together as a pack,
he thought. Katerina had shifted and raced back down the mountain. Gone was her exaggerated limp as she practically flew over the rocks. So much for being brutalized by his fathers. He'd known it had all been a ruse. Standing precariously close to the ledge, Dragomir kept his gaze fixed on Katerina.
Our plan is to double the watch, and when they come, we will destroy them. We have the advantage here,
Lucian said as he flanked Benjamin's other side.
If they try to scale our mountain, I can knock them back with my wind, Tori with her fire, and the alphas can shower them with boulders.
It made sense. Why leave the comfort of their cave and go to them? Make the bastards trek up the mountain.
And then what?
After they were defeated, the demon shifters wouldn't be content to let them tuck their tails and run. Dragomir said,
I know they're your family, but they are not my family.
Benjamin interrupted, the vehemence of his words like 1,000 searing arrows. Dragomir nodded and turned back to Katerina. Her wolf form was a speck of dust against the backdrop of craggy rocks and scorched earth. No injured wolf could run that fast.
Then we round them up and feed them to the beast.
I'm still not very experienced with my fire. Tori stood behind them, hugging herself.
I can teach you how to wield it,
Lucian said.
Your firepower operates much like my wind magic.
He gave Benjamin an apprehensive look. He knew what the demon was asking, if they were allowed to work alone together, and he nodded. These demons had Tori's best interest at heart, and considering the threats they were up against, he'd be a fool to refuse their help.
Even if she falls in love. Even if I never want to leave my demon brothers.
Okay, she said, cheeks pink. Where?
Come.
Lucian led her to the other end of the tunnel, where Benjamin could still see them.
I'll give you your first lesson.
As Benjamin watched Lucian lead her away, his hand on her elbow, he expected to be struck by a chord of jealousy, but he felt not even the slightest flush of anger.
Because she belongs with him, with all of them. Bug and I will take the first watch,
Dragomir said.
Benjamin and Cyrus, you can take the next. Get some rest before then.
Benjamin snorted.
You think I can rest at a time like this? We won't let them take her.
Dragomir splayed a hand over his heart.
I swear on my soul.
Benjamin silently nodded, knowing the demon spoke the truth. They'd fight to the death for Tori, because they loved her. Daiva. Perhaps they even loved him. Horetu. Which made it even harder on him, knowing if they ever found a way out of here, they'd have to take it. A part of him hoped they were never rescued. He wanted to join this pack, fight dragons, capture the damned, even feed them to the beast. He wanted all of it. But more than anything, he wanted the brotherhood he deserved, to be patted on the back instead of punched in the face, to have others who would help him love and protect Tori, to be a welcome part of the pack, not despised, not derided, not abused. If they were never found, he and Tori could stay and join them. Chapter 16. Tori was tired after practicing with Lucian, but she wasn't about to ask him to quit. She had to learn how to control her flame, but so far her magic was as conflicted as her heart. They had moved closer to the hearth room and were at the threshold where the tunnel turned, where Benjamin could no longer see them. She wasn't sure if it was because Lucian wanted to get her alone or seduce her. At this point, she no longer cared. Every time he touched her hand or brushed against her arm, sparks flew between them. Not metaphorical sparks either. Literal sparks, as if her magic was responding to him.
Your magic speaks to mine,
he said, almost as if he was reading her thoughts. He came up behind her, making her knees turn to jelly while his heat encompassed her.
Ready to try again?
She blew out an exasperated breath and held open her hand. Her magic flew off her arms like a firecracker set off too soon.
Here,
he whispered.
Allow me to show you.
When he gently wrapped his arms around her, a powerful wave of lust swept through her, and she fought the urge to drag him to the floor and have her way with him.
Do you feel your magic here?
He murmured, his breath a spark of desire, as he wrapped his hand around her wrist. Yes.
Good.
His thumb pulsed against her skin, reminding her of the contractions of an orgasm. Holy hell.
When it reaches here,
his fingers walked down her hand to circle her palm.
Learn how to control it, like you're holding a ball. Got it?
She rested her back against his chest. Yeah.
Try again,
he whispered, his breath making her already scorching skin flush. Should you be standing so close to me? He chuckled, his throaty purr reverberating her insides.
Does my touch repulse you?
She gritted her teeth, trying, and failing, to block out her desire. It's the opposite, and you know it.
I'm stoking your fire, Daiva.
He circled her palm again.
My magic was born from you. It's speaking to yours.
Her knees weakened. Oh.
Close your eyes and summon your flame.
His whisper was liquid fire, as his fangs scraped her neck. A jolt shot through her, and twin balls of magic raced from her hands, 2 giant conflagrations that exploded when they bounced into the hearthroom.
Fuck!
Releasing her, he chased after the fire. She ran after him, not sure what to do. He ripped a flaming tapestry off the wall, threw it to the floor, and stomped on it. He did the same with another. She grabbed a pitcher of water off the server and doused a rug. He ripped off his shirt, which had caught fire, and jumped on that too. That's when she noticed the razor-thin scars cascading down his back. He blew smoke out of the chamber with a gentle wind. It snaked through the tunnel behind them. She looked at her charred fingers, then sighed in relief when he grabbed her hands and shoved them in a pitcher of water. She blinked up at him through the thinning smoke. "I'm so sorry."
Don't be. They were only material things. They can be replaced. Besides,
he flashed a crooked grin.
It was my fault for distracting you. I'll try to do better.
He paused, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
You're just so damned tempting.
She looked down at her hands as he held them in the water. "You have scars on your back?" He edged so close, she could feel his breath on her forehead.
I do.
Couldn't Cyrus heal them?
I didn't want him to.
Why not? Twin flames swirled in his eyes.
Because you made them.
She jerked back. I didn't do that.
You did.
He followed her retreat, holding up the pitcher of water between them.
2,000 years ago during rigorous lovemaking. I wear these scars with honor. They are your claim on me, Daiva.
She stepped back again, her hands coming out of the water. It's hot in here.
Perhaps you should cool off in the pool after you see Benjamin about those burns.
Good idea. She knew exactly what he was thinking by the naked desire on his face. Would you like me to join you? She answered with a look of her own. Absolutely not. Then she nearly tripped over her own feet as she spun around, racing through the tunnel to Benjamin. She needed him to heal the burning in her fingers, though she feared only Lucian could appease the flames in her body. Tori peeled off her clothes after a long day of practicing magic and nearly burning down the cave. She bit her lip, heat flushing her face when she thought of the way Lucian had touched her. How badly she wanted him to keep touching her, which was one reason she'd asked Benjamin to let her bathe alone tonight. She feared he'd know she only wanted to fuck him because Lucian had made her hot and bothered. She needed some time alone to cool her libido. Damn these demons. As she dipped her toe in the mild water, she thought of Lucian following her into the bathing chamber, diving in and having his way with her, claiming her as his mate. She slid waist-deep into the water, sighing as it soothed her sore muscles. When she felt wind at her back, she looked up to see a green-eyed fly demon staring down at her. Sucking in a sharp breath, she covered her breasts and lowered into the water. "Never fear, mistress," the creature blinked at her, his nictitating membrane sliding over what appeared to be a kaleidoscope of eyes. "It only bug." Oh? Was it normal for him to watch her bathe? He flew down to the side of the pool and picked up a pitcher between his spindly claws. "Bug will wash mistress' hair and body." Nervous laughter bubbled up in her throat as she waved him away. "I don't need help." "But Bug help, Mistress Daiva." He flew to a shelf carved into a nearby wall, retrieving what looked like a medieval perfume bottle. "Bug has mistress' favorite oils." He poured a little in the water, and she suddenly smelled a heavenly blend of rosemary and lavender. "Oh, that smells good," she said. "Where did you get them?" He fluttered around her like a hummingbird on crack. "Mistress Daiva taught Bug how to make." She swam to the other end of the pool for a sponge. "Were you and Daiva close?" "Oh, yes." His eyes sparkled like thousands of jewels. "Mistress saved Bug from miserable life." "What happened?" she asked as she scrubbed the day's grime off her arms. "Bug was with mistress at temple before she bonded with mates. Head witches beat and torture Bug." He hung his head, a lone tear slipping into the water. "They experiment on Bug. They rip off wings and legs and make them grow back again," she hissed, stomach churning at the thought of the torture he'd endured. These temple witches were evil, and she prayed she'd never cross paths with them, if they were even still around. "Bug, I'm so sorry." He gave her a toothless grin. "When mates kidnap mistress, mistress make mates take Bug, too." "They kidnapped me?" He nodded, his wings buzzing harder. "They save mistress and Bug. Mistress Daiva want to go with mates, but Vindictus say no, so mates kidnap mistress and let Bug come too." "Vindictus?" she asked. "You're speaking of the head witches?" A shudder ran through him, and he dropped suddenly, before bolting back up above her head. "They demon council. They decide fates." Well, shit. Tori certainly hoped she never crossed paths with them. "Bug cries so many tears when mistress taken by bad djinn." His arms and legs trembled while more tears slipped down his green face. "So many tears!" He let out a wail that sounded like an injured lamb. Her throat constricted. "Please don't cry, Bug." The creature sniffled, fluttering down to eye level with her, his wings blowing ripples in the water. "Bug is just so happy. Mistress so kind to Bug." He clasped his claws together. "Mistress give Bug family. Now mistress has come home." She swallowed at that, tears threatening at the backs of her eyes. She wasn't sure what to say. She hated the idea of escaping and leaving this sweet little demon behind. Bug reminded her of a loyal puppy. "Does mistress want water?" She nodded, afraid to say too much or else she'd start bawling. "Yes, please." He dove for a water pitcher beside the pool and poured water into a pewter goblet. "Bug is so happy family together again." She smiled her thanks when he handed her the water. It was cool and refreshing. "Bug love Daiva." She nearly spit out her drink. "Bug, you're going to make me cry." "Please no cry, mistress." The creature took the goblet from her. "Bug make mistress favorite cakes." That would be lovely. She was never one to say no to cake. Her heart hurt when he flew out of the chamber. Such a sweet soul. She didn't want to break his heart again. Horetu couldn't stop thinking about Daiva. They'd been hunting for 5 long days. They always had to be on their guard at such times. It was no secret that lesser demons coveted their status and wanted to steal it for themselves. Since bonding with Daiva, the attacks had gotten worse. Because they were constantly alert for attacks, they couldn't fuck their beautiful mate while camping beneath the horizon of dust and smoke. But now they were home. He pushed a sobbing soul at the beast. The human had no fight left in him, not with Horetu and Dragomir in their protector forms. They were 4 times the size of the human, toying with him like cats with a mouse. Any attempts to flee were futile. He felt no pity for the child murderer and gave him a hard shove. The primordial djinn rose from the swirling mist and sucked the sinner into its gaping maw. After the beast swallowed, the cries silenced like water extinguishing flame. It opened its mouth again. Horetu turned to Dragomir for the next soul, the whisper of Daiva's name on his lips as he tried to block the gloom in his heart. The beast had a way of sucking all joy out of him. Thinking of Daiva was the only way to drive out the gloom. He froze when he felt the icy grip of death race up his spine. He lurched toward the beast, his arm caught in the demon's mouth. He thought he was going to be split in 2 when Dragomir latched onto his other arm and pulled. Paralyzed from the cold that gripped his limbs, he couldn't help Dragomir fight the beast as it pulled him in. His other brothers ran up behind Dragomir, adding their weight as they played tug-of-war with the monster. He was flung from the beast's grip, slamming into Dragomir's furry chest and tumbling with him to the ground. Lucian and Cyrus corralled the remaining souls and shoved them all at once at the beast before collapsing beside them, chests heaving. He was too stunned to speak, watching with a mixture of dread and relief as the beast sank into the mist. He looked at his arm. His hand and skin were blue, and he was cold. So cold.
"Let's get him to Daiva,"
Dragomir said, grasping Horatu's shoulders.
"Can you shift into a human?"
He simply gaped at Dragomir, then back at his arm. He'd seen it, the indescribable darkness that permeated his soul. He'd seen eternity's fate that awaited him, the chasm of icy pain so deep it never ended. Somehow, he managed to shift, and Dragomir had carried him out and laid him on the furs beside the hearth. He vaguely remembered Bug fussing over them and Daiva holding his hand, warmth spreading from her to him. Then he slept so hard, he didn't remember dreaming. When he woke, he was still bone-tired, but he was warm under the furs. He sat up, squinting in the low candlelight while looking around the room. Daiva, Lucian, and Cyrus were sleeping beneath furs not far from him. Dragomir was in his human form, sitting in a chair, gazing down at him, brow creased with worry.
"What were you thinking?"
Horatu looked at his hands as he pulled the blanket up to his chin.
"I was distracted by thoughts of Daiva."
Dragomir nodded, and they remained silent for many long minutes. Finally, his brother crawled down from his chair and sat beside him.
"Don't ever get that close to the beast again,"
he spoke through a watery voice.
"If I lost you, I don't think I'd ever recover."
He broke off, his words shattering like glass as he looked away and swiped at his eyes. He didn't remember his childhood, but he felt like a child at the moment, and as the reality of what happened sank in, he cursed himself for being so foolish and causing his brother pain.
"I'm sorry."
Dragomir grabbed Horatu's shoulder with a trembling hand, a tear sliding over his eyelid.
"Just don't let it happen again."
The dream had felt so real, so fucking real. Benjamin sat up in bed and hung his head in his hands. His skull pounded after drinking too much last night with his brothers. No, not his brothers.
Yes, they are.
Tori still slept soundly, but there was no way he was going back to sleep after that nightmare. He went into the hearth room, grimacing when he saw the burns on the tapestries from Tori's failed fire lessons the day before. Today they had to take her outside to practice, and he was dreading it. What if his brothers saw him? They wouldn't have the element of surprise before battling them. But it beat practicing inside the cave, where she could burn each room until they resembled empty shells. There were several platters covered with gleaming brass domes on the table. His nostrils flared as he inhaled the smells of ham and eggs, but he wasn't in the mood to eat yet. The cold from the dream still permeated his bones. He poured a cup of black coffee, leaned against the table, and slowly sipped while recalling his dream. Or had it been a memory?
"How did you sleep?"
Dragomir eyed him from the mouth of the tunnel. His eyes were framed by dark circles and lines of worry.
"Rough."
He barely tasted his coffee. All that matters was the warm liquid heated his veins.
"You look like it."
Dragomir snatched a roll off the table.
"Care to talk about it?"
"No." He looked away.
"It was just a dream." "Well,"
he said before taking a bite of the roll,
"if you want to share, know that I'm here."
Huh. That's something he'd never heard from his brothers. They'd only served themselves.
They weren't your true brothers.
He wondered if that voice in his head was his conscience or Horatu's. He looked at the fire in the hearth. It was always burning, always chasing away the chill from the cavern. He set his cup on the mantel.
"If you found a way out of hell, would you take it?"
"No." He looked at the demon who claimed to be his brother.
"Why? My place is here with my brothers, and with Tori."
Benjamin swallowed a knot that had formed in his chest.
"But Tori doesn't belong here."
He moved toward him.
She does. Why do you say that? She's Daiva,
Dragomir said as he clutched the mantle beside him.
And Daiva was a demon witch, not one of the damned. It's our job to see to it that the damned are punished for their sins. Are you saying she was born in hell? She was. We all were.
That was a hell of a revelation.
And who gave you the job to punish sinners?
He shrugged.
I'm not sure. It's always been ours, though.
He wondered if these demons found it disturbing that they served this purpose but didn't know why.
What about your parents?
Dragomir scratched the back of his head, a troubling look in his eyes.
I'm not sure how we were made. One day we were just here. Some say there was a before, but our memories were erased.
He searched Dragomir's eyes for any signs of deceit, releasing a breath when he saw none.
You don't remember? What about your childhood?
Dragomir shook his head.
We don't remember. We don't even know how long we've been here, but we've always been here. And you know they're your brothers because...
He cocked a sideways smile.
Smell, and we all look alike, don't we?
He looked away.
I don't look like you.
Dragomir touched his arm.
You're in a different body, but you're Horetio. In the dream, I was almost sucked in by the beast.
His throat constricted. He had no idea why he was telling Dragomir this.
You saved me. I remember that day, the second most frightening one of my existence.
He visibly swallowed.
We'd just bonded with Daiva, and you were distracted by thoughts of her. We all were.
His knees weakened at the revelation as that ice returned to his veins.
Would the beast have eaten me? I thought it only ate souls of the damned. I'm not sure.
A shudder rippled over his features.
And it's not a theory I'm willing to test.
Benjamin had no idea what force compelled him to reach for Dragomir, but he clasped his arm. The words were hard to force out, but they needed to be said.
Thank you for saving me that day. We've all saved each other over the past several thousand years, too many times to count.
Dragomir gripped his other arm, holding tight, his eyes wet.
Brothers protect each other.
They looked into each other's eyes for a long moment, long enough for Benjamin to feel uneasy. He reluctantly released him, stepping back and letting that invisible wall build between them once more. Dragomir cleared his throat.
Lucian wants to practice with Tori outside. We'll need your help guarding her. Of course, I was born to protect her.
Dragomir's eyes lit up.
So were we.
Chapter 17. Tori faced Lucian out in the open, stifling humid air, making it hard for her to breathe and bathing her in sweat. They were on top of the mountain, on a flat plateau of cracked dirt. The medieval corset and dress they'd given her only made it worse. They'd been forced to practice out in the open, where every demon under the sun could see them, thanks to Tori accidentally turning the tunnel into an inferno. Dragomir and Benjamin kept watch at a considerable distance. Good thing, because she didn't trust herself.
Are you ready for your second day of training?
Lucian asked. I guess so. She only hoped she didn't hurt him. He gestured at her hands, which were fisted.
Looks like you brought your flame.
I have? She looked down at her hands and was surprised to find sparks flying off them. That was probably one reason why she was so hot. She tugged at her stifling laces. Why is it always sunset here? She asked as she looked at the horizon. The sky was painted in its usual swath of oranges and pinks. Not that she was complaining. She didn't want to know what high noon felt like in hell. He looked up at the sky, scratching his chin.
I have seen sunsets in books, but I haven't been to the mortal realm. It always looks like sunset because those are the lights from the lake of fire.
Her mouth dropped open. There actually is a lake of fire?
Oh yes. You lived there once, along with the other priestesses of the Vindictus.
She felt a tinge of discomfort whenever he referred to her past life, Deiva's life. Bug mentioned them. What were they like?
Long story. We'll save it for another day.
He nodded toward a winged figure flying in the distance.
We can't be out here too long.
She trembled at the sight, praying that thing didn't swing their way and try to snatch her up. She was in no mood to go airborne again. Of course, he led her to an oblong boulder set atop the plateau like a giant egg. She tried to make out the hieroglyphic painted on the rock in streaks of red, but Lucian's touch was distracting, his fingers searing her skin. His musky scent coiled around her senses.
Well, what do you think?
He asked, squeezing her hand before releasing. It looked like a sloth. No, a monkey. Or maybe a possessed clown?
This is your practice rock,
he said, beaming. Am I supposed to hit the clown monkey?
Clown monkey?
He laughed.
I spent all morning painting that.
Something about his rich, deep laughter made her smile, and maybe relax just a little.
It's an alpha,
he said.
You call them protectors.
Oh, she grinned. Of course.
I want you to throw flame at it,
he said, and inched close enough that their shoulders touched. She cast a glance at Benjamin, worried he'd be angry, but his back was to them as he kept an eye open for threats. Okay. She clenched her hands tight, afraid of causing a big conflagration and making the top of the mountain look like a volcano. That was sure to draw attention. She threw a small burst of flame at it. He let out an appreciative whistle.
Not bad, but nothing like what we saw in the tunnel.
I'm afraid it'll be too much, she said. I don't know how to control it.
I've read a lot of books about sports in the human realm. Have you ever played baseball?
No, but I remember my brothers playing it when I was little. After she'd been shipped off to Romania to live with distant relatives, her life had been filled with chores. Baking bread, herding sheep, mucking out stalls. Her foster family's children had been all grown, and as kind as her foster parents were, they were slowing down, so she'd become their caretaker and housemaid. There was no time for baseball.
So you've seen them grip the ball in their hands and throw it?
Yes.
Clench your fist.
He held out a hand, holding an imaginary ball, and a mini cyclone spun in his palm.
Imagine inside your hand is fire magic the size of a baseball. Then throw it.
He tossed the cyclone at the boulder, blowing dirt behind it. She imagined herself holding a ball of flame. Like this? She tossed it in the direction of the boulder, frowning when a stream of smoke flew out of her hand.
Not quite,
he said, coming up behind her.
Like this.
She sucked in a breath when he wrapped his arms around her and took her hands in his.
Close your eyes,
he murmured.
Imagine magic flowing into your hand like running water. When your hand is full, throw it at your target.
She closed her eyes, doing her best to focus on her magic when Lucian was hogging up every inch of her personal space. His embrace felt so nice, his hands rough but strong. His smell, like a warm shot of whiskey on a cool day. She forgot what she was doing as he pressed closer to her backside, as his touch, his heat, enveloped her.
Do you feel it?
He breathed in her ear. She mumbled.
Focus,
he whispered, his breath tickling her nape.
Focus on your fire.
The one between her legs, or the one in her hands? Breathing out a slow breath, she did her best to ignore her raging libido. Then she pulled back, his hand guiding hers, and she threw. A ball of red flame soared through the air in an arc and smacked the clown monkey in the chest. I did it! She squealed, turning in his arms. He twirled her.
Well done.
When he stopped and loosened his grip, she slid down every hard angle of his body. His growing desire pressed between them. Befuddled and breathless, she gazed into his golden eyes. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she looked up at him, her breasts smashed against his hard chest, their breaths mingling. She wanted to kiss him. When he bent his head toward hers, she released him and stepped back, instantly regretting his absence. She tried not to look at that bulge jutting from his tight pants, tried not to think about how badly she wanted to taste it, feel him deep inside her. "I had an excellent teacher," she says, running her hands down her thighs. It was then she realized they stung. "Ouch," she said, holding out her fingers. He took her hands in his.
"We should ask Benjamin to heal you."
She resisted when he pulled her toward Benjamin, clinging to him, desperation overwhelming her. She wasn't supposed to fall for these demons. He frowned.
"Don't you want to heal?"
I want to fuck." His smile was tender.
"I know that look, Deiva."
He stroked her lower lip with his thumb.
"You'd better be careful before I allow you to do something you'll regret."
She nearly melted in a puddle of lust, and damn her, because she was so close to saying to hell with regrets. Benjamin crawled into bed beside Tori, surprised to find her still awake after finishing his watch. There had been no sign of the other wolves. He refused to call them his brothers any longer. All three of the Fangborn brothers had joined him, and he'd listened to their stories about Horetu while finishing off a bottle of Romanian brandy. They'd loved him. They still did. Though he'd laughed at some of their tales, inside he was torn to shreds. He wanted this life. Horetu's life.
"How was your training with Lucian?"
he asked as she rolled into him and rested her head on his shoulder and a hand against his heart. She was naked under the blankets. Had she been waiting for him to come and make love to her? Her breathing became more shallow. "Good," she answered tersely. That wasn't like Tori. She loved to talk.
"Just good?"
he asked and stroked her bare back. She shuddered. "He taught me how to throw my flame. I got good at it toward the end." He knew this because he'd heard them. Though he had his back to them, he could hear them murmuring, the tension between them radiating outward like heat from a bonfire. He'd also noted her flushed cheeks and the way she wouldn't meet his eyes when they'd finished practice. Lucian had flirted with her, and he wasn't even slightly jealous.
"You smell like him,"
he murmured. She became as stiff as a block of ice. "I do?" He kissed her forehead.
"His scent is all over you."
"But I took a bath."
"I smell lavender, too, but the scent of Lucian is still there."
He had to get close to me to show me. There was a tremor in her voice. "Are you angry?"
"No."
He felt like hell's biggest asshole when she heaved a sigh of relief. He'd been unfair to her, judging her for acting on instinct. These demons had been her fated mates before. They still were. It was natural for her to be attracted to them. He swallowed back his apprehension as he prepared to ask her something that had been weighing on his mind. They should have this discussion now, before things went further.
"What happens if we're stuck here forever?"
She shot up, her long hair falling across his chest as she frowned down at him. "But I want to see Phoenix again."
"I know, but what if you can't?"
Her shoulders fell, her eyes misting. "I'd be heartbroken."
"And I'd be heartbroken for you."
He sat up and took her in his arms.
"There is nothing for me to go back to in the living realm, but I understand your need to be near Phoenix."
"My brothers and I were never close," she said, sinking against him. "It's just Phoenix."
"Since she's part demon, maybe she can find a way to visit."
She sighed. "Maybe." A long silence stretched between them, each second that passed like a hammer to his chest. He had to say it. He had to know if she felt the same way.
"What if we join their pack?"
She blinked at him, her full lips dangerously close to his mouth. "I don't think we'd have a choice." That surprised him, but not really.
Having no choice and being okay with it are two different things. How would it make you feel?
Her eyes narrowed. Is this a trick question? He supposed he'd earned her mistrust for being a jealous ass earlier.
It's an honest question.
I can't deny I'm attracted to them, but what about you?
It should bother me, but it doesn't.
Oh, she pulled back, her face a mask of shock. I'm not ready to bond with them.
That's okay. I'm not pressuring you to.
We have to keep our options open in case we find a way to leave, she said. He forced a smile, a direct contrast to the anvil cleaving his chest.
Of course.
Her features softened. You want to stay with them, don't you? He did his best to keep his gaze locked with hers.
I want to be wherever you are.
You didn't answer my question. He no longer had to think about it.
They treat me like an equal, like a brother. I've never known that kind of acceptance.
I'm sorry your other brothers were such assholes.
I don't feel bad about that anymore.
That was the damned truth. Why should he care about them when he had the loyalty of 3 fierce demon brothers?
My true brothers.
She rubbed her nose across his. I love you so much. Relief coursed through him now they had the talk.
And I love you.
So much that he was willing to share her with 3 demon shifters. She returned his kiss by nibbling his lower lip. He pulled her flush against him until her legs were wrapped around his waist and she was grinding against his erection. He laid her down across the mattress, trailing kisses down her jaw, her collarbone, before finally lavishing those beautiful breasts with love, licking and kissing each nipple until she bucked against him, crying out his name. He pulled away long enough to strip off his pants before climbing between her legs again. He toyed with her body until she turned to putty in his arms, begging him to make love to her. By the time he finally sunk into her wet heat, she swelled around him, fitting him like a soft, wet cloud. She wrapped her legs around his waist while he rocked into her, their lips locked in a heat-searing kiss as she cried into his mouth. When he picked up tempo, she dragged her nails down his back, begging him to fuck her faster, harder. They fell apart in a maelstrom of ecstasy, his release shooting deep into her womb while he called out her name, and her sheath spasmed around him. By the time he rolled off, taking her with him, his heart was still racing, and a sheen of sweat coated both of their bodies. He didn't care as they kissed and touched and worked each other into a frenzy, their bodies slapping together harder and faster this time, their carnal need as consuming as a conflagration. He came so hard, it bordered on pain as she squirmed beneath him, crying out into his mouth. This time, they both fell onto the mattress, a tangle of limbs, their breathing hard and heavy. He couldn't stop smiling if he tried.
That was amazing,
he said as his breathing slowed. Earth-shattering. But now I'm thirsty. He ran his tongue along the roof of his dry mouth.
Me too. I'll get us some water.
When he sat up, she cried out.
What's wrong?
Your back is covered in bloody scratches. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I was doing it. He pulled on his pants.
I liked it.
Especially since it confirmed what his soul had known all along. She was Daiva. Chapter 18. What's our lesson today, teacher? Standing in the long tunnel exit, Lucian faced Tori, amazed at her progress after training for a week. He was even more in awe of how she reminded him so much of Daiva, how she batted her lashes and bit her lip, her lithe movements, as if she was walking on air, her gentle, soothing voice. This was Daiva's sweet side, but he remembered her wicked side, too. Her nails digging into his ass when they were fucking, her mouth swallowing him whole, while she jammed his cock against her tonsils. How very wet she'd be when she'd spread her legs for him. He shook his head, trying his best to purge those thoughts from his mind before evidence of his desire became obvious to Tori.
"You've mastered your red flame,"
he said to her.
"Today we practice summoning your blue fire."
"What's the difference?"
"The red fire is strong, but not as strong as your blue fire. The blue fire can be summoned for protection."
"Protection?"
"We'll save the shield lessons for another day, along with your other magical powers."
"Other powers?" she asked.
"Daiva was a gifted witch," he said. "Flame was just one of her talents, but that magic is more complicated. Today we'll focus on manifesting the blue flame."
She frowned at that, her shoulders slumping the way Daiva's did whenever she was frustrated. "It's hard." He took her hand in his. A risk, he knew, but he craved her touch like a drug.
"I know."
She looked at their joined hands. "It came so easily to me that day." He squeezed her fingers.
"When Dragomir threatened your sister."
She blinked up at him, and he nearly lost himself in the pools of her amber eyes. "Yes."
"Daiva summoned blue flame to protect us," he said. "That's when it came easier to her, when those she loved were threatened."
She leaned toward him like a stalk of dry grass bending in the wind. "She loved you a lot?"
"More than anything, just as we loved her."
He stroked her palm with his thumb, his breath hitching when he felt a spark.
"Still love her."
Placing a hand on his chest, she murmured against his neck, her breath heating his skin. "I dream of her." It took every ounce of his willpower not to take her in his arms and make love to her on the gravel.
"Tell me."
"I dreamed I was her, and I was bathing in a warm river with other witches. We all wore brown robes. You and your brothers caught us, and—" His dick swelled. He couldn't help it.
"And?"
"It's too embarrassing."
"That actually happened."
He tucked a strand of her long black hair behind her ear, his lips dangerously close to hers as he looked down at her.
"It's how we discovered Daiva, and what made us plot to kidnap her."
"Bug told me you kidnapped me." Her face reddened. "I mean, her."
"It was you. The Vindictus wouldn't let us have you,"
he said, angling his head so that their mouths were only a breath apart. He longed for a kiss. "Oh," she whispered, pressing her breasts against him and gasping when her hip grazed his erection.
"Lucian! Tori!"
Dragomir barked behind them.
"Pack meeting."
Tori gasped, and they broke apart, though it was too late. Lucian's arousal was plain for all to see, as Cyrus and Benjamin also came into the hall, Bug flying behind them. Lucian turned his back to adjust himself. When he turned back around, Tori was looking at Benjamin apologetically. Lucian felt terrible for getting her in trouble, but Benjamin only shrugged and smiled. He couldn't deny the stab of jealousy he felt when she went to Benjamin, resting her head on his chest while he draped an arm around her. When Benjamin's gaze caught Lucian's, a look of understanding passed between them. A simple acknowledgement, perhaps even thanks for training Tori. Lucian didn't want to get his hopes up, but it was obvious Benjamin and Tori were more accepting of them. Soon his lost mate and brother would rejoin their pack, and the Fangborns would be whole again. Hopefully, forever this time. Lucian's pack stood in a circle, facing one another while waiting for Dragomir to speak. Dragomir cleared his throat.
"The hostile wolves aren't coming up this mountain,"
he said, face drawn from worry.
"And we're running out of time. The beast will need to be fed soon."
Benjamin nodded while squeezing Tori closer.
"I say we kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Feed them to the beast."
Lucian shouldn't have been shocked by Benjamin's response. While working with Tori this past week, she'd divulged a lot about the Albescu family, from the indifferent and heartless fathers to the drunk and cruel brothers who'd beaten Benjamin on a daily basis. Dragomir scanned the group.
"What say all of you?"
Though the Fangborns had a rule that they didn't feed wolf shifters to the beast, mostly out of respect for Horutu and Daiva's offspring, Lucian was more than willing to break it, given the situation. Licking his lips, Lucian rubbed his hands together when everyone voiced their agreement. "It's hunting time." Grigor paced in front of his fathers, his heavy feet leaving ruts in the scorched earth. His mouth was as dry as the unforgiving soil, his nostrils itched, his hollow stomach burned, and his feet ached. At the sound of Katerina's grating laugh, he glanced at the dark hole in the ground 30 paces away, which she'd climbed into like a mole. He didn't like it here. The place reeked of demon, and not just any demon, but that scorpion creature that had attacked him when he'd first landed in this miserable pit. That thing would have killed him if his family hadn't shown up and scared it away. He kept looking over his shoulder for his brothers. They'd been scouting for food the past 2 hours. A fool's errand. They'd find nothing. His fathers lounged on nearby rocks as if they were tanning at the beach, the pink skin under their white fur an alarming shade of red. They didn't seem bothered. They reeked of Katerina after rutting for several days. Sometimes they fucked as wolves, sometimes as humans, other times as a disgusting mix of beast and human. They fucked in the caves or out in the open. It didn't seem to matter to them. Their fathers' tongues were always hanging out, and their dicks always erect when Katerina was near. They followed her like love-struck pups, not caring that their genitals now had flaming warts. Grigor had fallen into his own personal hell within a hell. No matter how carefully he and his brothers hid from their fathers, their moans and howls carried through the stagnant air, piercing Grigor's eardrums like blades. "I'm going to tell you what you need, son," Aten said sloppily from his boulder, his monster dick jutting like a flagpole. "Some pussy." Aten was drunk again from demon brew, a concoction Katerina had bartered for from demons by giving them blowjobs. Their jug of brew was nearly empty, which was why Katerina was in the tunnel now, using her mouth to strike another deal. She finally emerged from the den with a large jug, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. She wore new clothes, a flowing green dress that looked like something from several centuries ago. Grigor wondered caustically how many extra blowjobs that had cost. Aten sat up, wiping sweat from his heavy brow. "What took you so long?" "7 demons live in that den," she said. "I had to service every one of them, some twice." Aten jumped off his boulder, swaying, and stalked up to her. He took the jug, his face wrinkling when he sniffed it. "Where did they get this?" She flashed a feral grin. "From the Fangborn brothers, in exchange for souls." Aten growled at the mention of their name. Katerina loved to goad him. "And they didn't try to steal your soul?" he asked. "No. Every demon knows the Fangborns won't sacrifice wolf shifters." She snatched the jug back and took several big swallows. He took it away from her and pushed her so hard, she fell on her backside. "You fucking bastard!" she shrieked. His lips curled up in a feral grin. "We must conserve." She took his outstretched hand and stood, brushing dirt off her dress. "I had to get the taste of their sperm out of my mouth." "Did you get any food or water?" Grigor asked. She looked at him like he had a dick growing out of his forehead. "Why would I ask for that? We don't need food or water to survive here. It's a luxury." Luxury or not, he wanted it. He could think of little more than his gnawing hunger and the need to rip apart Benjamin's limbs. "I'm hungry and thirsty all day, every day." "We all are," Aten snarled. "The demon brew dulls the cravings." As if to prove his point, he took several big swallows, and his brothers joined him, passing the jug around, claws and fur flying when they wanted a turn. Katerina watched them gleefully. Grigor fought the urge to pummel the curva. He couldn't wait for his fathers to tire of her, so he could have his way with her. Only he wouldn't fuck her. He'd break every bone in her body before throwing her into the lake of fire. A measly loaf of bread would have been nice, he grumbled. He wrinkled his nose at her stench. Her pussy smelled more rotten by the day. She gave him a haughty look. I answer to your fathers, not you. Besides, they wouldn't barter for food. I already tried. A low rumble rose up from his chest. Sure you did. I see you've got nice new clothes. My other clothes were rags, you idiotool! Her shriek was shrill enough to rattle the stagnant air. Enough fighting! Aten roared, stepping between them while clutching his jug like it was a newborn babe. Son, you will show our mate respect. He gritted his teeth, grinding dust between them. Respect is earned. Fine. Katerina turned up her chin, pouting. You don't get any of my demon brew. He flashed his fangs. Who said I wanted it? She snorted. You're an albescu. You always want it. His father belched in his face. His breath stank like demon shit. You know what will help you calm down? Not the pussy talk again. He shook off his father's grip. If we could find a way out of this shithole. His father belched again, this one hotter and more rancid than the last. You need to get laid. He nodded his agreement. As soon as we get back, Tori. Not that frigid bitch. His father latched onto Katerina's arm like she was no more than a rag doll, shoving her between them. We've already offered to share Katerina with you. She made a sound of disgust. I'm not fucking them. Shut up, Aten slurred, pushing her away. Her cunt is made from churned butter. Licking his lips, he whispered to Grigor. So soft and warm. And diseased, Grigor added. Aten snarled. Mind your tongue. He sneered at his father. You mind yours, or you'll end up with sores on your mouth, too. He didn't have time to block his father's brutal punch to the face. He hit him so hard, stars exploded in his vision, and he felt the crunch of bone. Katerina squealed and clapped, jumping up and down. That's my alpha! Blood spurted from his nose, splashing the white fur on his chest. Fuck you and your stupid whore! He yelled, this time having the sense to back up before his father could strike him again. All you do is waste time when you should be helping us get our mates back. His father would pay for this. As soon as Aten turned his back on Katerina, Grigor would snatch her and force her to beg for mercy before dismembering her. After giving them all the middle finger, he staggered toward an outcropping of rocks. Where are you going? Aten called. To find my brothers and to plot my revenge. Tori watched an all-too-familiar scene play out before her. How many times had she seen the wolves who would have been her mates act the same way, especially after they'd been drinking? Lying on her stomach in human form on the edge of a cliff, Tori was sandwiched between Dragomir and Benjamin as they watched the Albescus in a ravine below them, fighting like rabid wolves. Katerina, who had miraculously survived the wilds of hell, was goading them. She no longer felt sorry for the Lupescu bitch. The woman was pure evil and deserved a place in hell. Is that how they always treat each other? Dragomir whispered to Tori, his big furry body brushing hers. Sadly, yes, she whispered back. His large hand encompassed hers. I'm sorry you had to live with that. She looked down at their joined hands, not feeling the slightest urge to pull away, no longer worried if Benjamin would be upset. Believe me, she rolled her eyes. It wasn't fun. They make it so much easier to defeat them. Dragomir chuckled. Divide and conquer. Benjamin whispered back. Dragomir pushed up onto his forearms. his heavy brow wrinkling.
"Tori, you stay here with Cyrus."
She stammered. What? Why would they leave her? Hadn't she been practicing throwing her fire all week for this very moment?
"The three of us can handle the three of them,"
he explained. She frowned at Benjamin's drunk fathers and their whore as they passed around the jug. "Don't forget Katerina."
"She's not a threat. She'll play both sides until she sees us winning."
Dragomir's grin was a wicked slash.
"Then she won't dare risk our wrath."
He was far too confident. "But I want to help." When Dragomir looked over her shoulder to Benjamin, he silently nodded.
"Tori, knowing you're safe is help enough."
A sense of betrayal cut deep. He was siding with these demons now, ignoring the needs of his own mate.
"We can't lose you again."
Dragomir squeezed her hand, a plea in his big eyes.
"Please."
She shook him off. "Okay, but if things go sideways, I'm coming down there." Why were they being so stubborn about this? She could be useful. She could throw fire. Why wouldn't they want her? Cyrus lay down beside Tori in wolf form, his head on his paws. His brothers had left them, going behind and then around to sneak up on the other side. Though he wanted to help, he knew his place was here. Should any of the younger shifters return and sneak up behind them, he'd be ready. His tail slapped the dirt when Tori scratched behind his ears, and he turned to her, licking her cheek. She softly chuckled, then scratched between his shoulder blades and his back leg as he sunk into the dirt. Her long nails scratching his skin was exquisite and dredged up long-ago memories of her tearing up his back during kinky lovemaking. What he wouldn't give to make love to her again. Maybe after they defeated Benjamin's former family. His ears flattened when Lucian howled. He shielded his eyes with his paws when the wind came, but it only struck the ravine below, hitting it so hard, dust spun around the shocked shifters like a cyclone. "They're here!" Katerina cried shrilly. "Kill them!" The protector's roars were drowned out by the howling wind as it whipped harder and faster, spinning them in dizzying circles. By the time it died down, all four shifters were either on their knees or their stomachs, heaving dirt with loud, dry coughs. Benjamin and Dragomir had no problem restraining the males by putting on amethyst collars. The purple stones had magical properties that prevented shifters from accessing their beasts. After they were collared, the humans shrank down to 3 skinny men with pink flesh and pale hair. One had an ugly scar up his lip. Cyrus happily yelped, tail wagging. 4 souls would appease the beast for a few extra days, until they could hunt the next pack. When one of the men started fighting, yanking against his chains, Dragomir clobbered him on the back of the head, knocking him out. Katerina shifted into a wolf and cut up Benjamin and Dragomir with sharp claws before they finally got the collar on her. She'd caused such a stir that Cyrus didn't notice the pale wolf sneak up behind Benjamin before it was too late. Clawing at Benjamin's back, the beast bit his neck, ripping away a huge chunk of flesh. Benjamin collapsed with a howl, his hands going to the gaping wound, which sprayed blood like a busted water pipe. Tori let out a wail and ran down the side of the ledge, an avalanche of rocks sliding under her feet. Cyrus followed at her heels. Dragomir ripped the wolf off Benjamin and threw him by the tail across the embankment. He hit stone with a sickening thump, then shifted into a young man with white hair and pale pink skin. He sat up, spitting blood, and glowered at Benjamin, bleeding out on the ground.
"Now you know what it feels like to be stabbed in the back by your brother."
Dragomir heaved the man up by his arms.
"I could kill you now, but I'd rather watch you be eaten by the beast."
He slapped an amethyst collar on him and chained him to the others. Cyrus crawled over to Benjamin while Tori begged him to save her mate. Benjamin had shifted into human form, and was lying in a growing pool of blood. All color had drained from him as he sunk into the dirt, his head lolling to the side, a hollow void in his eyes. No, the wolf had ripped open a major artery. Cyrus frantically licked the wound. Time passed in a blur, dragging on as the wound slowly healed, but much blood had already been lost. He sat back on his haunches, painfully aware that his chest and paws were painted red. Tori gently sobbed on top of Benjamin. He lay there, eyes vacant, barely alive. Cyrus licked his neck again, despite the healed wound. His tongue no longer tingled with magic, and he knew the effort was futile, but he couldn't help it. "Please wake, Benjamin." Lucian and Dragomir fell beside Benjamin, sniffing and whining, then howling their grief. Tori's sobs grew louder. This couldn't be happening. "Is he dead?" Dragomir asked, the agony in his voice ripping Cyrus's heart to shreds. "I don't know." Cyrus sniffed Benjamin. That smell, the familiar scent of Horitu, was gone. "I don't sense him." "What do you mean you don't sense him?" Lucian demanded. He looked to Lucian, then Dragomir, their hopelessness making him scream in protest. "I think his soul is gone." Chapter 19. Tori sat beside Benjamin on the bed, holding his cold hand in her lap. They'd moved him to the big poster bed with the heavy drapes in their private suite. The mattress was like lying on a cloud, her knees sinking into it like quicksand. His heartbeat was faint, his breathing shallow, and his soul. Tori choked back a sob. She'd cried out to him so many times through thought and had gotten nothing in response, not even the faintest murmur. Where had he gone? And if he never came back, what would she do without him? He was her soulmate, her best friend. For over 2,000 years, a voice said in her mind. Understanding dawned, and she realized she and Benjamin had lived dozens of lives together, their souls finding one another again and again, while also searching for something more. A sob died in her throat. They'd finally found their lost pack. How cruel fate was to bring them together and then rip them apart again. She felt Dragomir come into the room before she saw him. Though he crept across the rugs with barely a sound, she recognized his scent. She made room and patted a spot beside her when he drew back the drapes. He sat, wrapping his fingers around her hand and Benjamin's. "He still sleeps?" he asked, voice low. "He does?" She wiped the tears that ran down her face. "What if he doesn't wake?" He stiffened beside her. "He will." She looked into his golden eyes, red-rimmed like hers. He'd been crying for Benjamin, whom he loved as a brother should. And if Benjamin never woke, he'd never know what it felt like to have real brothers. Kind brothers. "How do you know?" "Because I'll do everything in my power to save him. I can't lose my brother again." His eyes searching hers, he squeezed her hand tight. "Do you understand?" She nodded. That's when she knew he would do whatever it took to bring him back, even sell his soul to the devil himself. "He was my best friend," he said, his voice rising and cracking like splintered glass. He got up and left the room without another word. Dragomir had found no joy in feeding those shifters to the beast. He'd done it without savoring their screams. Katerina hadn't been offered yet. She deserved it, but he wouldn't do it without Tori's permission. It was the least he could do for her after he'd failed to keep Benjamin safe. Unable to stomach the sight of Katerina, they kept her chained in the tunnel entrance with a gag over her mouth and an amethyst collar around her neck. Cyrus shot out from his chair when Dragomir entered the hearth room. He'd been fighting sleep and nursing a mug of tea. He was tired and needed rest after trying to heal Benjamin. but Dragomir knew none of them would get the sleep they needed until Benjamin was healed and the other threats eliminated.
"How is he?"
Cyrus asked. He went straight to the bar. He needed a strong drink.
"Still sleeping."
He poured whiskey into a crystal glass, his arm trembling from exhaustion. They'd had the crystal for several decades, an extravagance they'd asked from the beast after a successful hunt. Dragomir always had Horatu and Deiva in mind when making requests, wanting to make their home more perfect for when they returned. The four-poster bed, acquired over a century ago, had been one such luxury, though none of them had slept in it until today. If Benjamin ended up dying in it, he'd throw the blasted bed into the lake of fire. Cyrus hung his head in his hands with a groan.
"I feel terrible."
He drank the whiskey in a few quick swallows, then crossed over to his brother and knelt beside his chair. He placed a hand on Cyrus's leg.
"It's not your fault."
Cyrus wiped his cheeks with the back of his hands.
"I'll try again after I gather my strength." "How?"
Dragomir asked.
"You said his soul is gone."
Cyrus cringed.
"I said I didn't sense it."
If Benjamin still breathed, still had a heartbeat, no matter how faint, Dragomir knew there was a way to save him. But how? Cyrus's healing magic had never been as strong as Horatu's. He'd been better at spells than healing. A thought struck him, and he shot to his feet.
"What about the ashes?"
Cyrus blinked up at him, clutching the sides of the chair.
"What ashes?" "The ashes Abera is keeping."
Understanding dawned.
Yes, yes!
He jumped to his feet and paced the worn rug.
"If we had the ashes of those ancients and combined them with Horatu's ashes, we could use the spell in Daiva's spellbook to resurrect him. But I'm not sure if it will work." "We need to summon Abera."
Cyrus nodded.
"We should get Lucian. We need him guarding the entrance. Bug can do that by himself for a while. The Jinn will expect to make a trade. We'll need Lucian's vote."
He paused, dragging a hand down his face.
"And Tori's. I don't think it's a good idea to involve her,"
he said. Daiva had always been an equal member of their pack, getting a vote in their decisions. But he couldn't involve Tori, because not only did he not want Abera to see her, but if this plan failed, they'd have no choice but to take Phoenix hostage in exchange for those ashes. And he knew without a doubt Tori would try to stop him.
"Lucian!"
he hollered, projecting his thought. Their telepathic communication usually extended a mile before becoming fuzzy.
"What is it?"
Lucian asked.
"How's Benjamin?" "Same. We need you here now."
After he arrived, Dragomir said, stirring the embers in the hearth.
"The ashes. If we had them, we might be able to heal Benjamin."
Lucian's expression turned grim.
"She'll ask for too much." "I know."
He took a handful of leaves out of the box on the mantel.
"You'll have to word your answer carefully,"
he continued.
"Very carefully,"
Cyrus added. Dragomir fought the urge to scream at his brothers. The pressure weighing on him was too great. What if he fucked this up? What if he failed Benjamin? He threw the leaves into the fire and stepped away from the hearth. The strong smells of lavender and sage filled the room, and the hair on the back of his neck stood on end.
"Those who mean no harm may enter. I summon Abera."
A plume of mist rose from the fire, spun like a funnel cloud, scattering ash and dust, and the Jinn sprang out from the cloud like a flower opening up to the sun. "Hello, demon shifters." Her smile was as biting as a rose's sharp thorns. "Have you changed your minds?" He went to the bar and refilled his glass.
"What are these shifters to you, anyway?"
he asked, back turned. "That's not your concern." He turned to face her.
"It is our concern if you wish us to save them."
"They are family friends and kind wolves." She pouted like a petulant child. "They don't deserve to be in hell."
"But they do deserve to be in hell." Right here with us. We'll be the judge of that, he said, and sipped his drink. Give us the ashes if you want our help. She leered at him from beneath long lashes. No. Leaning against the bar, he maintained a neutral expression, though his heart was racing. No? She tossed long auburn hair behind her shoulders. You had your chance to make a deal with me, and you blew it. Curse that bloody djinn and her spawn. If he ever found a way to pull them out of their shells, he'd relish their cries for mercy while feeding them to the beast. What do you want, Abera? Her lips twisted into a snarl. I want control. His heart hammered against his chest. Of what? You know what. Her smile was wicked and cunning, the flash in her eyes rivaling the malice of the devil himself. The beast! No, his brothers yelled in unison. He slammed his glass on the table. Have you gone mad? Her shrill burst of laughter was like 1,000 stinging needles burrowing into his skin. Centuries ago! His brothers circled the djinn, eyes flashing red and canines extended. What will you do with such power? He asked. That's not your concern. Give me control of the beast, and you can have the ashes. His smile was full of promise. Revenge. Those who are not welcome may leave. You're making a mistake, she called, the words trailing her departure when she disappeared in a plume of smoke. Cyrus gaped at him. What do we do? The only thing we can do. We summon her granddaughter. Lucian shook his head. Tori will be angry. She doesn't have a choice. He spat. It's either Phoenix or Benjamin. Cyrus's shoulders fell as he looked at them like a lost puppy. She won't be able to choose. I know, he said with a grimace, which is why we choose for her. Cyrus and his brothers sat cross-legged on the floor in front of the hearth, knees pressed together to form a triangle. An open copy of Daiva's ancient book was in his lap. The original was kept in a safe place. Over the centuries, he'd replaced the book almost a dozen times with new copies, painstakingly copying word for word by hand into blank journals. The original wasn't in good shape, though he'd done his best to preserve the one thing of Daiva he had left. The spine was broken, and some of the pages had deteriorated, so now it was not to be touched. But this precious copy, that was only a century old, held all the wisdom he needed. Though the book was almost 1,000 pages, he had memorized each page and knew exactly what section he needed. He quickly flipped to the chapter about summoning demons and then tossed another handful of leaves in the fire. He extended his hands. I need your magic to strengthen mine, he said to his brothers. They linked hands, and Cyrus glanced at the page once more, though he already knew the spell by heart. Closing his eyes, he cleared his throat. Spirits of the underworld, we call on you to summon a demon home. Phoenix, daughter of Jezebeth, granddaughter of Abera, and sister to Tori, return to your maker. Flesh and bone to ash and smoke, enter through our portal. We mean you no harm. Light exploded on the hearth, and Cyrus and his brothers broke apart to quickly retreat. A girl appeared and fell to the floor. Cyrus jumped up and brushed embers off her feet before checking her for injuries. Are you okay? Her face was almost a mirror image of Tori's, though she was younger, on the cusp of womanhood. Her hair and clothes were inky black, a stark contrast to her amber eyes. What happened? She stammered. Where am I? You're safe. Taking her hand, he helped her sit up. We summoned you here. He turned to Lucian. A glass of water. His brother quickly jumped to his feet and went to the dining table. She coughed, sounding as if she was choking on smoke. Who are you? Friends of Tori and Benjamin.
he said, taking the mug of water from Lucian and handing it to her.
Here, drink.
She drained the mug and handed it back. Where are they? Are they okay?
They're here,
he said.
Tori is well. Benjamin is injured.
Her eyes bulged. Let me see them.
I'll go get her,
Lucian said and ran down the tunnel leading to their rooms. She eyed him a long moment, and Cyrus was struck again by her similarity to Tori. Smooth top skin, high cheekbones, a regal nose, and large, beautiful eyes framed by thick lashes. That's when he noticed red rims and puffy under-eye circles. He wondered if her cough had been from the smoke in the hearth or from crying. It looked like she'd spilled a great many tears lately. She looked him over. You're demons.
We are,
Dragomir said and knelt beside them. Cyrus was impressed by the way she kept her composure. Her nostrils flared. You're shifters, Cyrus smiled.
We are that, too.
She eyed them each a long moment. What else are you? Despite the fact that she was Jezebeth's spawn, Cyrus liked her. Something about her keen instincts appealed to him in a brotherly sort of way, and he could see now why Tori missed her.
Know this,
Dragomir swallowed.
We care about Tori and Benjamin very much, and we only want what's best for them.
Her eyes narrowed. Why do you care about them?
Because they are our reincarnated mate and brother,
Cyrus answered plainly, an odd feeling washing over him as she gazed into his eyes. You sure about that? She asked.
Positive,
he and Dragomir simultaneously answered. How was Benjamin injured?
He was attacked by a shifter,
Dragomir said.
You knew him as Petre.
Her jaw dropped. His brother? Cyrus growled. Dragomir showed his fangs.
Not anymore.
Tori barreled into the room, her expression an odd mixture of shock, joy, and rage. Sparks raced up her arms as she locked eyes with Dragomir. What have you done? Tori! Phoenix squealed and got to her feet. Cyrus jumped up and steadied her, a hand on her elbow. Phoenix! Tori raced toward her sister. When they clutched each other in a fierce hug, Phoenix broke down, sobbing against her sister's shoulder. Tori stroked her hair, whispering soothing words into her ear. Cyrus was compelled to look away, not only because he felt like he was intruding on a private moment, but his throat had tightened at their show of affection. No wonder Tori wanted to leave this place. How could he and his brothers compete with such fierce love? He understood the strong bond between siblings. Who were they to take this away from Tori? Phoenix was here? Tori still couldn't believe it. She clutched her sister, then looked her over for injuries. She appeared whole, but she'd changed her appearance. Her hair was black, her clothes and nails black too. Her charcoal gray lipstick and eyeliner accentuated her drab appearance. What are you doing here? She asked, searching her eyes for any signs of the Phoenix she knew. Phoenix inclined her head toward the demon brothers. They summoned me. Tori's chest tightened as her veins solidified in iron. She looked at the demon brothers as if they'd set a litter of kittens on fire. What have you done? Dragomir's features hardened.
What must be done.
She released Phoenix and lunged for him. He didn't even block the punch to his shoulder. You brought my baby sister to hell? He rolled his shoulder as if her punch was no more than a slight annoyance.
Do you want Benjamin to wake?
She waved toward her sister. Not at her expense. I'm fine, Tori, Phoenix said. Tori ignored her. She was young and naive and had no idea the danger she'd been pulled into. Sparks flew off her fingers, sizzling when they hit the floor. Dragomir backed up a step when she advanced.
We wouldn't have needed to if Abera would have bargained with us.
Tori had no idea who Abera was, and she didn't care. Send her back.
Back where?
He held up his hands in a gesture of surrender as she backed him against the table. "Don't play stupid with me," she hollered, slapping his chest, sparks flying off her fingers. He hissed when the sparks hit him and circled the table, putting it between them.
"She can't go back without help from a djinn. We will let them take her after they give us what we want."
"My mother will help us," Phoenix said. "She'll help you and Benjamin escape, too." Tori spun around at that, gaping at Phoenix. Was this it? Had they finally been saved? She should have been jumping for joy, but then she saw the stricken expression on Lucian's face.
"She can't,"
Dragomir said, the edge in his voice almost palpable. "Why not?" Phoenix pouted.
"Because Tori and Benjamin don't have djinn blood,"
Cyrus answered. He motioned toward a huge tome with weathered pages on the floor by the hearth.
"Nowhere in the spellbook does it mention using a lamp as a portal unless you have djinn blood."
She was never leaving, then? She didn't know if she should jump for joy or curse the ancients.
"We will let Phoenix return home after Abera gives us the ashes that will heal Benjamin."
Cyrus held up his palms in a gesture of surrender.
"I'm sorry. It's the only way to heal him."
Phoenix tossed her black ponytail over her shoulder. "I can heal Benjamin."
"You don't know what's wrong with him,"
Cyrus said. She shrugged. "Doesn't matter. Take me to him." Cyrus shared an incredulous look with his brothers.
"Djinns aren't healers."
"I am." Her sister's eyes flared as she cocked a hand on her hip. "Are you going to take me to him or not?" Tori laughed. These brothers had no idea what they were in for. They hadn't just taken a meek girl hostage into their den. They'd unleashed a firestorm. Chapter 20. Tori blocked the demon brothers from the bedchamber when they tried to follow them. She was still peeved at the Fangborns for bringing her sister to hell. Besides, Phoenix didn't need 3 big, brooding beasts distracting her. Phoenix looked at their joined hands as they neared the bed. "Did I see sparks coming out of you? Something about this place brings out strange magic. I can throw fireballs." Phoenix smiled. "Cool. I'd like to see that." Her heart shuddered when she went to Benjamin. His breathing so shallow, she was afraid he'd stop breathing altogether. After they sat on the bed beside him, Tori brushed a strand of black hair out of Phoenix's face. Her hair was always naturally dark, but now it looked like spilled ink, and the colored tips were gone. She'd chopped off several inches, too. "You changed it." Phoenix frowned and pressed a palm to Benjamin's forehead. "The color of mourning." She clasped the crook of her sister's arm. "You don't need to mourn me." Phoenix's eyes welled with unshed tears. "I haven't stopped crying since I lost you." Tori kissed her cheek. "I love you so much." "And I love you." Phoenix pressed her forehead against Tori's. "I never thought I'd see you again." Tori settled a hand on Phoenix's heart. "I will always be right here." She wiped the stray tears that slid down her sister's cheek. "No more tears." Phoenix gave a curt nod. "He's cold," she said, motioning to Benjamin. "His spirit has left his body, but it's nearby, waiting to return." "Can you make that happen?" "Of course, sister," Phoenix soothed. "I will bring him back for you." Tori heaved a shuddering breath. "Thank you." She moved back, giving Phoenix room to work. Phoenix released a slow breath, her hands on Benjamin's chest. A soft, pleasing glow spread from her hands to encompass his chest and then his whole body. The glow pulsed, thrumming like a heartbeat. Tori watched with a mixture of fascination and horror as Benjamin's pale skin turned silver, his hair turned black, and 2 horns sprouted out of the top of his head, curling like he was part ram. "What the hell?" she breathed. He looked just like Dragomir. She made the mistake of looking at the demon brothers, who were standing in the doorway. They must have seen the shock on her face and surged into the room.
"What's wrong?"
Dragomir asked, then stopped as if he'd hit a brick wall. The light slowly faded, and Phoenix swayed, looking like she was ready to pass out. Cyrus helped her into a nearby chair. "What happened to him?" Tori barely breathed the words. That demon in the bed was not Benjamin. Phoenix said, "I restored him." Cyrus offered her a glass of water. He was grinning like a child on Christmas morning. So was Lucian. But how could they be happy when her Benjamin was gone? "He looks like a demon." Dragomir sat beside him, his grin nearly stretching ear to ear.
"He's the spitting image of Horetu."
Tori didn't want to believe it. Her handsome gamma mate with the baby soft cheeks and that loving smile was now a horned demon? Would there be any Benjamin left when he woke up? Would he even remember Benjamin? Would he remember her? Is he still Benjamin?"
"Of course he is,"
Dragomir said, rubbing warmth into Benjamin's arm. "When I healed him, my magic must have restored him to his true self," Phoenix said between sips of water. "I'm sorry, Tori." "Don't be." She forced a smile, desperate to mask the widening chasm in her chest. Her Benjamin was gone. Gone. "Thank you for healing him." When her sister swayed, she went to her chair. "Phoenix, are you well?" "The healing took a lot of energy," her sister said through a sigh, her eye circles even more pronounced. "I'm tired." Tori realized how close to another death her mate had been. Though she was angry with the demon wolves for bringing her sister to hell, Benjamin would have...
Music is the breath between the words. Take this time to enjoy that breath. This audiobook is free, and your presence means a lot.
have perished without Phoenix's healing powers.
I can take you to the hearth room to sleep,
Cyrus said. No, Tori said, perhaps a little too forcefully. She stays with me.
Very well.
When Cyrus picked up Phoenix, she slumped in his arms. Tori fussed over her sister, pulling back the covers on the other side of the bed and directing him to put her down. Phoenix immediately fell into a deep sleep. Cyrus tugged on her arm.
We should let them sleep.
She sat beside Phoenix. As if I'd leave them.
They could sleep for hours.
She just stared at her sister and then at Benjamin, or the demon that was once Benjamin. So, I have an eternity. She looked across the bed at Dragomir, then at Lucian, who sat beside him. The intensity in their watery eyes was enough to take her breath away. She didn't say anything when she felt Cyrus's weight dip the bed and his knee graze hers.
He's returned to us,
Cyrus said. Dragomir and Lucian nodded, wiping at their eyes. Tori felt as if her whole world was crashing down around her. She stared at the silver stardust coating Benjamin's skin, at two curled horns sticking out of his black mop of hair. His nostrils were wider, his eyebrows thicker, his lips fuller. Who was this beast? He's Horatiu. No, she did her best to ignore that voice, but never in her life had she felt more alone, more insignificant. She was still Tori, but Benjamin had found a new pack, his true pack.
Are you okay?
Cyrus asked her. She forced a smile. I'm fine, she lied. She was anything but fine. What matters is that Benjamin is healed. She felt as if someone else was speaking for her. He'd never want to leave hell now, and if she wanted to stay with him, she'd have to remain here, trapped for eternity. Dragomir had sat beside Benjamin, no, Horatiu, for a long while, hardly able to breathe, much less speak. Phoenix had restored him to his true self. He watched the healthy rise and fall of his chest. Horatiu looked exactly as he remembered. He wanted to run out of the cave and howl it to the skies. After 2,000 years, his brother was back. I want her to go back as soon as she wakes. Tori was sitting across the bed from him, holding her sister's hand. Cyrus sat beside her, looking like a cornered animal. Dragomir could tell his brother was uncomfortable by the tension radiating off her.
You don't want to visit with her?
I don't want my sister in hell. Phoenix was part demon and belonged in hell, but he kept his mouth shut. She was angry, and he suspected it wasn't only because they'd brought Phoenix to hell. Benjamin's appearance had changed. There was no denying now that he was Horatiu, and no doubt either she was Deiva, which meant they were destined to be here, remain here. Tori hadn't been ready for this.
I thought you missed her,
Cyrus said.
She certainly missed you.
If something were to happen to her here? Her words lost their strength as her chest caved inward. When Cyrus put an arm around her, she turned into him and cried on his shoulder. Dragomir went around to the other side of the bed and knelt in front of her.
We'll send her back, but she can visit you any time she wants.
What about my friends? My brothers?
Were you close to them?
Cyrus asked. No, her smile was rueful. But I'll never get to see my parents in Valhall.
Your parents are dead?
Lucian asked as he sat on the edge of the bed and rubbed her back. I have one father left, but he's a drunk that wants nothing to do with me.
How did the others die?
My mother and Alpha Father were killed by a demon. His heart rate quickened as he looked to his brothers.
We will kill it,
Lucian said.
A slow death,
Dragomir agreed.
Which demon?
Cyrus asked her. Her name was Balban. She was a succubus. Dragomir ground his teeth together, his beast clawing at his insides. They knew that demon.
Dismemberment will be too kind,
Lucian said.
We will make her suffer,
Dragomir answered.
How did your other parents die?
He asked. She let out a shuddering breath. My other 2 fathers were cursed by Jezebeth. It made them do terrible things before they were killed." To say Dragomir was enraged was an understatement. How many times would that bitch Jinn hurt his family before he would end her at last?
"What things?"
"She turned my Gamma father into a creature that ate humans. She turned my second Alpha father into a cruel, abusive drunk. My brother had to kill them. I don't know what happened to them after that. I'm not sure they made it to Valhall." Lucian took her in his arms. She trembled against him.
"Valhall?"
Cyrus asked, rubbing her knee.
"Is that heaven for your people?"
"Yes."
"Then I'd think they went to heaven if they had done these things while under a curse,"
Cyrus said. She looked at him with wide, glossy eyes. "I hope so."
"The last wolves we saw in hell before you and Katerina were 3 brothers from Romania,"
Lucian said, stroking her long hair.
"Before that, it's been at least 4 decades.
"Really? Then my fathers are in Valhall. Thank you." Though her smile should have warmed Dragomir's soul, it had been slowly turning black since learning about Jezebeth's treatment of Tori's fathers. Tori clung to Lucian. They'd been spending a lot of time together for training, so it was no surprise she'd easily fallen into his arms. But Dragomir was still jealous. "Do you know the names of the Romanian wolves you saw here?" she finally asked.
"Devora,"
Dragomir answered. She grimaced. "The Devoras were Benjamin's evil cousins. Did you feed them to the beast?" There was no mistaking the gleam in her eyes. Deiva had given him that same look enough times.
"Some other demons got to them,"
he said. No use explaining that until today, they hadn't sacrificed wolf shifters to the beast. She sat up, pulling out of Lucian's embrace. "Which means?"
"They're in a worse hell than this one,"
he said flatly. She shivered. "I don't know how it can get any worse."
"I didn't know Jezebeth had wronged your family, too."
Dragomir tried to sound casual, despite the fire flowing through his veins.
"Did she ever pay for her sins?"
"No." Tori shrugged. "What could we do to her? She's Phoenix's mother." She looked lovingly at her sleeping sister. "I wouldn't hurt her for the world."
"But we would,"
Lucian's rumble echoed in his skull.
"Tori would never forgive us,"
Cyrus warned. And therein lay the problem. For 2,000 years, they'd been waiting to take vengeance on the Jinn who'd destroyed their family. They finally had that chance. Dragomir had dreamed of the many ways he could hurt Jezebeth, and he could, too, because he had something the Jinn wanted. He had her child. Exhausted after so much stress and worry, Tori climbed between her sister and the demon beast that was now Benjamin and closed her eyes. Though Cyrus had been kind enough to make her a relaxing tea, fears for her future with this demon pack plagued her. She'd assumed they wouldn't be able to have children in hell. She hoped not. She couldn't imagine bringing a baby into this hostile world. She didn't know how to make the best out of this situation. She couldn't deny she was attracted to the demon brothers, and after working with Lucian all week, she felt an even stronger connection to him. He was patient and brave and smart, just as a beta should be. But he was also tempting. Oh, so tempting. And Cyrus, he was always so thoughtful, always attentive to her needs. He'd taken dragonfire for her, after all. He reminded her so much of Benjamin, at least the Benjamin she'd known in the living world. She wouldn't mind spending forever with him. Then there was Dragomir. Just being in his presence made her hot and bothered. But there had to be more to their relationship than physical, right? Whenever he was near, she didn't think about his strength or courage. She couldn't think beyond spreading her legs for him. But once she did, once she mated with him, there would be no escape from hell. They would be bonded, mates for eternity. They might even be able to hear her thoughts, though she wasn't sure since Benjamin had already taken her virginity. And though some part of her knew she wasn't escaping anyway, There was still that part of her that clung to her old life, her human life. Was she ready to give that up? Her eyes grew heavy, and her pounding heart slowed to a dull thud as she finally surrendered to her fatigue, tumultuous thoughts still spinning through her mind. Tori opened her eyes and looked at Dragomir. They were lying in a different bed, a low pallet covered in furs, and she knew this was a dream, or maybe a vision of the past. She stroked his cheek. "Do you love me?" He turned her hand and kissed her palm.
"You know I do."
Her heart expanded when she saw the love and adoration in his eyes. "Say you always will." He flashed a fanged grin.
"From now until eternity."
She swallowed at that, feeling a hollow twisting in her gut. She didn't want to tell him about it, but she'd had a dark premonition of her parting from her mates and going on a long voyage through time and space, her heart constantly searching, trying to find a way back to them. Perhaps it had only been a trick of the mind, for other such dreams hadn't come to pass. But still, she had to know. "And if we should part?"
"I will find my way back to you."
He planted another tender kiss on her palm, this one sending a zing of lust to her toes.
"My soul sings for you, Daiva. You and my brothers mean everything to me."
Benjamin woke to a strange ache in his chest and an odd feeling on top of his head, like a band was pressing down on either side. He was on silky soft sheets, looking up at a crimson canopy. Where was he? What had happened? He stirred, then sighed in relief when he realized that ache in his chest was caused by Tori sleeping on him. Her chin was pressed against his collarbone, an arm slung across his ribcage. He gently shook her.
"Tori."
Her eyes fluttered open, and she blinked at him. "Benjamin?" She yawned. "How do you feel?" She slowly sat up, her long hair draped over his chest. She was fully clothed, which was a shame, because he'd woken with an erection after dreaming about Daiva again.
I feel okay."
His mouth was as dry as a sandbox. He stroked her arm, and his fingers looked darker against her skin. It must be a trick of the candlelight, or maybe he wasn't fully awake.
"What happened?"
He didn't remember falling asleep. Had he drunk too much? She frowned down at him, resting a hand on his chest. "You were attacked by Petre."
"Petre?"
His brother. Former brother. He didn't remember that either. His heart skipped a beat when he thought of his other brothers.
"Your true brothers. How are the others?"
"We're all safe." She visibly swallowed, the color draining from her face. "They fed Petre and your fathers to the beast." His jaw hardened as he processed what she'd just told him. They were gone, to an afterlife even worse than hell. He should have been devastated, but all he felt was relief.
"Good. What about Grigor and Stefan?" "They'll both be bitches when we're finished with them,"
a familiar voice proclaimed. He sat up against the headboard, smiling as Dragomir, Lucian, and Cyrus came into the room. "Shh!" Tori pressed a finger to her lips. "You're going to wake up Phoenix." Phoenix? A jolt went up his spine as he looked over at the teen sleeping beside Tori.
"What the fuck is your sister doing in hell?"
Tori gave Dragomir an accusatory look. "It was the only way to save you." He dragged a hand down his face. Phoenix did have phenomenal healing powers, but this was no place for a teen girl.
"Dragomir,"
he rumbled.
"Tell me she can go back."
Dragomir nodded, his expression impassive. Benjamin reached for Tori when she placed a hand on his knee, and that's when he noticed that his skin glowed. He held up his arm. The flesh was a light gray with silver undertones, just like Dragomir's.
"What happened to my arm?"
Tori said, "When Phoenix restored you, she said she turned you into your true self." Realization settled over him.
"Then it's true."
He gaped up at Dragomir for confirmation.
I am Horetu.
Dragomir nodded.
It's what we've been trying to tell you.
Lucian patted him on the back.
Welcome home, brother.
Cyrus and then Dragomir took turns hugging him and called him brother. Dragomir held him longer than the others. His cheeks flushed when he stepped back. Tori watched them with a scowl.
Tori, it's me. I'm the same man who loves you.
She nodded, then looked away, hugging her knees to her chest. That's good to know.
Tori,
he projected.
Are you angry with me?
No, it's just that everything's changing so fast. He kissed the top of her head.
I'll always love you. That will never change.
She buried her face against him. Please don't ever stop. He kissed her again.
Never.
He knew what this was about, but that conversation would have to wait. This confirmation that he was Horetu meant he belonged here. They belonged here. She wasn't ready to give up her old life, but Benjamin was more than ready. Everything that mattered to him was here in this room. Phoenix sighed and rolled onto her other side.
You have to send her back,
he said to Dragomir. There was a flash of malice in his eyes.
We will.
A long pause as Dragomir shared a look with Lucian and Cyrus.
When her mother fetches her.
Benjamin glared at Dragomir. He was planning something.
What will you do to her mother?
Cyrus and Lucian growled. Dragomir's fangs showed.
You mean the demon that stole our brother and mate's souls? The bitch who cursed our mate's fathers?
Tori shot up. I shouldn't have told you. He flashed his teeth like a feral animal.
You should be demanding vengeance.
Tori shook her head. Not at the expense of my sister.
And what of us?
Dragomir slapped his chest, his eyes flashing red.
What of our suffering for 2,000 years?
She hugged a pillow to her chest. Phoenix will be devastated.
You don't know that.
Dragomir waved off her concern.
She'll probably be happy to be rid of that deceptive bitch.
Lucian and Cyrus mumbled their agreement. You'll crush her. Her voice cracked with emotion. You'll crush me. Dragomir waved a fist in her direction.
It is for you that we do this.
No, it's for yourselves. She practically hurled herself over Benjamin's legs and climbed off the bed, advancing on Dragomir. Sparks flew as she jabbed his chest. If you do this, I'll never forgive you. Never. When Dragomir's nose lengthened and fur sprouted on his arms, Benjamin stood and placed a hand on Tori's shoulder. Dragomir threw back his head, roaring at the ceiling before stomping out. Phoenix mumbled in her sleep, but surprisingly didn't wake. Tori was back at her sister's side, smoothing her hair off her brow.
I'll talk to them,
he said to Tori. Talk some sense into them, will you? He kissed her forehead, his lips lingering overly long.
I'll try.
The thought of hurting Phoenix and Tori pained him, but he couldn't fault Dragomir for wanting vengeance, especially not when he wanted Jezebeth to pay, too.
I need a drink,
he said to his brothers as he followed them into the hearth room. His brothers. How odd. That would take some getting used to, but he liked the sound of it. Before he could cross to the bar, Cyrus was already pouring him a drink. He handed him a glass filled to the top with a rose-tinted liquid.
Thank you,
he said, drinking it in a few swallows. It was the same delicious plum brandy as before. Had they wished for another bottle, or did they have an extensive cellar of alcohol? He set the glass on the counter, thanking Cyrus when he refilled it. It no longer felt strange to be serviced by a Gamma. If Benjamin were being honest with himself, he'd loathed his role as Gamma. Though he'd done it well, it always felt like he'd been born into the wrong role. Now he knew why. After finishing off his second glass, he let out a satisfied belch.
You should probably eat, too,
Cyrus said, setting a platter of meat, cheese, rolls, and pickled vegetables on the bar in front of him, as well as a jug of nectar. Benjamin reached for a roll, then stopped when he caught his reflection in the oval mirror behind the bar. His hands flew to his head. That weird feeling came from the addition of two curled horns that were identical to Dragomir's. He ran his fingers over them. They were almost as sensitive as his nutsack.
Wow,
He breathed.
I really am Horetu. Without question,
Dragomir said.
What are you going to do to the djinn?
Dragomir twirled a drink stirrer between his fingers.
We haven't decided yet.
He tapped his foot against the iron rail, looking sideways at Dragomir.
Are you willing to run the risk of Tori hating you forever?
Dragomir shrugged.
She'll forgive us eventually.
His gaze swept all three brothers.
Would Daiva have forgiven you if you'd killed her sister's mother?
Dragomir pushed off from the bar.
What would you have us do? Wasn't Jezebeth punished already by her mother?
The brothers shared an understanding look.
It wasn't enough,
Dragomir said, and his brothers nodded.
And she was never punished for what she did to Tori's fathers. Phoenix punished her,
he said curtly.
She's still punishing her.
Dragomir let out several groans.
How? By being ashamed of her mother,
he said.
That's the worst punishment of all.
When they didn't answer, he continued.
All I ask is that you talk to Tori and Phoenix before doing anything to Jezebeth.
Fire flashed in Lucian's eyes.
2,000 years we've suffered, and you will suffer thousands more if you break Tori's heart,
he added, and snatched the tray of food and jug of nectar off the bar. He returned to the sleeping chamber, where Tori was waiting. Chapter 21. If Katerina had learned anything in this cursed wasteland, it was to listen to her instincts. She felt changes in the air, caught the faint scent of them on the wind. They weren't her new mates. Aten and his brothers were dead, foolish enough to get drunk and let the demons overpower them. But two of their sons still lived, both alphas. They would replace their fathers as her new mates, and together they would take this cave and all its luxuries from those bastard demon wolves. All she had to do was get out of these cursed chains and the amethyst collar they'd strapped around her neck as if she was a dog, not an Amaraki wolf who should be cherished and respected. They would pay. They would all pay. But first, they had to dispose of that creature guarding the cavern. The grotesque demon they called Bug fluttered at the cavern entrance, the antennae on his head flapping in the stagnant air. He scented a change, too, and would soon sound the alarm as he alternated between scanning the horizon and looking over his shoulder with those strange kaleidoscopic eyes at her chained to the wall just inside the mouth of the tunnel. Getting rid of the insect would be easy enough. All she had to do was distract him, and Grigor and Stefan would take care of the rest. She cried out, rattling her chains, and fell on the ground, flopping around like a fish out of water, pushing spit out of her mouth. She heard the frantic buzzing of the creature flying toward her, followed by low growls when the beasts leapt on him, and the squeal as its wings were ripped off. Katerina smiled when she felt a dark presence hovering over her. Opening her eyes, she looked into the protector's silver, glowing eyes, his white fur a stark contrast against the dark shadows.
You did well, Katerina,
Grigor said.
Maybe we'll keep you around.
Tori paced the Persian carpet, worried that Dragomir wouldn't change his mind. Then what? How could she stop him from feeding Phoenix's mother to the beast? She stopped pacing at the sound of Benjamin's footsteps in the tunnel. Despite his changed appearance, she still recognized the sound of his gait and his scent. He ducked under the archway and came inside with a tray of food and a jug, a lopsided grin on his face.
I brought us something to eat.
She rushed over and took the jug from him and set it on a dresser. Did you talk to them? He nodded, retrieved a goblet from a table beside the bed, and filled it with nectar. She wrung her hands together, tension wrapping a thick cord around her shoulders. "What did they say?" He handed her the nectar.
"Not much, but I gave them a lot to think about."
Lowering herself into a big, comfy chair by a small hearth, she heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you." He handed her a roll filled with meat and cheese.
"You need to eat."
"So do you." She took the roll from him, but her stomach grumbled in protest. He sat on the edge of the bed facing her, and they ate dry sandwiches and drank all the nectar. It wasn't until she finished, belly expanded, that she realized how hungry she'd been. "Thank you," she said. "That was perfect." When he patted the bed beside him, she rose and climbed into his lap, running her hands over the silver skin on his forearms. How strange, yet how perfectly natural he looked. He dipped his head until their eyes met.
"Still getting used to me?"
She nodded. He placed her hand over his heart.
"I'm still the same in here."
She smiled. "Good." Her hand trailed up his shoulders, along his neck and stubbled jaw, then traced the ridges of one of the horns. His eyes rolled back.
"Oh."
"Does it feel good when I touch there?" she asked, and fondled the other horn. He turned to Putty.
"My horns are as sensitive as my balls."
She nibbled his neck and pressed her thighs against his growing erection. "I will love playing with them while we make love." They stopped at the sound of an ear-splitting howl.
"Grigor,"
he said.
"I recognize his call."
She practically flew off him. He snatched her hand, and they both sprinted out of the room. The overwhelming thwump of her heart hammered in her ears, drowning out the pounding of their footsteps. What she saw when they reached the end of the tunnel made her want to vomit. On the stone floor, in a wide pool of blood, were two translucent wings. She fell to her knees, muffling a sob as flames raced through her body and up her spine. "Oh, Bug!" Dragomir went to Katerina, still chained to the wall, and jerked down her gag.
"What did you see? Don't lie. We'll know it."
"Grigor and Stefan," she said. "They said the bug dies unless you give them Tori." Dragomir jerked the gag back over her mouth.
"Like hell they're getting her,"
Lucian spat. Tori clutched her queasy gut while leaning into Benjamin. Dragomir went quiet.
"We finish this now. We strike them hard and show no mercy."
She looked at him with pleading eyes. "We can't let them hurt Bug." She thought of all the abuse he'd endured at the hands of the Vindictus, and now he was being forced to revisit that sadistic torture. Bile rose in her throat. He was as sweet as a lamb. They had to save him.
"No,"
he grimaced, then shared a look with his brothers.
"We'll do what we can, but your safety is most important. You and Benjamin stay here."
He motioned toward Cyrus and Lucian.
"Let's find them."
Dragomir shifted into a mammoth black protector and pounded his chest. Benjamin shifted into a twin version of Dragomir.
"I'm going too."
Dragomir gripped his shoulder, his heavy brow drawing down in a V.
"You almost died last time. I can't lose you again. You can't wrap us in a glass bubble and expect to protect us in hell."
Benjamin clutched his arm, searching his eyes.
"There will always be danger, but if we are truly soul brothers, we should face them together." "You're right."
Dragomir dragged his hands down his face.
"I'm sorry. We fight as a pack."
"A pack," Tori breathed, the words causing a tremor to shoot down her spine. Ready or not, that's what they were now. A pack. All moisture evaporated from her throat as she realized the implications of being in their pack. But none of that mattered at the moment. All she cared about was saving Bug. Sparks flew off Tori's hands. "You're not fighting without me. I sat on the sidelines last time, and Benjamin almost lost his life." Cyrus stepped in front of her.
"And what about Phoenix? Who will guard her while we're gone?"
Tori swallowed at that.
He's right,
Benjamin said.
They're trying to draw us out, leaving the cave unprotected.
Lucian winked at Tori.
Between my wind and her fire, nobody will get past us.
Tori swallowed back bile as she looked up hopelessly at Benjamin. Cupping her face in his big hands, Benjamin gently kissed her.
I'll be back. Promise.
You'd better be. I refuse to spend eternity without you. He broke into a wide, fanged smile.
Our souls will always find each other, my love. I have a feeling they've been finding each other for 2,000 years.
She pulled his big hand to her mouth and kissed his palm. I think you're right. It wasn't hard to find the trail that had been left for them. All they had to do was follow the path created by Bug's discarded limbs. Cyrus whimpered each time they found one, collecting the pieces in his wolf mouth like he was gathering firewood. The poor creature. Benjamin feared he hadn't survived the ordeal. Stefan was waiting for them out in the open. Chest heaving, nostrils flared, he let out a roar. Bug laid on his side beside him, his face a mask of agony as he gazed at the sky. Benjamin flexed his fingers as he prepared to battle Stefan. The beast would pay for his cruelty to Bug. He was alarmed when he didn't see Grigor with his brother.
Grigor isn't here,
he hissed to Dragomir. Dragomir's gaze was steady.
Lucian has taken on bigger threats by himself. He will protect her.
Benjamin throttled his fear and nodded.
Then let's get this over with, so we can return to them.
Dragomir patted his back.
I couldn't agree more, brother.
Cyrus barked, rubbing against Benjamin's leg. Benjamin smiled down at him.
You ready, brother?
Cyrus grinned wolfishly, and the three of them stalked toward their prey.
Go ahead. Try to kill me,
Stefan snarled, Bug's blood in his mouth and dripping down his white fur.
We've already gotten revenge on you.
Cyrus snapped at Stefan's heels, circling around him like a dog herding cattle. Benjamin heard a howl in the distance, and he knew Grigor was near the cave. Dragomir turned to Benjamin.
We've got this, brother. Go to her.
Benjamin didn't wait to be told twice. He took off at a sprint. Though he knew Lucian was capable of protecting her from threats, he also knew that Grigor played dirty, and he realized, too late, they hadn't checked Katerina's chains. Tori stood beside Lucian, looking at the valley below. She hadn't paid much attention to it before, but it was beautiful, in an eerie sort of way. The eternal sunset, which she had learned was the flames of hell, was a striking backdrop to the dry lake bed. Directly below their cliff was a thin river of fire that twisted like a snake at the edge of the valley and disappeared beneath an outcropping of rocks. That river was probably much wider up close, but from here it looked like nothing but a swath of red marker across paper. She was very much aware of Lucian's heat and alluring scent while practicing her fire magic. She concentrated perhaps too much on that flame, but she had to do something, anything to distract her from her tumultuous thoughts. Either she was worrying about Benjamin, Dragomir, Cyrus, and Bug, or she was trying hard not to think about all the times she and Lucian had almost kissed. Do you think they'll be able to take them down without your wind? He leaned against her, his skin glowing in the rays from the sunset.
Dragomir has been battling souls for thousands of years. They will not fail. Besides, our protectors are bigger than theirs.
He winked, and her knees turned to jelly. He really was handsome, and that feral gleam in his eyes made her think of doing all kinds of wicked things with him. Things that involved scratching up his back. Sparks flew off her hands at the thought. He entwined her fingers with his.
You ready to apply all I've taught you?
Her heart did backflips at the look of pure adoration in his eyes. I am, though she secretly hoped she wouldn't need to summon her fire.
Good.
He squeezed her hand.
You've been an excellent student this week.
She answered him with a light zing to his palm. And you've been an excellent tutor.
I learned from the best.
Daiva.
You.
When he lifted her hand to his mouth and brushed his lips across her skin, she fought the urge to push him to the ground and rip off his clothes. Priorities, Tori. She scanned the ground and sniffed the air.
Are you getting used to the idea of eternity with us yet?
I don't have a choice, do I? When he frowned down at her, stroking her lip with his thumb, her heart turned to putty.
Would that be so bad?
She placed a hand on his chest, gentle sparks passing between them. It's not you I mind. He arched a brow.
Dragomir?
Not even him. It's this. She looked at the landscape. It's here.
It's not an easy life, but I suspect your life in the mortal realm wasn't easy either. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fallen down here.
True. He cupped her cheek, the flames in his eyes burning brightly for her.
You have her smile.
I've been dreaming about her, she confessed, not sure why she was telling him. About us. He snaked an arm around her waist.
I've missed you for so long.
His look of yearning completely unraveled her heart. Who was she to deny him what he wanted, what they both wanted? When he brushed his lips across hers, she melted into him. The roar behind them was their only warning before they were thrown through the air. She screamed, grappling for rocks, but was swept up in a current of wind that slammed her against Lucian.
Relax,
he said against her cheek, as a cyclone spun around them, pushing them up the face of the mountain like an invisible elevator.
I've got you.
What? How? She blinked at the snarling gray wolf that looked down at them from atop the cliff. Katerina.
They must have loosened her chains when they attacked Bug,
Lucian said.
We didn't check.
Flames of rage shot through Tori, and she aimed a bolt of blue fire at the she-wolf above them. Katerina lit up like a pyre, howling. Lucian flicked his wrist at the wolf, and she yelped when a funnel sent her tumbling off the ledge. She spiraled past, falling like a flaming comet. Tori turned away from the agonized screams from below as Katerina fell toward certain death. Meanwhile, Lucian's wind carried them safely to the ledge.
Your blue flame was perfect.
He practically beamed ear to ear. The pride in his eyes warmed her heart. Thank you. Why had Katerina attacked them? What had she been plotting? Lucian, what if she attacked us so we'd leave the cave unprotected? A shadow passed overhead.
Fuck.
Chapter 22. Benjamin fell to his knees in gratitude when Tori and Lucian emerged from the side of the mountain and floated through the air like they were being carried on a cloud. She stepped onto the ledge, and he stood and took her in his arms.
Tori.
He breathed in the lavender on her hair.
Are you all right?
She pressed against his chest. Katerina tricked us. His heart thudded against his ribcage.
Where is she? Dead,
Lucian said behind her. Where is Bug? She asked. Is he okay? He grimaced.
I'm not sure yet. He's with Dragomir and Cyrus while they fight Stefan.
He released her, turning his gaze toward the tunnel.
Have you seen Grigor?
Lucian said.
No, but I smell him.
Phoenix! Tori gasped, lunging past him. He pulled her back.
You stay behind me.
Lucian stepped in front of them.
And I take the lead. My wind will be the first line of defense. Understood?
He nodded, urging him forward.
Hurry.
Tori's feet felt weighted with blocks of ice as she followed Benjamin and Lucian through the hearth room and into the tunnel that led to their room. Those blocks of ice became heavier as they walked past the first bedchamber, and Phoenix was not in bed. They went on to the second chamber and the bathing room. Those ice blocks began to feel more like concrete as they snaked down the tunnel toward the secret door which contained the beast. When she saw the door had been pushed open, those concrete blocks turned into liquid iron, spreading up her spine, through her chest and down her arms before a dark pall completely encased her body and soul. She couldn't speak. couldn't move as she gaped at that open door. Lucian swore, and Benjamin roared, surging ahead and into the gloom that beckoned them all to witness the horrors inside.
"Grigor!"
Benjamin hollered.
"What the hell are you doing? Your fur has turned black like these demon wolves,"
Grigor spat.
"I'm not surprised after the way you betrayed your brothers."
Tori pushed ahead of Lucian, shocking him when he tried to restrain her, her world slowing to a standstill when she saw Grigor standing with his back to a pool of mist that resembled the cylindrical top of a volcano, her sleeping sister in his grip. "Grigor!" she seethed, blue flames sprouting from her hands. "I will burn your eyes out of your sockets if you harm her."
"Touch me, and I throw her into the pool,"
Grigor snarled, pressing his back against the stones, the mist pouring over his shoulders.
"I cursed the day the ancients chose you as our mate. I knew you'd disgrace our family name."
Phoenix moaned. Benjamin inched toward him.
"You did a good enough job of disgracing yourselves."
Grigor's eyes widened.
"Don't come any closer!"
He twisted as though he was going to throw Phoenix into the mist. "Phoenix!" She reached for her sister, heart slamming against her ribcage. She couldn't go on if she lost Phoenix. She would throw herself into the pit, too.
"Grigor, please,"
Benjamin pleaded, arms stretched toward them.
"It's the madness,"
Lucian whispered.
"It sets in after souls have been here a few days."
She didn't need him to tell her Grigor was crazy. He's always been. Grigor swung Phoenix as if he was rocking a babe.
"I'll trade her for you, Benjamin." "And do what with him?"
Lucian asked. Grigor snarled.
"Feed him to this beast for betraying his brothers."
Tori spun around when a roar sounded behind them. Dragomir ran into the cavern in beast form, chest heaving, blood dripping from his fangs.
"Take me in his stead,"
Grigor said.
"Who the hell are you?"
Dragomir slapped his chest.
"I'm the one who convinced Benjamin to stray from you."
His eyes narrowed to slits.
"And I'm the one who just ripped off Stefan's head."
Grigor let out such a loud roar, the walls rattled, and debris rained down on their heads. Benjamin shielded her, but then Lucian pushed the avalanche back with his wind. Phoenix stirred in Grigor's arms, and she let out a pitiful moan. "Dragomir!" She reached for him when he stalked past her and stood beside Benjamin.
"Here's what we'll do,"
he said, shifting back into human form. Grigor towered over him like a giant.
"Give Phoenix to Benjamin, and take me in her place."
A strangled sob escaped Tori's throat. Ancients, no! He wouldn't let Grigor feed him to the beast.
"Benjamin, Tori,"
Dragomir said to them.
"I'm sorry I didn't get to have more time with you."
He nodded to the two men she realized were protectively flanking her, their hands grasping her shoulders. She hadn't noticed Cyrus had come into the cave.
"Lucian, Cyrus, be strong, brothers. Please keep Tori safe."
Dragomir looked up at Grigor, a plea in his eyes. Grigor leaned toward Benjamin, holding out Phoenix like they were trading a pizza. Then, without warning, he spun and tossed Phoenix into the mist. Tori screamed when a giant beast that looked like a massive toad sprang up and swallowed Phoenix whole. Tori collapsed against Lucian when Dragomir shifted and lurched for the beast, swinging at the thing as if he could somehow defeat it. The creature's frog-like eyes bulged, and it opened its mouth. Phoenix's hand shot out, and Dragomir climbed onto the monster's lip and yanked her out. They both fell to the floor with a thud. Lucian held her tight when Benjamin shoved Grigor into the black cavern of the beast's mouth. It swallowed Grigor, and then disappeared back into the ooze with a loud belch. Tori took one look at Phoenix and burst into tears. Chapter 23. As soon as everyone was safe, Dragomir sealed the wall to the beast. Benjamin kissed Tori, then he and Cyrus flew out of the cave to recover Bug. Hopefully, The creature still lived. Dragomir felt terrible for leaving him, but Bug would understand. Tori and Phoenix's safety had come first. With Tori fussing behind his shoulder like a mother hen, Dragomir carried Phoenix into the hearthroom and laid her beside the fire. Tears streaked Tori's face as she knelt beside her sister and took Phoenix's hand in hers. "Sister," she sucked in a sharp breath, smearing tears across her face. "Can you hear me?" Dragomir shifted into human form, wrapped a blanket around his waist, and got to his knees when the girl opened her eyes. "Tori?" she rasped. Tori kissed Phoenix's hand. "I thought I'd lost you." Phoenix smiled at her, then looked at Dragomir. "Thank you for pulling me free." Dragomir struggled to find the right words to speak. Though he was relieved she had survived, he had to make sure it was Phoenix who'd returned to them, and not another demon in her body.
"How did you manage that? No demon has ever escaped the beast."
Then again, he wasn't sure how he'd survived either. He'd been insane to stand on the beast's lip. "My sister is not an ordinary demon." Tori elbowed his leg with a smile. "Neither are you, since you survived an encounter with him."
"The beast is a djinn,"
Lucian said as he joined them.
"Though a primordial one. Maybe he recognized Phoenix as his descendant. Maybe that's why he let them both go."
Phoenix shook her head. "The djinn spoke to me through thought."
"Really?"
Dragomir gaped at Lucian, his expression belying he was shocked too.
"He's never spoken to us."
"He said he couldn't take my soul because he only feeds on evil." Dragomir thought about the time the beast had tried to eat Horatu. Maybe the beast had been confused, and it would have spit Horatu back up, like it had done with Phoenix. Either way, Dragomir wasn't about to test his theory. Tori stroked her sister's cheek. "You are anything but evil." Phoenix coughed into her fist. "But I am thirsty." Her stomach growled. "And hungry." Lucian jumped to his feet.
"I'll take care of it."
Tori arranged pillows under her sister's head and draped a blanket over her. "Rest," she said, smiling down at her. "I'll wake you when the food's ready." Dragomir's heart caught in his throat when Tori stood, facing him. He knew he deserved a good thrashing for bringing Phoenix to hell. She would never have been placed in danger if not for him. However, he'd do it again if he had to save her or one of his brothers.
I'm sorry for everything."
She cocked her head, looking curiously at him, as if his skin had turned purple. "You risked your soul for her." "Why?" A knot of tension wound around his spine, making it difficult to speak as she blinked up at him. Her amber eyes were much like Daiva's.
"I couldn't let you suffer the way we've suffered."
She threw herself into his arms. "Thank you. Thank you." Dragomir clung to his mate, holding her like he'd been dreaming for the past 2,000 years, his heart and soul soaring.
"I'd do anything for you, Daiva,"
he murmured.
"Anything."
"Then kiss me." Holding her face, he captured her lips with his, kissing her with a desperation and intensity of 2,000 lonely nights and 2,000 joyless days. And as she melded into him and she groaned into his mouth, snaking her arms around his neck, he kissed her with the promise and hope of an eternity together, never to part again. After their ordeal, everyone gathered around the hearth for drinks. Lucian and Cyrus returned with the burned tip of Katerina's gray tail, which they'd found along the flaming river. Benjamin and Dragomir stood at the hearth in their human forms, heads bent together in conversation while they clasped each other's shoulders. She caught Lucian staring at her again as he sat in a chair across from her. A look of understanding passed between them. "You want us," his smoldering gaze told her. "I do," she confirmed by coyly batting her lashes. After Benjamin and Cyrus had miraculously healed Bug, Tori ignored Dragomir's grumbling and insisted her winged friend sit in one of the big chairs by the sofa, where she could pamper him with food, wine, and lots of attention. The creature smiled up at her, its kaleidoscope of eyes blinking. "Bug never been waited on before."
"Don't get used to it,"
Dragomir teased, leaning against the hearth mantel. Bug's wings drooped, then buzzed. "Yes, master." Tori felt like she would melt under Dragomir's heated gaze, so she turned her attention to Phoenix, who sat in a chair beside Bug, a big mug of tea in her hands and a plate with only crumbs left in her lap. Cyrus had just told Phoenix everything her mother had done to them, and the color had drained from her poor sister's face. Tori was impressed by how composed Dragomir and Benjamin remained, despite the way the hearth flames erratically danced, while a woman's frantic screams echoed from inside. Phoenix was not so composed. She kept rolling her eyes, her teacup rattling in her hands. "I'm not sure how much longer I can take this."
"She can't enter unless we welcome her,"
Dragomir said.
"I say we make her wait."
Phoenix visibly swallowed. "Do you think she knows you have me?" Dragomir shrugged.
"Does it matter?"
Tori glared at him. He was having too much fun torturing Jezebeth, and she worried he still wasn't through. After all that had transpired between them, he couldn't feed her to the beast. Could he? He'd risked his life for Phoenix. Could he then turn around and damn her mother? "Tor is probably worried about me too," Phoenix mumbled into her glass.
"Who is Tor?"
Dragomir asked. "He's like a father to me." Phoenix set her empty plate and cup on a table beside her. "His pack adopted me. He's the chieftain of the biggest Amaraki tribe. Many consider him to be chieftain over all tribes."
"How many are there?"
Cyrus asked, refilling Phoenix's glass from a steaming kettle. "Almost a dozen," Tori said. "There are tribes on almost every continent."
"How big are they?"
Dragomir asked. "Some are several hundred strong, and others have only a few dozen members." Lucian let out a low whistle.
"And they are all descendants of Horetu and Daiva."
"I guess so," Tori answered. The screams from the hearth grew louder and more urgent. Dragomir shook his head.
"I suppose we should let her in."
Phoenix latched onto Tori's hand. "I'm not ready to leave you."
"You're welcome to visit your sister any time you like,"
Dragomir said.
"Your mother knows how to bring you here."
Tori expelled a shaky breath. "Thank you," she mouthed to Dragomir, not only because he had given her sister an open invitation, but it meant he would not feed Jezebeth to the beast. He rewarded her with a look that said she owed him. She flashed a sultry look of her own, one that said she'd happily pay. Dragomir threw leaves from a tin on the hearth into the fire.
"Those who wish us no harm may enter."
Jezebeth rose from the flames in a maelstrom of sparks and wind. Lucian and Cyrus stood in front of Tori and Phoenix, shielding them from the debris. Bug flew from his chair with a squeal, disappearing into a tunnel.
"My baby!"
Jezebeth screamed, twirling like a cyclone.
"What did you do with her?"
"She's fine," Dragomir growled. Lucian and Cyrus stepped aside, revealing Tori and Phoenix. When the djinn saw her daughter, she let out a wail. "I'm fine, Mother," Phoenix assured her. "They've been good to me." Her eyes narrowed as she slowly stood, clutching the sides of the chair for support. "What I want to know is, what did you do to them? Is it true you stole their mate and brother's souls?" Jezebeth flinched, her translucent form blinking in and out. "That was a long time ago." Phoenix clucked her tongue. "Does it make your sin any less cruel?" Tori noted how the men visibly tensed. She placed her hands on Cyrus's and Lucian's shoulders. They both flinched, then relaxed as she rubbed their backs. "It's okay," she whispered to them. "I'm here now." Jezebeth wrung her hands, looking at Phoenix like she was the wayward child, and her daughter was the mother. "I was young and foolish." "They have been suffering for 2,000 years, Tori hissed. "Don't you think you owe them an apology?" Jezebeth looked at Tori and swallowed. "I'm relieved to see you're safe. Is Benjamin as well?" She didn't recognize Benjamin in his new demon form. He's right there, Phoenix gestured at Benjamin. His features changed when I healed him. Understanding dawned in Jezebeth's eyes as she looked at him. Oh, answer her question, Mother, Phoenix snapped. The djinn's gaze swept the brothers. I'm sorry for all the pain I caused you. I'm truly sorry. Dragomir dragged a hand down his face. Lines Tori had never noticed framed his eyes.
You've no idea the depth of our sorrow.
The djinn nodded. I've had a small glimpse of it these past few hours.
And what about the pain you caused Tori when you cursed her fathers?
Dragomir asked. The djinn hung her head. I deeply regret that, too. Dragomir stood in front of the djinn, his eyes shifting to blinding red suns.
Have you compensated her in any way?
What would you have me do? She looked around his shoulder at Tori. I could grant you wishes. Tori cast her gaze around the room, at the 4 demon shifters who were all giving her smoldering looks. I have everything I want. Clothes? The djinn pulled a jeweled necklace out of thin air and dangled it in front of her. Jewelry? Why would she need jewelry in hell? Do something for the families of Sammy's victims, she said, her throat constricting when she recalled the stories of all the humans her Gamma father had killed while under Jezebeth's curse. The color drained from the djinn's face. Like what? Give them each $1 million. Money would never bring back their loved ones, but financial security would help ease their burdens. Done, the djinn answered with a grimace. Anything else? Dragomir went to the bar and casually poured himself a drink.
We planned to hold Phoenix captive.
He turned to her with his drink in hand, his gaze drifting toward the djinn.
Exchanging her soul for yours.
Jezebeth blinked out, then reappeared, her chin held high. I will gladly make the trade if that's what's required. Tori's breath hitched as she studied Dragomir's cool features while he shared a long look with his brothers. He held up 2 fingers.
She may go on 2 conditions.
Jezebeth clasped her hands in front of her. Name them.
That you never, ever steal another soul again. And Phoenix can visit her sister whenever she wants.
Tori hadn't realized she'd been holding her breath until she released it in an audible sigh of relief. When Dragomir glanced at her, a chill raced down her spine. She felt like she was walking on a cloud as she went to him, pulled by an invisible, binding force. He was using his persuasive magic, but she didn't care. She wanted him. She took Benjamin's hand in hers and Dragomir's in the other, sandwiched by 2 powerful alphas. I agree to the first condition, but there is no need for the second. She smiled at Tori. I can transport Tori and Benjamin back to the mortal world. Tori pressed harder against Dragomir, the thought of leaving him and his brothers carving a hole in her heart. Dragomir asked, How? Through the fire, she pointed to the hearth behind her. It's a portal to my lamp, and the lamp is a portal to the living realm.
I thought only djinns could travel through lamp portals,
Lucian said, his voice cracking like shattered glass. Tori absolutely hated the hopelessness in his eyes. Fearing tension would make her squeeze their hands too hard, she released Dragomir and Benjamin, digging her nails into her palms. A mortal may, too, Jezebeth answered, if they are invited by a djinn. Her world tipped on its axis. Tori didn't know how to feel about the offer. We don't have to steal bodies? No, the djinn said. Because you weren't cast down to hell. You are not meant to be here. Your human bodies should return after you pass through my portal into the mortal realm. That explanation didn't make sense. Tori's body went numb. Her mind whirled. This was her chance to return to the living world, to be mortal again. But what about the men she cared about, the men she'd come to love? How could she give them up? Benjamin demanded of the djinn.
What's the catch?
There is no catch. Tori's the sister of my child. She smiled at Phoenix. "I offer to do this for her, to right the wrongs I've done to you and maybe prove to Phoenix that I've atoned for my sins." She pointed to Dragomir and his brothers. "What about them? Can they come too?" "Not unless I put them in mortal bodies, as I did with their mate and brother." She had the nerve to laugh. "They can't go walking around with horns." Tori noted how Jezebeth averted her gaze. She suspected the djinn wasn't being truthful, that she could give all the brothers access to the mortal realm. It made no sense that their human bodies should be restored. How? Or maybe she was overthinking. She made a mental note to investigate this later. Phoenix jumped to her feet and went to Tori with outstretched arms. "Tori, come with me." Sparks flew off her arms as they hugged. She looked at Dragomir over Phoenix's shoulder, then at Cyrus, and finally at Lucian, her heart breaking at the desperation in their eyes. Benjamin simply stared, a hopeless look in his eyes.
"Is that what you want?"
She released her sister, staring at Benjamin as if she was seeing him for the first time. "I want to be with you."
"That doesn't answer my question."
Swallowing back a knot of emotion, she nodded toward the demon brothers. "And them."
"Are you sure?"
"I am. Are you?" He closed the distance between them, clasping her shoulder.
"They're my brothers, Tori."
"And my soulmates." She laid a hand against his heart, knowing the words were true, knowing she was Daiva. "Just as you are." He kissed her so hard and passionately, she felt like she was drowning in his desire. When Dragomir cleared his throat, they broke apart, breathless while staring into each other's smiling eyes.
"I thank you for the offer,"
Benjamin said as he squeezed Tori's hand.
"But we'd rather remain here."
Laughter bubbled up in Tori's throat when the demon brothers howled. Lucian swept her up into his arms and twirled her around. When he released her, she slid down him, their lips meeting in a collision of wind and fire, love and desire. She thought she heard her sister calling to her as she wrapped her arms around his neck, deepening the kiss. A shrill whistle broke them apart. Clinging to Lucian, her lips swollen and wet from his kisses, she ignored the scowling djinn. Her other mates clung to Benjamin, ruffling his hair and patting his back. Jezebeth cocked a hand on her hip. "What the hell do you mean?" "We want to stay here," Tori blurted. She realized she didn't like the djinn, but out of respect for Phoenix, she had tolerated her. She was ready for Jezebeth to be gone, though. The djinn's mouth fell open. "In hell?" Benjamin backed up a step as his brothers surrounded him.
"With our family."
Jezebeth looked at him as if he'd asked her to kiss the beast. "They're not your family."
"But they are."
Benjamin flashed a fanged grin.
"Tori and I are the reincarnation of the souls you stole."
Jezebeth's face paled. "Oh!" Tori rested her head on Lucian's shoulder when he sat with her in a chair and laughed when the cork of a champagne bottle flew over their heads. The djinn waved Phoenix toward her. "Phoenix, you're not staying too?" "Don't worry." Shoulders slumped. Phoenix pushed out of her chair, dragging her feet toward her mother. "I'm coming." Tori kissed Lucian once more, pulling away from him. When he dragged her back down, pressing her bottom against the bulge beneath his pants, she kissed him again, hard and urgent, as if she had only moments to make up for 2,000 years of kisses. "I'll be back," she purred.
"And we will finish what we started,"
he growled against her ear. Heat flooded between her legs at the thought, and all four of her mates looked at her, nostrils flaring, their eyes flashing with desire. Tori went to Phoenix. "You're always welcome here. I'll be heartbroken if you don't visit." "I wouldn't stay away for the world." She looked over Tori's shoulder at the demon wolves Tori knew were salivating with need. "But I think I'll give you a few weeks to honeymoon first," she said with a wink. Heat fanned Tori's face as she leaned into Phoenix, whispering in her ear. "That's probably a good idea." Phoenix looked at her mother with a scowl. "So you agree to let me visit my sister when I want?" Jezebeth threw up her hands. "This is madness!" "Do you agree?" Phoenix snapped. Jezebeth crossed her arms, her lips twisted. "Do I have a choice?" "No," Phoenix answered coolly. "Very well, but if anything happens to my baby down here," she wagged a finger at them, "I will haunt you for an eternity." Benjamin placed a hand over his heart.
We will protect her.
He winked at Phoenix.
Tori's sister is our sister, too.
When her mates voiced their agreement, her heart swelled with love. "Thank you," she mouthed to them, and was rewarded with 4 very wicked smiles. Tori hugged her sister one last time, holding her close to her heart. "I love you so very much." "I love you too," Phoenix whispered in her ear. They finally broke apart, and Jezebeth pulled her daughter into the hearth. Tori's eyes watered when they disappeared in a plume of smoke. When Cyrus and Lucian clasped her hands, she realized it didn't matter if she was in heaven, hell, or in between, as long as she was with the ones she loved. After the smoke cleared from Jezebeth and Phoenix's departure, Tori curled up with Benjamin by the fire, waiting while the others prepared a feast. Even Dragomir and Lucian helped Bug and Cyrus set the table and pour the wine. Her mouth watered at the smell of roasting meat and fresh baked bread, her stomach growling with each new fragrant dish brought out. Bug worked faster than she'd ever seen him, flying by in a blur with his new and improved wings, thanks to Benjamin and Cyrus's healing. After a thorough clanking of dishes and silverware, Dragomir called them to the table.
Let us feast.
He held a hand down to Tori, and she took it with a smile. He pulled her up so fast, the breath whooshed from her lungs, and she found herself pressed against his hard chest. "Careful," she whispered against his throat, while her fingers skimmed down his neck. "Before I eat you instead." When his jaw dropped, she skipped away with a laugh, and she sat beside Cyrus, who pressed his knee against hers and poured her a goblet of wine. Benjamin sat at the head of the table, opposite Dragomir, and she realized she hadn't felt so content in a long while. Everyone looked to Dragomir when he tapped his goblet with a spoon.
A toast,
he said, tipping his goblet to Benjamin.
To our returned family, Benjamin and Tori.
Benjamin cleared his throat.
If you don't mind, I'd rather you didn't call me Benjamin. That name was given to me by people who never treated me like family. I'd rather be called Horetu.
Dragomir's smile widened.
Then that is what we shall call you.
Dragomir gave Tori a pointed look, and she shifted uncomfortably. This is all so new. I'm not sure I'm ready to change my name yet.
That's okay,
Lucian said, looking across the table at her, his eyes hot with lust.
We always referred to Daiva as goddess. Will that suffice?
Sparks raced up her arms as she clutched her goblet. Goddess will be just fine.
Then I propose a toast to our brother Horetu and our goddess.
Dragomir continued.
At long last they have returned to us.
They clanked goblets and drank. Then they ate and drank some more, so much that her head swam, though inebriation did little to dampen her growing desire as each of her mates threw her coy looks from beneath their lashes. She dabbed the corners of her mouth with a napkin and stood. Their nostrils flared. They smelled her heat. Good. It's been a long day. If you don't mind, I'd like to wash off the day's grime. They jumped to their feet, looking at her like love-struck pups. Dragomir's lips thinned into a flat line.
Of course.
She glared at them. Aren't you coming? She didn't wait for their response, as she tossed a sultry look over her shoulder. But their howls were answer enough. Holding hands with Lucian and Cyrus, Tori followed Dragomir and Horetu, to the pool. Her mates made quick work of their clothes, since they rarely wore much anyway. Dragomir removed her clothes and growled as he palmed her heavy breasts.
Perfect. Just perfect.
He rubbed a calloused thumb across her pebbled nipple. She let her head fall back when Lucian feasted on her neck. She wasn't sure when, but at some point, they led her into the water. She'd only ever made love to Benjamin, and only a few times. She had no experience with these demons and prayed she'd know what to do their first time together. Would they be able to speak telepathically after lovemaking, like she'd done with Benjamin? It probably wouldn't work unless they drank her blood and she drank theirs. She wasn't sure she was ready for that yet. The warm water soothed her tired muscles as Cyrus massaged her shoulders. Her head swimming with drink, or maybe lust. She climbed into Dragomir's lap, his fingers plying her slick heat, readying her for the large protrusion pressing against her thigh. He entranced her with his golden eyes, took hold of her hips, and thrust into her. Bodies joined, she sank onto him, before lowering her mouth onto his. Grunting into her mouth, he repeatedly thrust upward, grinding into her tight sheath while she stroked the curved horns on his head, knowing it drove him wild. Water splashed around them. Her other mates were close, their hands in her hair, stroking down her back as he fucked her harder, faster. He pulled her deeper, deeper into that dark well of desire, entrancing her until it was just the two of them, their bodies slapping together in a timeless rhythm, their souls entwined, soaring, soaring, and then falling apart, together, finally together.
My love, my goddess, how I've yearned for you,
he said, filling her with his seed. I'm yours again. I'll always be yours. She spasmed around him, unable to speak or breathe, reveling in the glorious feeling of falling apart over and over, until she collapsed against him, spent and sated. They clung tightly to one another as he whispered loving words in her ear, calling her his goddess, his true love. Lying against him, listening to their hearts beating together, she'd never felt more satisfied in her life, and she knew without a doubt she belonged here with him. Sparks flew off her fingers when Lucian took her from him. She spread her legs for him, biting her lip when he cleaned her out. She couldn't tear her gaze away from him as he carried her from the bath and laid her on a soft pallet next to it. She shivered when the cool air hit her, but he covered her immediately with his heated body, plying her face with kisses. For every whisper-soft kiss, every tender touch, her skin sparked as if fireflies swarmed her, her magic responding to his. He raked her neck with his teeth, sending shivers through her, then lovingly feasted on her breasts, licking and sucking each one. He feasted on every inch of her, wickedly skimming past that one part she so urgently needed him to touch. By the time his tongue found her pearl, she'd succumbed to madness, thrashing and crying while he sucked on her, not enough to make her come, but definitely enough to drive her wild. When he climbed between her legs, she was nearly ready to expire. He kissed her once more, whispering against her mouth,
gentle or rough?
"Oh, God!" she cried, gyrating against the tip of his smooth erection.
God's not here,
he purred.
Just a wicked demon.
"Rough," she clawed at his back. "Please." His growl reverberated her skin as he dragged his teeth down her neck. She lifted her hips higher, sparks arcing between them when she wrapped her legs around his waist. She raked her nails down his back when he thrust into her hard, his thick cock pounding her like a hammer beating a nail, over and over, until she was so swollen it hurt. She hissed as their bodies slapped together, harder, harder, until they were both crying into each other's mouths when they fell over the edge. He continued to pound her, even as his seed spurted inside her, through one cataclysmic orgasm into another. Their bodies covered in a sheen of sweat, she clung to him, kissing his brow as a cool breeze blew between them. She smiled as the breeze ruffled her hair. "Thank you, Lucian." He kissed the tip of her nose.
"Are you hurt?"
"No. It was wonderful."
"Good,"
he answered, eyes darkening.
"I'm not finished with you tonight."
She dragged her fingers through his thick hair, sparks raining on his head. "I hope not." She wasn't ready to let him go when he slid out of her, but she gladly welcomed Cyrus in his place.
"Hello, goddess,"
he said, flashing a sideways smile. "Hello, my brave mate," she whispered, holding her arms out to him. How could she forget that he'd shielded her from dragon fire, letting the beast melt his back instead of hurting her, even though he had the power to heal her and not heal himself? That act alone was enough to make her cherish him for an eternity. He kissed her when he lay on top of her, murmuring against her skin.
"I'm sorry if I don't last. It's been a long time."
"It's okay," she purred, stroking his back. "We can make love again. We have an eternity." His eyes rolled into the back of his head as he slid into her, his large cock stretching her tight sheath. But she was already slick and ready for him. Panting like a wounded animal, he rocked into her, filling every inch of her, his cockhead banging against her until she felt as if she'd fly out of her skin. They came together, her orgasm powerful and deep. She didn't even care that he cried out Daiva's name several times. They tenderly kissed and stroked each other for long moments, his cock still hard inside her. She ground her hips against his, and he came again, apologizing for taking more than one turn. She chuckled against his mouth. "They'll all get plenty of turns tonight." He carried her back to the water and put her in Horatu's lap. He tenderly brushed a strand of hair behind her ear.
"Are you okay?"
She rested her head against his chest. "I am. Are you?" She wondered how he'd felt, watching her get fucked by other wolves, and feared he might be having regrets.
"More than okay."
His eyes were golden now, but they still held the same love and affection. She touched his face, committing to memory every new angle, his strange coloring and full lips. He shuddered when she stroked one of his curved horns. "You like it when I touch you here?"
"Yes,"
he answered. "Good." Arching up, she pressed her lips to the tip of one horn, gently kissing its ridges, while his mouth found her nipple and his fingers found her slick heat. She trailed kisses across one horn, then the other, while he feasted on her breasts and fucked her with thick fingers. When she couldn't stand it any longer, she slid down his length, sheathing herself on him, staring deeply into his eyes while their bodies joined as one. She traced his full lips. "I feel like our souls have been entwined for thousands of years."
"Me too,"
he answered.
"Our souls followed each other through the ages, and then back home."
"Home," she repeated as she ground against him, slowly at first, relishing the feel of him inside her, his warmth encompassing her, their souls joined as one.
"This is madness,"
he growled, claiming her lips in a heat-searing kiss before flipping her over and pressing her against the ledge. She dug her nails into his shoulders while he pistoned into her, her breasts heaving with each thrust. Together they traveled through time, space, and eternity, their souls soaring, but always together. Always. Her world shattered with his, so beautifully, so perfectly, their joined bodies thrumming together. And when they finally floated back down, his brothers took turns loving her once again. This was where her soul belonged, where she belonged. She was home. Epilogue. The High Witches rose from the fog, sensing a change in their realm. They'd no idea when the powerful force returned, but the witches' magic was like a beacon, calling to them across the parched earth. and that beacon became brighter with each passing day. They went to their fire, tossing in handfuls of leaves, summoning the oracle they'd imprisoned thousands of years ago to serve them. The creature appeared out of the flames like a phoenix, its one eye opening as it stared vacantly. "Tell me, oracle," the witches asked, speaking as one, minds and souls connected, bonded so their power was strengthened sixfold. "Has the witch Deiva returned?" The oracle blinked. "It is she who dwells with the fang-born demons." A ripple went up between them, a chord of fear ringing from soul to soul. "And does she possess the same magic?" "Her magic is stronger than ever," the oracle answered. "It's had 2 millennia to grow." Murmurs passed between them, converging into one whisper. "How powerful is their pack now?" "There is no demon or witch strong enough to defeat them, save for you." "That's what we feared," the witches said. Standing as one, they threw more leaves into the fire. "That will be all, oracle." The creature vanished into flames, and they were left alone to ruminate upon their findings. Murmurs and whispers. But this time, only 5 thoughts converged as one. "We strike now, and we strike hard, before their power overshadows ours." "They will fight back," a voice said. 5 witches hissed. A dissenter among the 6. A weak link. They must all think as one. That is how they survived. That is how they ruled all of hell. "They will," 5 answered one. "Some of us may die." "Then why fight them?" one dared to ask. The 5 plotted and schemed. They had been waiting thousands of years for this moment and would not be dissuaded by the one. They would crush her if she got in their way. "Because nobody steals from the Vindictus." This concludes Hungry for Her Demon Wolves by Tara West, narrated by Stephanie Rose. Copyright 2022 by Tara West. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tara West and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.